Chapter 3:25. Refugees. Rotan Armor City was bustling as usual. The bustling flow of people was like a dragon as they entered and exited the city. It was a spectacular sight. Although it could not be compared to a super city like Broken Rock City, it was still a small sparrow that had everything it needed. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky and stopped several hundred kilometers away from Rotan Armor City, revealing a youth with a resolute expression. This youth was Zhuowen, who had rushed over from Broken Rock City. Gazing at the bustling city in the distance, Zhuowen revealed a nostalgic smile as he said, "I'm finally back! I never thought that I would actually stay in Broken Rock City for almost a year. I wonder how Rotan Armor City has changed." As he spoke, Zhuowen gently stepped off the ground and silently turned into a black shadow as he entered Rotan Armor City. With his current cultivation, it was too easy for him to hide his presence. Walking on the bustling streets of Rotan Armor City and looking at the familiar surroundings, Zhuowen wore a warm smile on his face. He could feel the warmth that Rotan Armor City gave him. This was a feeling that Rotan Armor City could not give him. Rotan Armor City had not changed much in a year. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that the population in the city seemed to have increased by a lot. Moreover, he could even see many beggars with tattered clothes and dirty faces on the streets. They held broken bowls in their hands as they begged the passers-by. "Big brother, can you give us some yuan coins? My mother and I have not eaten our fill for many days." Just as Zhuowen was slowly walking on the street, a petite figure suddenly pulled on his collar. Turning his head, he saw a little girl around 6 or 7 years old wearing old coarse clothes. She was looking at Zhuowen pitifully. Her skinny hand was holding a cracked porcelain bowl as she timidly handed it to Zhuowen. Her gaze was somewhat evasive. At the same time, Zhuowen also discovered that in an alley not far behind the little girl, a sallow and emaciated woman was weakly leaning against the wall. Her eyes were somewhat lifeless. Zhuowen also discovered many curled-up figures in the alley. Clearly, they were all in dire straits. What happened in Rotan Armor City? These people should be refugees. I've only left for less than a year. Why are there so many refugees in Rotan Armor City? Narrowing his eyes, the doubts in Zhuowen's heart became even more intense. Rubbing the little girl's head, Zhuowen took out 100 yuan coins and handed it to the little girl. "Big brother only has this much money on him. Take it." For a martial artist at Zhuowen's level, origin coins were of no use to him. Only precious pills like the Sovereign Essence pill could be used as hard currency between martial artists, while origin coins were only the currency used by ordinary people. "Thank you, big brother." Gazing at the Rotan Armor City that Zhuowen had placed in the bowl, the little girl's eyes immediately lit up. She repeatedly nodded her thanks to Zhuowen before hurriedly tossing it to the woman in the alley. "Looks like I have to hurry back to the Zhuo family. Perhaps grandfather and the others know why there are so many refugees in Rotan Armor City." Frowning slightly, Zhuowen took a step forward and disappeared from the street. In the large hall of the Zhuo family manor, Zhuo Xiangding, Guyu Tian, and some of the higher-ups of the Zhuo family and the city lord's manor were all gathered here. Ever since he found out that Zhuowen had the support of an ultimate Emperor Realm expert, Guyu Tian's attitude towards the Zhuo family had become even more cautious and careful. He knew that Zhuowen would definitely not be an ordinary person in the future, and with such a monstrous talent, the Zhuo family would definitely not be a simple faction in the future. Therefore, Guyu Tian had the foresight to build a good relationship with the Zhuo family. Usually, he would come to the Zhuo family to seek Zhuo Xiangding's opinion on many matters that required the city lord's manor to make a decision. The city lord's manor and the Zhuo family had even formed a marriage alliance a few times. It could be said that their relationship was quite close. In the beginning, Zhuo Xiangding was not used to Guyu Tian's behavior. After all, Guyu Tian's strength and status were much higher than his. However, he also knew that Guyu Tian's attitude was only because of Zhuowen. Every time he thought of Zhuowen's proud figure, Zhuo Xiangding's face was filled with pride. It could be said that Zhuowen had already become the pillar of support for the entire Zhuo family and even Rot 10 Armor City. In the hall, everyone's faces were filled with seriousness. For a moment, the entire hall seemed exceptionally quiet. Recently, there have been more and more refugees coming from the surrounding areas. Now, the entire Rot 10 Armor City has become somewhat chaotic. Does anyone have any good ideas on how to deal with these refugees? Guyu Tian's face was filled with seriousness as he scanned the surroundings and sighed. I heard that most of these refugees came from a low-grade city not far from our Rot 10 Armor City, Flowing Goblet City. 10 days ago, the city lord's manor of Flowing Goblet City was uprooted overnight. Regardless of whether it was the city lord or the servants, they were all slaughtered, other than the city lord's manor. Many of the stronger factions in Flowing Goblet City were also wiped out overnight. A gray-clothed man narrated with a serious expression. This gray-clothed man was a member of the city lord's manor who specialized in gathering information. He was very proficient in gathering information. It's not just Flowing Goblet City. The same thing happened in a low-grade city far to the south of us, Fenghua City. Because it's too far away from our Rot 10 Armor City, the refugees from there did not surge towards our Rot 10 Armor City. Moreover, low-grade cities like Fenghua City and Flowing Goblet City weren't the only ones that were massacred. It seems that there were more than a dozen cities that were massacred recently. Zhuo Xiangding also opened his mouth to speak. When the people in the hall heard this, they all revealed extremely grave expressions. They didn't think that such a strange thing would happen in such a short amount of time in a dozen low-level cities that weren't any weaker than their Rot 10 Armor City. This caused everyone's hearts to feel heavy. Will this kind of thing happen in our Rot 10 Armor City? Gulai, who was originally silent, suddenly opened his mouth to speak. Those low-grade cities that were massacred were basically all near our Rot 10 Armor City. If the person or faction that did this is the culprit, it's very likely that they will attack our Rot 10 Armor City. Therefore, we must be prepared. Guyu Tian's expression was also extremely grave as he spoke calmly. Moreover, our Rot 10 Armor City still has the great defensive array that Grandmaster Karaki left behind. It shouldn't be that easy to break through. However, I'm also afraid that this mysterious faction might have Heavenly King Realm and Ultimate Emperor Realm experts. If there really is such an expert, I'm afraid that even the Great Defensive Array won't be able to stop them. However, Zhuo Xiangding smiled bitterly and said, to be able to wipe out so many powerful factions in such a short period of time, there must be a Heavenly King Realm expert among them. There might even be an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert among them. The moment Zhuo Xiangding's words left his mouth, the hall instantly fell silent. They were also very clear that if it was only a Heavenly King Realm cultivator, they could still put up a fight. However, if it was an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert, then they would be powerless even if they wanted to. Just as the hall descended into silence, the door to the hall was suddenly opened by someone. An ear-piercing, creaking sound slowly rang out in everyone's ears. What's going on? We are discussing important matters. Who allowed you to enter without permission? When he heard the creaking sound, Guyu Tian frowned slightly. He tilted his head to look at a figure outside the hall. However, when he saw the figure clearly, the words that he was about to say came to an abrupt end. Guyu Tian's strange behavior was immediately noticed by everyone. Therefore, everyone followed Guyu Tian's gaze and looked towards the entrance of the hall. When they saw a smiling young man standing in front of the door, everyone was stunned. Then, a trace of pleasant surprise appeared in their eyes. This was because the person who had appeared in front of the door was none other than Zhuowen, who had just returned. Haha, Zhuowen, you're finally back. I really didn't expect you to have stayed in Broken Rock City for an entire year. You've been gone for quite a long time. Zhuo Xiangding's eyes glowed brightly. Then he laughed heartily as he walked towards Zhouwen and gave him a bear hug. His old face was filled with excitement. Zhouwen! Zhouwen! Everyone else in the hall also stood up and respectfully cupped their hands towards Zhouwen. Although the young man in front of them looked only 18 years old, his strength was indeed not to be underestimated. A year ago, when Zhouwen had left Rot-Ten Armor City, his strength was already at the Earth King stage. Now that a year had passed with Zhouwen's monstrous talent, he should have already advanced to the Heavenly King stage. Furthermore, Zhouwen had done many shocking things in Broken Rock City. The upper echelons of Rot-Ten Armor City had also heard a little about him. It was said that even the city lord of Broken Rock City, Ouyang-Yun-Tu, a second-wheel ultimate Emperor stage expert, had to be courteous to the former. Everyone present was extremely respectful towards such a talented person. After exchanging some pleasantries with everyone, Zhouwen's expression became even more serious. Then he asked, "When I arrived at Rot-Ten Armor City just now, I saw many refugees in the city. Could it be that something major has happened in Rot-Ten Armor City recently?" Everyone looked at each other. In the end, it was Guyu Tian who gave a rough description of the recent situation in the low-level cities near Rot-Ten Armor City. More than 10 low-level cities were massacred in a single night? Who would do such a thing? After listening to Guyu Tian's description, Zhouwen couldn't help but be startled. Then he frowned as he asked, "We also don't know who the culprit is. However, what we can be sure of is that this mysterious faction definitely has the shadow of a half-step ultimate Emperor stage expert. If it was just a Heavenly King stage cultivator, it would be impossible for them to massacre a dozen low-level cities so quickly. Furthermore, an ultimate Emperor stage cultivator wouldn't lower himself to deal with a low-level city. Therefore, there must be a half-step ultimate Emperor stage cultivator involved." Zhuo Xiangding also interjected at this moment. His expression was extremely serious. "If it's a half-step ultimate Emperor stage expert, I can still deal with him," Zhouwen said confidently. "You can deal with him? Could it be that you've broken through to the ultimate Emperor stage?" Zhuo Xiangding couldn't help but exclaim when he heard this. Chapter 326. A Secret Mission. I haven't reached the half-step ultimate Emperor realm. However, I do have something that can rival a half-step ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. Zhouwen shook his head. With a wave of his right hand, several black shadows flew out of Zhouwen's heaven-earth pouch. Upon closer inspection, these black shadows were puppets that glowed with colorful lights. Everyone could sense an extremely powerful aura from these puppets. This puppet formation is called the True Astral Baleful Earth Spirit. It's an advanced version of the Astral Baleful Earth Spirit. There are a total of 108 puppets. 36 of the Astral Baleful Earth Spirit puppets have the strength of a Heavenly King Realm cultivator, while 72 of the Earthly Baleful Earth Spirit puppets have the strength of an Earth King Realm cultivator. When combined, the strength of this puppet formation can rival an ordinary half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, said Zhouwen. What? 36 puppets with the strength of a Heavenly King Realm cultivator? And this formation can resist an ordinary half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator? When these puppets were displayed in front of everyone, it caused an uproar. One had to know that the strongest person in Rot-Ten Armor City, Guyu Tian, was only an Earth King Realm cultivator. However, 72 of these puppets were on par with Guyu Tian, while the remaining 36 were far stronger than Guyu Tian. After the initial shock, everyone's faces were filled with joy. With such a powerful puppet formation, Rot-Ten Armor City would probably be able to avoid this calamity. Zhouwen, you've done us a great service this time. As expected of the #1 young cultivator of Rot-Ten Armor City, his methods are truly powerful. Rot-Ten Armor City doesn't have to fear that mysterious power anymore. For a moment, the entire hall became quite lively. The people in the hall discussed for a while more before they all dispersed happily. After all, They now had a true heavenly spirit, earthly fiend that was comparable to a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Many people in the hall felt a little more confident. Soon, the bustling hall became rather quiet. Only Zhuowen, Zhuoxiangding, and Guyu Tian were left in the hall. Lord Gu, you should know that I'm here to represent Tengjia City in the Tower of Vitality. I wonder if you can tell me more about the battle for the Vitality Tower. Zhuowen said with a smile as he looked at Guyu Tian. There are only 5 months left until the battle for the Vitality Tower, but we have to leave for the provincial capital 3 months in advance. That means we only have 2 months to prepare. Even if you didn't mention it, I would have told you about it. However, now is not the right time. Guyu Tian nodded slightly and spoke cautiously. Not suitable. Why is that? Zhuowen was a little startled when he heard this. You're not the only one representing Tengjia City this time. There's also Gu Exan from the city, Lord's Manor, and Hu Ying from the Huban sect. The 2 of them are still in closed-door cultivation. When we depart for the provincial capital in 2 months, I'll tell you in detail. Guyu Tian smiled slightly. Zhuowen nodded slightly when he heard this. He didn't reject Guyu Tian's suggestion. He also knew that the early stages of the battle for the Vitality Tower didn't depend on one's strength. They had to work together with the other cultivators in their city. After all, sometimes 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands. Guyu Tian chatted with Zhuowen and Zhuoxiangding for a while more before he took the initiative to bid farewell and left the Zhuo residence. After Guyu Tian left, only Zhuowen and Zhuoxiangding were left in the hall. At this moment, Zhuowen was silently sizing up the old man in front of him. He could see that Zhuoxiangding's strength had increased compared to before. This made Zhuowen somewhat surprised. As if sensing the surprise in Zhuowen's gaze, Zhuoxiangding laughed and said, My good grandson, are you surprised that my cultivation has increased? There's no need to be surprised. In the year that you left, Lord Gu took great care of our Zhuo family. He even gifted this old man with many precious elixirs. That's why my cultivation has increased so much compared to before. Zhuowen nodded slightly. He had expected that Guyu Tian would treat the Zhuo family differently. Whether it was his talent, his relationship with Guyu Tian, or his various deeds in Broken Rock City, as long as Guyu Tian wasn't a fool, he would probably be on good terms with the Zhuo family. Grandfather, these elixirs and spirit treasures were all purchased by me in Broken Rock City. Take them and place them in the family to equip some experts. If there's any extra, store them and use them as rewards for some talented juniors in the future. He patted his Qingkuan bag again. Immediately, stocks of elixirs and spirit treasures with strong spiritual energy scattered in the hall, forming a small mountain on the ground. Ever since he snatched the Qingkuan bags of Su Qi, Su Yang, and Zhou Yi, Zhuowen's wealth was not small. Although he had spent nearly 2 million Emperor Yuan pills to purchase the puppet materials and cultivate the jade stone body tempering technique, he still had hundreds of thousands of Emperor Yuan pills on him. Therefore, Zhuowen used the remaining Emperor Yuan pills to purchase a lot of elixirs and spirit treasures. Of course, most of them were 4th-grade elixirs and middle-grade spirit treasures. 5th-grade elixirs and high-grade spirit treasures were too expensive. Even if Zhuowen had hundreds of thousands of Emperor Yuan pills, it was not enough. Moreover, their family was still very weak, so 4th-grade elixirs and middle-grade spirit treasures were enough. 48 middle-grade spirit treasures and 100 4th-grade elixirs? Heavens! Zhuowen, how did you get so many spirit treasures and elixirs? After seeing the small mountain of spirit treasures and elixirs in front of him, Zhuoxiangding was dumbfounded. He could only stare blankly, almost speechless. One had to know that their Zhuo family only had 1 middle-grade spirit treasure. The gravity tower and 4th-grade elixirs were so rare that they could be counted with one hand. However, Zhuowen had casually taken out 48 middle-grade spirit treasures and 100 4th-grade elixirs. This really stunned Zhuo. I won the arcane ceremony in Broken Rock City and received a lot of rewards. I bought these spirit treasures and elixirs from the Black Treasure Pavilion in Broken Rock City. You can take them and put them in the family. After all, the family can't develop without resources. Zhuo smiled slightly. He did not mention the matter of snatching Suyang and the others' Qingquan bags. After all, this was a private matter and it was not good to talk about it. Good. Our Zhuo family has such an outstanding disciple like you. It seems that there is hope for the future. The old man's eyes were filled with excitement. His shoulders could not help but tremble as he laughed loudly. Looking at the excited old man in front of him, Zhuo's heart was also filled with joy. The old man in front of him was his family. This was his home. He was willing to pay any price for him on a mountain peak about 10,000 miles southeast of Rot-Ten Armor City. A burly figure stood on the peak. He looked down at the city below the peak with eyes full of coldness. At this moment, the city was filled with flames. Everywhere was filled with slaughter and blood. Countless screams mixed together, as if roars from the 18th level of hell echoed around the mountain peak. Countless figures overlapped in the city, but under the cold butcher's knife, they all fell into pools of blood. At this moment, the city was already flowing with blood and corpses were strewn everywhere. It was like hell. Low-level cities really aren't challenging at all. Even the strongest city lord is only at the Earth King realm. There's no need for me to do anything. I really don't know why the second prince sent me on such a boring mission, the figure muttered to himself. There was a trace of coldness in his voice. This person was General Fei Long, who had been sent by LV Yongsheng. The city he had massacred this time was a low-level city called Shanghong City. The city lord's estate in Shanghong City was even weaker than Rot-Ten Armor City. Obviously, they could not withstand General Fei Long's suppression. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Another 10 figures suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. They all wore black armor similar to General Fei Long's. There was also a dragon insignia on the chest of the armor, but it was slightly smaller than General Fei Long's. These 10 figures were the Flying Dragon Army under General Fei Long's command. They were all elites of the Flying Dragon Army. Every single one of them was around the peak of the Heavenly King realm. When the 10 of them worked together, they could even put up a fight against a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert. They could be considered as General Fei Long's capable subordinates. General, we've already massacred all the forces in Shanghong City, including the city lord's estate. Not a single one is left. What are we going to do next? Please give us your orders, General. One of the men half knelt on the ground and respectfully reported. You've done well. Next, we'll head directly to Rot-Ten Armor City. According to the second prince's request, I've already massacred more than 10 low-level cities near Rot-Ten Armor City. It's time to take care of Rot-Ten Armor City as well. General Fei Long pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and loudly said, "The 10 of you go directly to Rot-Ten Armor City. Remember, you must capture a young man called Zhuo alive. Don't leave anyone else alive. With the strength of the 10 of you, you should be able to wipe out Rot-Ten Armor City." "Then what about you, General?" the man from before asked cautiously. "The 10 of you are enough. When the time comes, I'll go there myself. All of you move quickly. Don't leave anyone alive and let them recognize us. Understand?" General Fei Long said carelessly. "Your subordinate understands." The 10 black-armored men shouted in unison. Then they turned into 10 shadows and disappeared from the peak of the mountain. Back in Rot-Ten Armor City, Zhuo didn't know that he was being watched. After returning to the Zhuo family, he kept an extremely low profile and basically spent every day in seclusion. After all, there wasn't much time left until the battle for the Vitality Tower. Zhuo seized every moment to cultivate, hoping to break through to the half-step ultimate Emperor realm as soon as possible. Then his strength would rise to a whole new level. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. However, Zhuowen was still in seclusion in a pavilion in the depths of the Zhuo estate. He'd already told Zhuo Xiangding that he wouldn't come out of seclusion until he broke through to the half-step ultimate emperor realm. Chapter 3:27. Attacking a city inside the city lord's mansion. In a rather secretive pavilion, the originally tightly shut door suddenly opened, and a handsome man in fluttering white clothes walked out. The man had a faint smile on his face, and there was a sense of confidence in the depths of his somewhat deep eyes. After the battle for the quota, I began to go into seclusion. This seclusion lasted for nearly 2 years, and I did not disappoint everyone by breaking through to the Earth King stage. I wonder what realm Zhuowen is at now. During the battle for the quota, his realm was much lower than mine, but with his aptitude, he should be at least at the Heavenly King stage now. The white-clothed man was Gu Xian, who had gone into seclusion at that time. He was also Gu Yutian's eldest son, and also the strongest person among the younger generation in Tangjia City. However, Zhuowen's stunning performance in the battle for the quota completely overshadowed Gu Xian, so the position of the strongest person among the younger generation naturally became Zhuowen's. As he had been in seclusion all this time, Gu Xian did not know about the shocking actions Zhuowen had done in the ancient cave mansion and Broken Rock City. Now he still thought that Zhuowen's realm was not much higher than his. Swoosh! A burly figure suddenly rushed out from the depths of the city lord's mansion and appeared in front of Gu Xian. His eyes were fixed on Gu Xian, and after sensing the latter's unique aura of the Earth King stage, a trace of excitement immediately appeared in his eyes. "Greetings, father." Gu Xian cupped his hands and said with a smile, Good. Xian, you really did not disappoint me. I did not expect you to break through to the Earth King stage. It seems that you have suffered a lot during your seclusion." The person who had come was Gu Yutian. At this moment, his face was full of excitement and pride. "This is all thanks to Father's nurturing of the city's resources. Otherwise, Xian would not have such powerful achievements." Gu Xian's face was also full of joy. Then he changed the topic and said, "Father, I wonder how Zhuowen has been recently? What realm has he reached?" Back then, the limelight had been completely stolen by Zhuowen in the battle for the spots. Although he was convinced at that time, now that 2 years had passed, his progress could be described as lightning speed. He did not think that Zhuowen, whose cultivation level was lower than his back then, could surpass him. "Zhuowen!" Gu Yutian was stunned, but when he saw Gu Xian's competitive expression, he knew what his son was thinking. He sighed and said with a complicated expression, "Zhuowen is currently attempting to break through to the ultimate emperor realm." Gu Xian originally had a confident smile on her face, but after hearing Gu Yutian's words, the smile on her face suddenly froze. Her pupils shrank as she looked at Gu Yutian in disbelief. She cried out involuntarily, "Father, what did you just say? Zhuowen was attempting to break through to the ultimate emperor realm? Has he already reached the great circle of the Heavenly King realm?" Gu Yutian sighed and nodded. After learning of Zhuowen's glorious achievements in the past 2 years, Zhuowen's strength had long exceeded his expectations. The current Zhuowen was an existence that even he had to look up to. Seeing that Gu Xian still had a look of disbelief on her face, Gu Yutian sighed inwardly. Then he recounted everything related to Zhuowen that had happened in the past 2 years. Although he did not want to discourage his son, sometimes it was more important to recognize the truth than blind confidence. The more Gu Xian listened, the more surprised he became. When Gu Yutian finished, he fell into a rare silence. Then he took a deep breath and said with a complicated look in his eyes, "It seems that I was still a frog in the well. I really did not expect that Zhuowen had done so many shocking things in the past 2 years. However, I will not be dispirited because of this. I will catch up to him." At this point, Gu Xian's face did not have a trace of frustration. Instead, there was a trace of determination. Good, good, good. Xian, I am relieved that you can think this way. With Zhuowen's talent, he will probably reach the ultimate emperor realm before the battle for the Origin Qi Tower. At that time, he will be the main force of our Rot 10 Armor City. With a genius like Zhuowen, our Rot 10 Armor City will probably be able to break into the top 1,000. At that time, our Rot 10 Armor City will successfully become a medium-grade city. So when the time comes, you have to get closer to Zhuowen. Gu Tian laughed, his face full of gratification. Actually, it was already very impressive that Gu Xian could reach the Earth King realm in 2 years. However, he had met a monster like Zhuowen. Boom! 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 Just as Gu Tian and Gu Xian were conversing, 10 black figures flew over at an exaggerated speed several hundred kilometers away from Rot 10 Armor City. 10 auras surged out like mountains. What's going on? Gu Tian's expression changed. He raised his head to look at the sky and saw the 10 black figures flying over. Damn it! It's actually 10 peak Heavenly King Realm experts. Why would Heavenly King Realm experts suddenly appear? Could it be? As if he had thought of something, Gu Tian's expression turned extremely ugly. With a flash of his figure, he directly disappeared from the pavilion and arrived at the top of the tall city wall. With a grave expression on his face, he stared at the 10 figures that were charging towards him from outside the city. Big brother, those 10 people are very powerful. Could they be the culprits who recently massacred the other low-grade cities? Gu Lai was already on the city wall. When he saw Gu Tian arrive, he asked with an anxious expression, "It's very likely. Second brother, quickly open the great city barrier array left behind by Grandmaster Tsangmu. We must not let those 10 people enter the city." Gu Tian's expression was also quite grave. Gu Lai nodded. His body flashed and rushed towards a formation on the southern side of the city wall. That formation was the core of the great city barrier array that Grandmaster Tsangmu had carved. As long as the corresponding yuan crystals were inserted, the great city barrier array would be activated instantly. Gu Xian followed closely behind Gu Tian and arrived at the top of the city wall. She also noticed the 10 figures rushing over from afar. In particular, the 10 figures did not hide their auras at all. Therefore, Gu Xian could feel the powerful aura emitted from the 10 figures. "Father, who are they?" Gu Xian could not help but exclaim. The 10 figures all emitted the aura of the perfect Heavenly King stage. Mobilizing 10 perfect Heavenly King stage experts in one go was a little too much. These people should be the culprits who recently massacred the low-grade cities. Xian, our Rot 10 Armor City cannot avoid this battle. You must be prepared for battle, Gu Tian said in a low voice. Gu Tian had already told Gu Xian about the massacre in the low-grade cities. Therefore, when she heard this, she was not too surprised. However, there was an additional grave expression on her face. Chi! The sound of something burning suddenly rang out. Then the area within a few hundred miles of Rot 10 Armor City was enveloped by a layer of transparent barrier that emitted a brilliant light. When the Great City Barrier Array was activated, it immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators in the city. Among them, Zhuo Xiangding, who was cultivating in the Zhuo family, also noticed the abnormality in the city. His expression changed as he said, "They actually activated the Great City Barrier Array. Could it be that some powerful enemy is attacking? No, I have to go take a look." As he spoke, Zhuo Xiangding took a step forward and disappeared from the loft. In a short while, he appeared on the outer city wall of the city. "Lord Gu, what exactly happened? They actually activated the Great City Barrier Array?" As soon as Zhuo Xiangding arrived on the city wall, he discovered Gu Tian standing on the city wall and asked in surprise, "There are 10 peak Heavenly King stage experts heading straight for our Rot 10 Armor City. I'm afraid that they have come with ill intentions. Moreover, I suspect that these 10 people are the culprits behind the recent massacre of the surrounding low-grade cities. Guyu Tian said. 10 peak Heavenly King stage experts? Damn it, they actually have such a powerful lineup. However, although the Great City Barrier Array's defensive power is very strong, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for it to withstand an all-out attack from a peak Heavenly King stage expert, Zhuo Xiangding said with a frown. Where is Zhuo Wen? Could it be that he still hasn't come out of seclusion? The true limitless astral sword he took out last time is comparable to an ultimate Emperor stage expert. If the Great City Barrier Array can't withstand it, then use the puppet array. Although Guyu Tian's face was full of seriousness, he didn't panic in the slightest. After all, the true limitless astral sword formation that Zhuo Wen had handed over was really too powerful. Even if the 10 peak Heavenly King stage experts joined forces, it would be very difficult for them to defeat the puppet array. They might even be killed by the puppet array instead. Zhuo Xiangding nodded slightly and said, Zhuo Wen is still in seclusion, but I think he will be out soon. He told me that he would be in seclusion for 2 months at most. Now that it has been 2 months, I'm afraid that he will come out soon. However, with the true limitless astral sword in our hands, our Rotten Armor City is not afraid of the 10 peak Heavenly King stage experts. Zhuo Xiangding's face was full of confidence. He patted his Qinquan bag with his right hand, and numerous puppets surged out like a tide, appearing on the city wall. There were a total of 108 of them. What powerful puppets! There are actually 36 puppets that are comparable to the Heavenly King stage, while the other 72 are even above the Earth King stage. Were these puppets really taken out by Zhuo Wen? Gu Xian was truly stunned as he looked at the terrifying auras of the puppets in front of him. Any one of these 108 puppets could completely destroy him. When he came back to his senses, Gu Xian smiled bitterly and said softly, I really didn't expect Zhuo Wen to be so powerful. He can even take out such a powerful puppet array so easily. I'm afraid he has something even more powerful in his hands. He knew that since Zhuo Wen was able to hand over the puppet array so casually, it was obvious that this powerful array wasn't that precious to the former. He definitely had more powerful treasures in his hands, and there might even be more than one. When Guyu Tian and Zhuo Xiangding heard this, they nodded in deep agreement. At this moment, Zhuo Wen had become mysterious and powerful in their eyes, as if there was a layer of mist lingering around his body. Boom! Chapter 328. Puppet formation. The 10 figures were all dressed in black armor. On the chest area of their armor was a lifelike dragon. They were General Fei Long's 10 deputy generals of the Flying Dragon Army. Their strength was at the peak of the Heavenly King stage. These 10 people had their own code names in the Flying Dragon Army. However, General Fei Long usually used numbers to distinguish them. The man in black armor who reported to General Fei Long after the massacre of Shanghong City was Black One. He was the strongest and also the eldest brother of the 10. This Rotten Armor City is not simple. It actually has a great city barrier formation. It seems like there are arcana masters in this low-grade city. Black One also saw the transparent barrier around Rotten Armor City and said in surprise, It's only a grade 3 yuan array. Moreover, it's one of the weaker ones. Big brother, I can break it by myself. A tall and burly man in black armor laughed in a rough voice. Black One glanced at the burly man and nodded. Fifth brother, you are the strongest among the 10 of us. Go and break this great city barrier formation. However, you have to be careful. I can feel that this Rotten Armor City is not ordinary. When the burly man heard this, a trace of joy appeared on his face. He smiled and said, This Rotten Armor City is only a low-grade city. I'm afraid it doesn't even have a Heavenly King stage. Big brother, you're overthinking it. Next, you'll have to watch how I break this great city barrier formation. The burly man laughed. With a stomp of his foot, a powerful force caused cracks to appear on the ground. Then his speed soared to the extreme, and he arrived in front of the great city barrier formation in an instant. Heavenly Yuan shattering hammer! With a loud shout, the burly man clenched his right hand. The yuan qi around him was sucked into his palm like a whirlpool. It turned into a giant golden hammer that was several feet long. Once the golden hammer was in his hand, the burly man violently swung it at the great city barrier formation in front of him. Rumble! A huge sound like a mountain collapsing suddenly rang out. Then the transparent barrier on the surface of the defender formation started to shake violently. The powerful tremors almost spread through the entire Rot-Tan Armor City, causing quite a commotion in Rot-Tan Armor City. Kacha! A crisp sound slowly rang out. Then cracks appeared on the surface of the protective array around Vine Armor City. In the end, it collapsed inch by inch and turned into nothingness. Haha! Sure enough, it was just a lowly low-level city. The great city barrier array was really too weak. Where was the castellan of Rot-Tan Armor City? Why aren't you coming out? After shattering the great city barrier array, the rough man laughed wantonly, his face full of ridicule and mockery. On the city wall, Guyu Tian was not surprised at all when he saw that the city protection formation had been broken. After all, the man in front of him was a peak Heavenly King stage expert. Zhuo Xiangding kept the puppet array and exchanged glances with Guyu Tian. Then both of them dashed forward and stopped in front of the boorish man. May I know why this senior has come to Rot-Tan Armor City? We don't seem to have any grudges with you. Guyu Tian cupped his hands and said coldly. Seeing Guyu Tian's fearless look, the boorish man narrowed his eyes and said with a grin, "A mere Earth King stage trash actually dares to act like this in front of me. It seems like you don't want to live anymore. Let me tell you clearly, I'm here today to massacre the city. You'll be the first to die." As he spoke, the boorish man waved his arm and directly charged towards Guyu Tian and Zhuo Xiangding. Obviously, he wanted to kill them directly. The recent massacre of the surrounding low-level cities was indeed caused by you guys. It won't be that easy to kill us. Zhuo Xiangding's expression changed, a trace of anger appearing on his face. After all, he was also born in a low-level city. When he saw the other low-level cities being massacred like this, it was natural for him to feel a sense of sadness. Whoosh! Whoosh! Black shadows suddenly burst out from Zhuo Xiangding's Qinquan bag and instantly surrounded the burly man who attacked. It was the true Heavenly Dipper, earthly fiend puppet formation. However, Zhuo Xiangding was cautious and only summoned 12 Heavenly Dipper puppets. Bang! The boorish man's attack was completely blocked by the surrounding puppets, as if it had entered a swamp. What's going on? These are all puppets? How could this be? There are actually so many puppets, and the auras of these 12 puppets are not weaker than the Heavenly King stage? Looking at the puppets around him, the smile on the boorish man's face finally froze, replaced by fear. He was indeed strong, at the peak of the Heavenly King stage, but there were a total of 12 Heavenly King stage puppets around him. Although these 12 puppets were slightly weaker than the boorish man, they still had the strength of the perfected Heavenly King stage. When the 12 of them joined forces, even if the boorish man was a peak Heavenly King stage warrior, he would not be a match for these 12 puppets. Kill him! Zhuo Xiangding's eyes were filled with killing intent as he ordered coldly. Boom! 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 After receiving the order, the 12 Heavenly Dipper puppets instantly moved, erupting with a power as powerful as a mountain and bombarding the boorish man's body. The fear on the boorish man's face became even more intense. He took out all the spirit treasures in his Qinquan bag in a panic, hoping to block the combined attack of these puppets. However, these spirit treasures exploded into dust after coming into contact with the puppets' attacks. No, no, no. How can I die here? I can't accept this. The boorish man finally let out an extremely unwilling roar. The attacks of the 12 Heavenly Dipper puppets all landed on the boorish man's body, directly blasting him into pieces. What? Old Five is dead? How is that possible? What are those that surrounded Old Five? Old Five couldn't even hold on for 15 minutes before exploding and dying. Those seem to be puppets? Oh my God, there are actually 12 of them, and all 12 of them have the strength of the complete Heavenly King stage. Hei and the others, who were originally behind the boorish man, also saw the scene just now. Especially after hearing the boorish man's unwilling roar. They were all shocked and their faces were filled with disbelief. Big brother, what should we do now? This Rattan Armor City is really strange. They actually have such precious puppets, and there are even 12 of them. I'm afraid we won't be able to gain any advantage against them. Hei and the others all stopped. They were dozens of miles away from Rattan Armor City. They looked at each other and at the 12 puppets in the distance, their faces filled with fear. At this moment, Hei's face was extremely gloomy. He coldly stared at the remaining 8 people who were somewhat afraid and sneered, "Do you dare to retreat? The general has given a death order. If we don't get rid of this Rattan Armor City, you know the consequences." When the other 8 heard this, they couldn't help but shiver. General Fei Long was famous for being cold and cruel. If they didn't complete the mission this time, they would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Those 12 puppets are only at the complete Heavenly King stage, but the 9 of us are at the peak of the Heavenly King stage. Although we have fewer people than the puppets, if we join forces, we should be able to destroy those 12 puppets. As long as those puppets are destroyed, Rattan Armor City will have nothing to rely on. At that time, it will be like a soft persimmon that we can crush at will. He was extremely calm at this moment. He looked at the 8 people around him and silently analyzed the pros and cons of the current situation. After Hei's explanation, the 8 people who were originally a little flustered immediately regained their composure. Big Brother is right. As long as we join forces, we will definitely be able to destroy those 12 puppets. If we retreat this time, I'm afraid the general won't let us off. We definitely can't retreat. The 9 people immediately reached an agreement. Then they looked at the 12 puppets, not far away with murderous intent. The killing intent in their eyes surged. Kill. Destroy Rattan Armor City. At Hei's command, the 9 people immediately rushed towards the 12 puppets blocking in front of Guyutian and Zhuoxiangding in a strange formation. They knew that if they didn't destroy these 12 puppets, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Rattan Armor City. Boom! 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 In an instant, Hei and the other 8 people collided with the 12 puppets. The shock waves created by the collision spread out in all directions in a ring shape. Even the space seemed to be distorted because of it. Hei and the other 8 people used their strongest soul treasures and moves. Their perfect and tacit cooperation actually put the 12 puppets at a disadvantage in an instant. They even pressed on step by step, wanting to destroy all 12 puppets in one fell swoop. So what if you have 12 puppets? Your Rattan Armor City won't be able to escape the fate of being slaughtered. Once we destroy these 12 puppets, it will be the death of the 2 of you and Rattan Armor City. Hei's eyes lit up as he pushed the puppets back again and again. He looked at Guyutian and Zhuoxiangding, who were watching from the side, and sneered. However, what surprised them was that Guyutian and Zhuoxiangding didn't have the slightest trace of worry on their faces. Instead, they were strangely calm. Are these 2 guys scared out of their wits? Their puppets are clearly at a disadvantage, but they don't seem to be worried at all. One of Hei's subordinates muttered to himself in confusion, "I'm sorry. This should be our line. Today is the day the 9 of you die. True Big Dipper, earthly fiend, come out." A strange smile appeared on Zhuoxiangding's face. Then he patted his Qinquan bag and summoned the remaining puppets. They gathered together with the 12 Big Dipper earthly fiend puppets and formed a Big Dipper earthly fiend puppet formation. Oh my God, there's still puppets? And there are a total of 36 Heavenly King puppets and 72 Earthly King puppets. How can a small Rot-Tan armor city have so many powerful puppets? I'm afraid that even an ordinary middle-grade city wouldn't be able to produce so many puppets, right? Chapter 329. General Fei Long makes a move at this moment. Zhuo Xiangding's face was filled with indifference. He formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "True Heavenly Dipper Earth Terminus Formation, form! Destroy everything!" Boom! Boom! The 108 puppets worked together in perfect coordination. Their mountain-shattering attacks were like meteorites that filled the sky as they continuously bombarded Black One and the other 8 people in the encirclement. It was as if countless bombs had exploded at the same time. Invisible ripples surged out from within the puppet formation. As these ripples spread out, they even caused the space to distort. Even though Hei Yi and the others were in the middle of the puppet formation, they could only barely withstand the attacks of the puppet formation. They were like a small boat in a storm that could capsize at any time. What a powerful puppet formation! Those 9 people are all peak Heavenly King stage experts. When the 9 of them work together, they can even put up a fight against an ultimate Emperor stage expert. However, under the Heavenly Dipper Earth Terminus formation, they are actually in such a sorry state. Guyu Tian and Zhuo Xiangding were somewhat surprised as they looked at the puppet formation that could distort space. It seemed like the might of the Heavenly Dipper Earth Terminus formation was above their expectations. They really didn't know how Zhuowen had obtained such a powerful puppet formation. Haha, Lord Gu, look. The 9 of them can't hold on any longer. Zhuo Xiangding suddenly laughed and said in a carefree manner. Guyu Tian also turned his gaze to the puppet formation when he heard this. Under the combined attacks of the 108 Heavenly Dipper Earth Terminus puppets, the defensive circle formed by Hei Yi and the others was blasted apart. The 9 of them were all killed by the other puppets. Ah, I can't accept this. How can a small, low-level city have such a powerful puppet formation? We've really lost this time. We've destroyed more than 10 low-level cities, but now we've been destroyed by a low-level city. Boom! Boom! The 108 puppets continuously unleashed 108 powerful attacks. The powerful yuan power fluctuations almost caused the surrounding air to boil. Among the 9 people, other than Black One, who was the strongest, the other 8 people were all smashed into pieces by this powerful attack. Countless blood foam flew everywhere. Pucci, although he managed to block the puppet array's attack, Black One spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body fell to the ground like a falling leaf. Do you know who I am? I'm the first Deputy General of the House of Marquis Qin's General Fei Chong. Stop! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Black One's aura was extremely weak. When he saw that the surrounding puppets were about to attack again, his face suddenly revealed a look of horror. He hurriedly shouted out his identity. From the house of Marquis Qin. When Zhuo Xiangding and Guyu Tian heard this, they were instantly shocked. They immediately stopped the puppet array that was about to attack. Why do you want to destroy our Rot-Tan armor city? We're only an insignificant low-level city. The 2 of them also became quite serious. If this matter involved a super force like the House of Marquis Qin, they had to be careful. After all, the House of Marquis Qin was the most powerful force in Muqin County. Crushing Rot-Tan armor city was like crushing an ant. We're just following orders. The person in charge of this mission is our superior, General Fei Chong. He's a general under the second prince of the House of Marquis Qin, Lu Yongsheng. This time he's following orders to destroy your Rot-Tan armor city. It seems like he's looking for a young man named Zhuowen. Black One laughed bitterly. Now that his life was in the hands of others, he really didn't dare to lie. It's actually the second prince of the House of Marquis Qin. Could it be related to the incident in the primordial cave mansion? I remember that when we were in the primordial cave mansion, the third prince, Lu Yuanhua, had a conflict with Zhouwen. This Lu Yuanhua is the third brother of that Lu Yuanhua. It seems like it's because of that Lu Yuanhua. Gu Yutian frowned. Then what should we do? This time, they're clearly coming with great force. I'm afraid they won't let Zhouwen go so easily. Moreover, the battle for the Vitality Tower is coming soon. Zhouwen must go to the provincial capital. Wouldn't that be like a lamb walking into a tiger's den? Zhua, Xiangding said with an ugly expression. Although the House of Marquis Qin is the most powerful force in the provincial capital, fighting is prohibited in the provincial capital. Even the people of the House of Marquis Qin don't dare violate this rule. Therefore, the provincial capital is very safe. However, there aren't so many restrictions in the Vitality Tower. When the time comes, if Lu Yuanhua wants to make a move, he'll probably do it in the Vitality Tower. Gu Yutian shook his head. His expression also became somewhat gloomy. He knew that if Lu Yuanhua really targeted Zhouwen, it would be very difficult for Rot 10 Armor City to achieve anything in this battle for the Vitality Tower. This matter should be decided by Zhouwen himself. But how should we deal with this guy? Zhua, Xiangding shook his head and then looked coldly at the weak black one in front of him. Since Lu Yuanhua has shed all pretense of cordiality with us, we don't need to worry too much. Gu Yutian's eyes surged with killing intent. He took out a long sword from his heaven-earth pouch and fiercely stabbed forward. The long sword directly pierced Black One's heart. You. Black One stared in disbelief at Gu Yutian's cold expression. His eyes were filled with hatred. Even if I die, your Rot-Tan Armor City won't be able to escape. The general will quickly find out that the 10 of us have died. When the time comes, he'll rush over and kill everyone in Rot-Tan Armor City. After saying this, Black One fell to the ground with resentment and unwillingness. Then he breathed his last. From what this guy said, they seem to have a general. I'm afraid that general strength is at least at the ultimate Emperor realm. We need to be prepared. After killing Black One, Gu Tian said with a serious expression, if it's an ultimate Emperor realm expert, then the Earth Shah's Tiangang formation should be enough to stop him. But if it's an ultimate Emperor realm expert, then I'm afraid our Rot-Tan Armor City will really suffer. Zhuo Xiangding nodded and smiled bitterly. The moment Gu Yutian killed Black One, in a dense forest thousands of miles away from Rot-Tan Armor City, a tall man in black armor slowly walked through the dense forest. HM? Suddenly, the man in black armor stopped and revealed a cold expression. It was General Fei Long. At this moment, General Fei Long's brows were slightly furrowed. He took out a bright jade tablet from his heaven-earth pouch. However, the surface of the jade tablet was covered in cracks. Black One's life tablet is broken. Does that mean Black One is dead? Could it be that he died in Rot-Tan Armor City? Looking at the broken jade tablet in his hand, General Fei Long narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with dense coldness as he said coldly, since Black One is dead, then the other 9 won't be able to survive either. It looks like this Rot-Tan Armor City is somewhat special. They were actually able to kill my 10 lieutenants. I'd like to meet this Rot-Tan Armor City myself. With that, General Fei Long took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. In the span of a few breaths, General Fei Long had flown thousands of miles away. Soon he saw the silhouette of Rot-Tan Armor City in the distance. As his name suggested, General Fei Long was extremely skilled in speed. His speed was as fast as a flying dragon. It could be said that many half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators couldn't compare to him. This was also why General Fei Long was able to escape from an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator when he was only a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. It was because his speed was already comparable to an ordinary ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. At this moment, outside of Rot-Tan Armor City, Guyu Tian and Zhuo Xiangding were instructing some soldiers to clean up the corpses of Black One and his lieutenants. At the same time, they were secretly on guard. They knew that the second prince hadn't only sent the 10 heavenly kings. He had also sent a very powerful general. However, they didn't know just how powerful that general was. I really didn't think that there would be someone in your little Rot-Tan armor city who could kill my 10 lieutenants. This is rather puzzling, isn't it? Just as Guyu Tian and Zhuo Xiangding were instructing their subordinates to clean up the corpses, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The two of them immediately turned around in fright. They saw a burly man in black armor, standing about 10 meters behind them. He was looking at Guyu Tian and Zhuo Xiangding with a cold smile on his face. "Who are you?" Guyu Tian's eyes bulged as a trace of cold sweat slowly dripped down his forehead. He hadn't even noticed this person had appeared behind them just now. Whoosh! General Fei Long took a step forward, and his entire body turned into a bolt of black lightning. He instantly appeared in front of Guyu Tian, and his lightning-fast fist violently slammed into Guyu Tian's chest. Bang! Guyu Tian's pupils shrank as a heart-wrenching pain immediately surged into his heart. Following that, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew backwards like a withered leaf. In the end, he crashed heavily onto the ground a dozen meters away and spat out another mouthful of blood. "Father! Big brother!" Gu Xian and Gu Lai's expressions changed drastically when they saw that Guyu Tian had been defeated by General Fei Long in a single move. They both landed beside Guyu Tian and stared furiously at General Fei Long. "You killed my lieutenants, and you're asking me who I am? However, since you're so weak, it shouldn't be you who did it. Could it be you?" General Fei Long tilted his head and ignored the furious Gu Xian and Gu Lai. His cold gaze suddenly locked onto Zhuo Xiangding, who was standing nearby in a daze. However, when he sensed the Heavenly King stage aura from Zhuo Xiangding, he couldn't help but frown as he said, "It's just a Heavenly King stage trash. It shouldn't be you either. However, since you dared to touch my lieutenant's corpse, you'll still die." As he spoke, General Fei Long took another step forward and charged towards Zhuo Xiangding with lightning-like speed. In just an instant, General Fei Long arrived within 10 feet of Zhuo Xiangding. He then smiled coldly and threw a punch at the latter's head. The powerful force almost caused the surrounding air to explode. The power of this punch was enough to blow apart Zhuo Xiangding's head. Bang! However, what made General Fei Long's pupils shrink was that his punch was actually blocked. Puppets immediately rushed out from Zhuo Xiangding's Qingquan bag and surrounded General Fei Long. The one who blocked General Fei Long's punch was a celestial dipper puppet. Puppets? Moreover, it's a formation formed by 108 puppets. 36 of them are at the Heavenly King stage, and 72 are at the Earth King stage. No wonder my 10 lieutenants have all fallen. So it's all because of these puppets. However, it won't be that easy to stop me. General Fei Long sneered as he looked at the puppet formation around him. A tyrannical aura suddenly surged out from his body. Chapter 330. Dragon Transformation Boom. Boom! Boom! Boundless astral winds surged out from General Fei Long's body as he threw out several hundred punches in an instant, forcing the nearby puppets to retreat several dozen steps. General Fei Long is so powerful. Even the heavenly spirit's earthly fiend puppet formation has been forced to retreat. Zhuo Xiangding's pupils shrank as he involuntarily exclaimed. He could faintly sense that General Fei Long was actually much more powerful than an ordinary half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Although this fellow's strength is a little strange, the heavenly spirit's earthly fiend formation is not limited to this. Although he was surprised by General Fei Long's strength, Zhuo Xiangding was rather confident in the heavenly spirit's earthly fiend formation. When Zhuo Wen had given it to him back then, he had imparted to him the various uses of the formation, including an ultimate technique. According to Zhuo Wen, Even a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert would find it difficult to resist this ultimate technique. When he thought of this, Zhuo Xiangding's hand seals suddenly changed. His hands moved like lightning as they formed various hand seals. At the same time, the numerous puppets that had been forced back by General Fei Long suddenly released a rather powerful aura. Their originally dull eyes also emitted a somewhat sinister green light. Heavenly spirits, earthly fiend, dragon transformation. With a low shout, Zhuo Xiangding suddenly slapped his Qingkuan bag. Emperor Yuan pills poured out like a tide. At a glance, there were actually over 10,000 of them. The mighty Emperor Yuan pills transformed into dense, golden Emperor Yuan Qi that poured into the bodies of all the puppets. The dragon transformation was the ultimate form of the heavenly spirit's earthly fiend formation. In order to successfully execute this move, one needed 10,000 Emperor Yuan pills. Just a single move required 10,000 Emperor Yuan pills. From this, one could see just how great the price of this move was. The Emperor Yuan pills in Zhuo Xiangding's Qingkuan bag were given to him by Zhuowen. It was also for the former to use the ultimate form of the heavenly spirit's earthly fiend formation to escape when he encountered danger. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon's roar suddenly rang out, following which the 108 puppets wrapped in Emperor Yuan Qi disintegrated one after another, turning into irregular palm-sized cubes. Under the Emperor Yuan Qi, these cubes rapidly reassembled like flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, they had transformed into a giant golden dragon that was several dozen meters long. The golden dragon looked down at General Fei Long with its cold, dark golden eyes. A mere heavenly king stage, heavenly king has 10,000 Emperor Yuan pills. General Fei Long's eyes narrowed when he saw Zhuo Xiangding's actions. A trace of greed flashed through the depths of his eyes. The value of Emperor Yuan pills was extremely high. Even he, a high-ranking general in the house of Marquis Qin, only received several tens of thousands of Emperor Yuan pills a year. However, this ant-like Zhuo Xiangding had actually taken out 10,000 Emperor Yuan pills in one go. General Fei Long's mind couldn't help but become active. He knew that Zhuo Xiangding probably still had a lot of Emperor Yuan pills in his Qingkuan bag, a puppet formation that's comparable to an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, as well as a considerable amount of Emperor Yuan pills. Haha, I'll gladly accept these items. General Fei Long didn't take the formation of heavenly spirits and earthly demons seriously. The golden dragon in front of him was only comparable to an ordinary ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. It might be more than enough to tie down an ordinary ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. But General Fei Long was a powerful existence who had once escaped from a true ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. He could be considered the strongest cultivator below the ultimate Emperor Realm. He could probably even kill an ordinary ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. This was the main reason why he didn't take the golden dragon seriously. It won't be that easy for you to take my Qingkuan bag. Zhuo Xiangding snorted coldly. With a thought, he directed the golden dragon in the sky towards General Fei Long's strong winds, cut through the surrounding air like sharp blades. I, General Fei Long, have never failed to get what I want. Do you think this golden dragon can stop me? General Fei Long grinned. He took out a huge saber with a long handle from his Qingkuan bag. It was more than 3 meters long, and it constantly emitted throbbing waves of energy. My name is General Fei Long. This saber is my treasured saber. It's called the Dragon Slayer Saber, a high-grade, top-grade spirit treasure. No matter if it's a powerful cultivator or a giant dragon, they'll all drink blood from this saber. Today, you won't be an exception. Stomp! General Fei Long stomped his foot on the ground. He did not even try to dodge the incoming golden dragon. His right hand, which was holding the hilt of his blade, suddenly swung. The blade light drew a strange arc in the air like a crescent moon. In an instant, it viciously smashed into the golden dragon's lower jaw. Boom! Boom! Muffled booms that sounded like countless explosions suddenly spread out. Then the giant golden dragon, which was hundreds of meters in size, was actually forced back a dozen steps by General Fei Long's ordinary slash. General Fei Long, on the other hand, did not move at all. How is this possible? General Fei Long is actually so powerful. Even the formation of heavenly spirits and earthly fiends in its final form is at a disadvantage. Zhuo Xiangding's pupils shrank to the size of needles as he watched the giant golden dragon retreat. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. His face was already filled with shock. Even Gu Xian and Gu Lai, who were supporting the heavily injured Gu Yutian, stared at the scene before them in disbelief. They could sense the powerful aura radiating from the giant golden dragon. It was definitely comparable to a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert. However, this giant golden dragon, which wasn't any weaker than an ordinary half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert, had actually been completely suppressed by General Fei Long in their first clash. General Fei Long isn't an ordinary half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. He's actually this powerful. This is simply unbelievable. Gu Yutian said with a grave expression as he clutched his chest and coughed up blood. This puppet really is extraordinary. My Dragon Slayer saber didn't even leave a mark on its body. I'm definitely taking this puppet. The greed in General Fei Long's eyes grew even more intense as he watched the giant golden dragon retreat. He could sense that the puppet before him wasn't ordinary at all. If he could take it for his own use, his strength would probably rise to a whole new level. So what if its skin is tough? This puppet requires energy to use. As long as I exhaust all the energy within its body, it'll naturally be unable to move. At that time, I'll be able to forcefully store it into my Qingkuan pouch. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, General Fei Long stomped his foot and raised his saber once more. He clashed with the giant golden dragon once more. The giant golden dragon wasn't willing to be outdone. It roared furiously and charged at General Fei Long. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two of them violently collided. They had exchanged dozens of blows in an instant, and the battle had reached a climax. The shock waves from the battle rippled outwards, causing even space itself to distort. However, to Zhuo Xiangding's horror, the giant golden dragon was at an absolute disadvantage. Every time they exchanged blows, the giant golden dragon would be blasted to the ground by General Fei Long's tyrannical strength. Fortunately, the giant golden dragon was a puppet. Its body was so tough that even General Fei Long couldn't easily penetrate it. Although the giant golden dragon's skin was tough, just as General Fei Long had guessed, it required energy to control the giant golden dragon in battle. The source of this energy came from the 10,000 Emperor energy pills that Zhuo Xiangding had just scattered. Once the Emperor energy within the giant golden dragon's body was completely exhausted, the giant golden dragon would become as motionless as a piece of scrap metal. General Fei Long is really too strong. Even the giant golden dragon isn't his match. We can only run now. Otherwise, once he completely defeats the giant golden dragon, none of us will survive. The more Zhuo Xiangding watched, the more shocked he became. General Fei Long was really too abnormal. This guy's strength had completely surpassed the limits of an ordinary half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert. He was probably extremely close to the ultimate Emperor Realm. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Zhuo Xiangding resolutely abandoned the giant golden dragon. His speed soared to the limit as he arrived beside Gu Yutian and the others. He shouted, "Run! This General Fei Long isn't someone we can deal with. Run! Where can we run to now? This General Fei Long has already fought his way to the gates of our Rot-Tan Armor City. Are we supposed to ignore the lives of everyone in Rot 10 Armor City and escape by ourselves? Gu Tian's face was filled with bitterness. After discovering that even the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends provided by Zhuowen weren't General Fei Long's match, he knew that Rot 10 Armor City was truly finished. Everyone, go to the Zhuo Manor. Zhuowen has set up a defensive origin array outside. As long as we hide in the Zhuo Manor, no matter how powerful this General Fei Long is, he won't be able to break through. Zhuo Xiangding's voice carried a trace of urgency. A defensive origin array? A glint immediately surged within Gu Tian's eyes when he heard this. However, it quickly dimmed as he bitterly laughed. It's useless. Even the great defensive formation that Grandmaster Tsangmu has set up is unable to block General Fei. Long don't tell me that the defensive Yuan formation that Zhuowen has set up will be able to block him. Zhuowen is now a grade 3 Arcana Master, and his spirit has also reached the perfection of the grade 3 Arcana Master. He's only a step away from becoming a grade 4 Arcana Master. He's much stronger than Grandmaster Kuraki back then. The defensive origin array he set up is at the peak of grade 3 Arcana Masters. It can even withstand General Fei Long's attacks. Seeing that Gu Tian and the others were somewhat disheartened, Zhuo Xiangding no longer bothered to hide the fact that Zhuowen was a grade 3 perfect Arcana Master. After all, Zhuowen was his grandson, and he didn't hide much from Zhuo Xiangding. This was why Zhuo Xiangding knew that Zhuowen's spirit had reached such a high level. What? Brother Zhuo, what did you say? You're saying that Zhuowen is actually a grade 3 perfect Arcana Master? The atmosphere between the three of them immediately became strangely silent. Gu Tian, Gu Lai, and Gu Xian all stared blankly at Zhuo Xiangding. Disbelief filled their faces. They suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. They remembered that Zhuowen had only started learning spirit techniques 3 or 4 years ago. Wasn't it a little too terrifying for him to become a grade 3 perfect Arcana Master in such a short amount of time? Chapter 331. Dragon Rebel / after learning that Zhuowen was actually a perfect 3rd grade Arcana Master. Gu Tian and the other two's eyes lit up again. They knew that they were saved this time. Let's go. To the Zhuo Manor. With that, Gu Tian and the other two followed Zhuo Xiangding into the city. They couldn't stay here for long. Once General Fei Long completely defeated the giant golden dragon, they would really be in trouble. They were as weak as ants in front of a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Die, all of you. General Fei Long, who was fighting fiercely with the giant golden dragon, also noticed that Zhuo Xiangding and the other three were preparing to escape. He coldly snorted and reached out with his right hand, intending to use Yuan energy to stop Zhuo Xiangding and the other three. However, the giant golden dragon had already received Zhuo Xiangding's order. It fiercely pounced towards General Fei Long, its large mouth viciously biting at General Fei Long's outstretched arm. Oh, damn it. Then let's deal with this puppet first. We'll deal with those ants later. In the face of the giant golden dragon's attack, General Fei Long could only slowly retract his outstretched right arm. With a sidestep, he dodged the dragon's bite. Then he swung his large blade and directly chopped at the dragon's neck. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sparks burst out, but the surface of the giant dragon remained unscathed. However, the tremendous force caused the giant golden dragon to plummet downwards. With a loud rumble, the giant dragon's huge body smashed a huge crater into the ground. Looking down at the undying giant golden dragon, the desire in General Fei Long's eyes grew even more intense. He must obtain such a sturdy puppet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While General Fei Long was fighting fiercely with the giant golden dragon, Zhuo Xiangding, Gu Tian, and the other two had already entered Rot 10 Armor City. At this moment, Gu Tian's expression was rather calm as he said, "Second brother, quickly go to the city lord's mansion and gather some of the outstanding disciples and enter the Zhua Manor together. Also, evacuate the others. Run as far as you can. Big brother, I understand. Gu Lai nodded his head and immediately disappeared from where he was, heading towards the city, Lord's mansion, to gather the disciples. After all, the outstanding disciples were the foundation of the city, Lord's mansion. Exai, go and evacuate the commoners in the city. Tell them to leave Rotan Armor City as soon as possible. This old man is afraid that General Fei Long won't even let the commoners off. Gu Tian instructed Gu Xian. Gu Xian nodded her head and rushed towards the crowded areas in the city without hesitation. After all, even the commoners had seen the battle just now. In fact, without Gu Xian's instructions, the commoners had already formed groups and ran out of the city. This saved Gu Xian a lot of effort. Zhua family head, I'll have to trouble you from now on. I hope that you can activate the defensive array in the Zhua Manor. I hope that our Rotan Armor City can escape this calamity. Gu Tian looked apologetically at Zhua Xiangding beside him and said, Lord Gu, why are you so polite? Rotan Armor City is also the foothold of our Zhua Manor. In the face of danger, we naturally need to work together. Moreover, Zhuowen is currently trying to break through to the half-step ultimate emperor realm. We only need to wait for Zhuowen to come out of seclusion. At that time, there will be hope for our Rotan Armor City. Zhua Xiangding shook his head. As they spoke, the two of them quickly arrived at the Zhua Manor. At this moment, many people in the Zhua Manor were panicking because of the battle just now, especially when they found out that there was still a half-step ultimate emperor realm expert outside. For a moment, everyone was panicking. Master! Master! After Zhua Xiangding helped Gu Tian into the Zhua Manor, many of the clan members gathered at the training grounds had respectful expressions on their faces. The originally panicked people also became more orderly because of Zhua Xiangding's return. Among them, Zhuowen's eldest uncle Zhua Baitian and second uncle Zhua Dingtian stepped forward and asked with puzzled expressions, Father, where did that expert come from? Why did he attack our Rotan Armor City? That person is called General Fei Long. He is the culprit behind the recent massacre of many low-grade cities. Eldest brother, second brother, hurry up and activate the defensive Yuan formation set up by Zhuowen. General Fei Long will be coming in soon. Zhua Xiangding said with an extremely serious expression. Zhua Baitian and Zhua Dingtian were shocked when they heard this. The two of them naturally knew about the massacre of dozens of low-grade cities around Rotan Armor City. They knew that the situation this time was critical. We will activate the defensive Yuan formation right now. Zhua Dingtian and Zhua Baitian looked at each other and hurriedly entered the inner courtyard to activate the Yuan formation. Not long after, Gu Lai and Gu Xian led the outstanding disciples of the city Lord Manor to the Zhua Manor. The defensive Yuan formation within the Zhua Manor was also activated. Sizzle sizzle, a strange sound rang out. The area within a few miles of the Zhua residence was completely covered by a layer of colorful energy barrier. This layer of energy barrier was like a rainbow that constantly changed colors. The people outside could not see the situation within the energy barrier, but the people inside could clearly see what was happening outside. What a powerful defensive Yuan formation. It is much stronger than our city defense formation. Staring at the colorful energy shield, Gu Tian's face revealed a trace of amazement. He could feel the powerful aura emitted by this defensive elemental formation. This aura far surpassed the original defensive elemental formation of Rotan Armor City. Boom! Outside the city, General Fei Long clenched his right hand and once again struck the body of the giant golden dragon, slamming it into the ground from the sky. Roar! The giant golden dragon let out a sorrowful cry and instantly disintegrated into 108 heavenly spirits and earthly fiends' puppets. However, these puppets had dull eyes and were motionless. It was obvious that the energy in their bodies had been exhausted. Haha, I've finally exhausted all of this big guy's energy. General Fei Long gently wiped away the sweat on his forehead and sighed. The giant golden dragon formed by the puppets was just too durable. No matter how hard he struck, he could not break its body that was as hard as steel. Only an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator could completely destroy this puppet. Although I spent a lot of effort, it was worth it to be able to obtain such a powerful puppet. With a wave of his right hand, General Fei Long collected the puppets that had exhausted their energy. He knew that as long as he refined them again and provided a certain amount of Emperor energy pills, these puppets would be able to function again. Moreover, they would all listen to his orders. Next, I should take care of Rot 10 Armor City, especially that young man called Zhuowen. I must find him. After completing this mission, the second prince will probably reward me handsomely with resources. After taking care of the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends' puppets, General Fei Long looked at Rot 10 Armor City in front of him. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he entered the city in a flash. The streets inside were empty. Many commoners had long since fled the city. However, General Fei Long's target was not the commoners, but the governor's mansion and Zhuowen of the Zhuo mansion. The governor's mansion is empty? General Fei Long frowned as he searched the sky above the city, Lord's mansion, only to discover that there was not a single person in the huge city, Lord's mansion. He then turned his gaze towards the direction of the Zhuo mansion. There are so many cultivators. Looks like many people are hiding in the Zhuo mansion. When he looked over, General Fei Long also noticed the defensive Yuan formation above the Zhuo mansion. His eyes narrowed. There's actually a defensive Yuan formation? But so what if there's a defensive Yuan formation? I'll break it all the same. With a cold snort, General Fei Long took a step into the air and arrived above the Zhuo mansion in an instant. He held a long saber in his hand as he stared coldly at everyone in the Zhuo mansion. He's here. General Fei Long is here. Heavens! This guy actually took care of the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends' puppets. So quickly? How powerful! This guy is definitely much stronger than the average ultimate half-step Emperor Realm cultivator. Everyone who was hiding within the defensive Yuan formation lifted their heads to look at General Fei Long, who was standing in the sky. Their eyes revealed a trace of fear. After all, the commotion caused by the battle between General Fei Long and the Heavenly Dipper Earth Demon puppet was extremely huge. Everyone had clearly witnessed it. Hence, they clearly understood just how frightening General Fei Long was. Today, all of you will die. Break. Reverse Dragon Slash. With a cold snort, General Fei Long lifted his saber and slashed at the air. Yuan power poured out from his palm like a tidal wave and poured into the saber. In an instant, a gigantic saber shadow that was several hundred feet long appeared above the 3 feet long saber. A huge flying dragon coiled around the saber shadow and constantly roared downwards. The surrounding space even began to distort and collapse. What a powerful attack! Can this defensive Yuan formation withstand it? Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked at General Fei Long's terrifying saber shadow. They finally felt that General Fei Long was a little too terrifying. Even Zhuo Xiangding and Guyu Tian were extremely nervous. After all, General Fei Long had given them a feeling that he was a little too powerful. The defensive Yuan formation in front of them was indeed powerful, but the two of them had no idea if it could withstand General Fei Long's attack. Rumble! The powerful saber shadow was like a shooting star that streaked across the starry sky. It violently traversed through the air and violently slammed into the defensive Yuan formation. In an instant, countless black holes appeared at the intersection of the saber shadow and the energy barrier. The space in that area actually collapsed at this moment. A violent explosion suddenly rang out, following which the entire Zhuo mansion trembled. The ground shook and the mountains swayed. All the fighters who were hiding inside revealed looks of panic on their faces. After the violent tremor subsided, Everyone realized that although the defensive Yuan formation in the sky had dimmed a little, it did not break at all. He blocked it. He actually blocked it. Haha. As expected of the defensive Yuan formation set up by Zhuowen, it can actually block such a powerful attack. At this moment, everyone in the Zhuo mansion cheered. They knew that since General Fei Long could not break the defensive Yuan formation, it meant that they were now very safe. Hee. You've underestimated my reverse dragon slash. My strongest move is not the saber shadow. In the sky, General Fei Long's face instantly revealed a mocking sneer. Then he continued, the strongest move is the dragon shadow that is above the saber shadow. After he finished speaking, a dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. The dragon shadow above the saber shadow violently slammed into the defensive Yuan formation. The powerful destructive force exploded into a 5-colored brilliance in mid-air. Crack! Chapter 332. Zhuowen exits seclusion. Everyone in the Zhuo mansion stared at the defensive Yuan array in the sky, which had already begun to crack. Their pupils shrank to the size of needles. It's actually broken. How can General Fei Long be so strong? How is this possible? This is a defensive Yuan array set up by a perfect Grade 3 Arcana Master. How can it be broken so easily? It's over. We're really done for this time. Everyone fell into despair as they stared at the cracks on the defensive Yuan array. Rumble. In the end, the cracks on the surface of the defensive Yuan array continued to expand. In the end, they covered the entire surface of the defensive Yuan array. Then, a sound similar to glass shattering could be heard, following which the colorful defensive Yuan array was turned into fine powder in front of everyone's eyes. Can a mere third-grade origin formation really stop this general's footsteps? You're all too naive. General Fei Long laughed wantonly. Then he looked down and said, however, I'll give you all a chance. Hand over that little brat, Zhuowen, and I'll be merciful and let you all go. General Fei Long was in a good mood after obtaining the Tiangang earthly fiend puppet. Back then, LV Yongsheng had only asked him to capture Zhuowen alive. As for massacring the city, it was just a matter of convenience. However, now that General Fei Long was in a good mood, he could let go of these people who were like ants in his eyes. You're really here for Zhuowen. However, if you want us to hand over Zhuowen, don't even think about it. Even if you slaughter the entire Zhuo family, we won't hand over Zhuowen. Zhuo Xiangding took a step forward and stared fearlessly at General Fei Long in the sky as he replied coldly, that's right. You want us to hand over Zhuowen? No way. Zhuowen is the pride of our Zhuo family. Even if you kill us, don't even think about finding out where Zhuowen is. Immediately, one by one, the members of the Zhuo family followed Zhuo Xiangding and stepped forward. They looked fearlessly at General Fei Long in the sky, their faces filled with the determination to face death. Every member of the Zhuo family knew that the reason why the Zhuo family could develop so quickly was because of Zhuowen. Zhuowen was their pride, their hope, and the backbone of the entire Zhuo family. Even if everyone in the Zhuo family died, they would not let a genius like Zhuowen fall because of them. What a bunch of ants that don't know life from death. Since you dare to reject this general, then all of you can die. General Fei Long's eyes narrowed and were filled with a deep chill. He suddenly pressed down with his right hand, and the yuan qi around his body transformed into a giant palm that viciously pressed downwards. Zhuo Xiangding and the numerous members of the Zhuo family behind him calmly looked at the descending yuan qi palm. Not a single one of them cowered or retreated. They were already prepared to die. They knew very well that it didn't matter if they died. As long as Zhuowen didn't die, the Zhuo family would still be able to rise. They all believed that Zhuowen had the potential and talent to do so. Bang! Just as the giant yuan qi palm was about 3 meters away from Zhuo Xiangding and the others, a blood-red shadow suddenly burst out from the depths of the Zhuo family. Its speed was almost unimaginable, and in the blink of an eye, it slammed into the yuan qi palm. Boom! An ear-piercing explosion sounded. Under the attack of the blood-red shadow, the surging Yuan Qi palm actually crumbled into nothingness. Who is it? General Fei Long's pupils shrank as he looked at the crumbling Yuan Qi palm. It was only then that he saw that the blood-red shadow was actually a long blood-red spear that was about 3 meters long. "It's me, your old man." A clear voice suddenly burst out from the depths of the Zhuo family. Then a slender figure stepped through the air and arrived above the Zhuo family in an instant. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed the blood-red spear that was hovering in midair. He stared indifferently at General Fei Long. "Half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm? I never thought that the Zhuo family would be hiding a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, he's so young. Who are you?" General Fei Long narrowed his eyes as he stared at the young man who was stepping through the air. He asked in a somewhat serious tone. Although a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert had yet to truly step into the Ultimate Emperor Realm, he could already walk through the air for a short period of time. However, there was still a gap between him and a true Ultimate Emperor Realm expert who could walk through the air as if it were flat ground. The young man in front of him didn't conceal his aura at all. The unique aura of a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert emanated from his body, forming countless tiny whirlpools that spun around him. "Didn't I say that I'm your old man? I'm your father. Are you deaf just now? Or did you just ignore your father's words?" The person who had appeared in the air was none other than Zhuo. At this moment, he was staring at General Fei Long with eyes filled with undisguised, killing intent. He had clearly sensed that General Fei Long really wanted to kill Zhuo Xiangding and the others. "Zhuo! Zhuo! Haha!" Zhuo broke through in the end. "It looks like we're saved." Excited shouts suddenly rang out from below. Everyone's gazes were fervently fixed on the not-so-burly figure in the sky. Zhuo really did break through and reach the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm. Gu Xian, who was standing behind Gu Tian, felt the most conflicted as he stared at the figure in the air. The young man who hadn't attracted his attention in the past had not only done many shocking things, but now he could only look up to him. General Fei Long's expression darkened when he heard Zhuo's sharp words. Based on the discussions below, he knew that the young man in front of him was the reason he'd come to Rotan Armor City. He was also the person that Second Prince LV Yongsheng wanted him to capture alive. Why is this young man called Zhuo so strange? He was clearly born in a low-level city, but he's already a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Moreover, he's not even 20 years old. This guy, his talent is a little too terrifying, isn't it? General Fei Long couldn't help but feel shocked when he sensed the powerful aura emanating from Zhuo and associated it with the young man's age and birthplace. If this young man had the resources of the House of Marquis Qin, wouldn't he have reached the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm a long time ago? Since we've already incurred the wrath of such a monstrous genius, we must nip him in the bud. Otherwise, he'll definitely be a huge problem once he matures. General Fei Long slowly raised his Dragon Slayer saber and pointed the sharp blade at Zhuo's forehead. He said coldly, "Judging by your appearance, you've probably just broken through to the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm. You haven't even stabilized your strength before coming out of seclusion. In your current state, I only need one move to kill you. If you don't want to die, you'd best bind your arms and let me take you back to see the second prince." "You want your old man to bind my arms and follow you? What a clever idea you have, you bastard. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? What a self-righteous pig." Zhuo shot a glance at General Fei Long and cursed without restraint. "Arrogant brat. I'm going to kill you today." General Fei Long was stunned at first. Then his face turned green and red. When had he ever been cursed at like this? General Fei Long had long since gone mad with rage. Boom! Taking a step in the air, General Fei Long raised his large saber and directly swept toward Zhuo. He flicked his large saber upwards and then fiercely smashed it downwards. Valiant origin energy instantly surged out. Die! Dragon Rebel Slash! General Fei Long roared and used the reverse dragon slash once again. In an instant, his huge blade smashed down. A huge blade shadow entwined with a dragon shadow came crashing down on Zhuo Wen's head from the void. It's the Dragon Rebel Slash again. This move is too powerful. Can Zhuo Wen block it? Zhuo Xiangding asked worriedly from below. After all, Zhuo Wen had only just broken through to the half-step ultimate Emperor realm, while General Fei Long was much stronger than the average half-step ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. The Dragon Rebel Slash was so powerful that it directly destroyed the defensive origin formation that Zhuo Wen had personally set up. At this moment, Zhuo Wen's face was expressionless. He was only staring at the saber shadow with the dragon shadow that was descending from the void. When the saber shadow was a few feet away from Zhuo Wen, he moved. Clang! The 5 fingers on Zhuo Wen's right hand moved, and the spear in his palm spun violently. Next, Zhuo Wen's acupoints opened up and strands of thick blood energy gushed out from his acupoints to swirl around his body. Under the guidance of the spinning spear in his hand, the blood-red aura immediately formed a blood-red vortex around Zhuo Wen. The blood-red vortex began to change as it spun, turning into blood-red maple leaves. The maple leaves were all formed from the blood-red aura. Third move of the Moon Fiend secret manual, Blood Maple Dance. With a soft whisper, the blood-colored maple leaves that bloomed in front of Zhuo Wen lined up in a dense array. With a stomp of his foot, Zhuo Wen actually flew straight towards the blade image that was slashing down. Since you're so eager to die, then you can die. General Fei Long sneered when he saw Zhuo Wen not dodging. With a move of his right hand, the saber shadow in the air sped up again and instantly smashed into the countless blood-red maple leaves in front of Zhuo Wen. Sizzle, sizzle. Countless blood-red maple leaves were extremely corrosive. When the saber shadow came into contact with the blood-red maple leaves, it immediately produced a thick white smoke. The saber shadow was actually corroded by the blood-red maple leaves and gradually shrank. Why are the blood-red maple leaves in front of this brat so corrosive? General Fei Long was shocked when he saw the saber shadow being completely corroded. But the power of the Dragon Rebel Slash isn't just this. Zhuo Wen, be careful. The real attack of this guy's Dragon Rebel Slash is the Dragon Shadow. The saber shadow is just a cover. At this moment, Zhuo Xiangding suddenly shouted with an anxious expression. Unfortunately, Zhuo Xiangding's shout came a little too late. The Dragon Shadow, which had been accumulating power, had already found a gap in the blood-red maple leaves. Like a viper hunting for its prey, it passed through the blood-red maple leaves at a tricky angle and directly bombarded Zhuo Wen's body. In an instant, Zhuo Wen's entire body was engulfed in an intense explosion. It's over! Zhuo Wen was actually hit by the Dragon Shadow. Zhuo Xiangding's face was deathly pale as he muttered to himself with a gloomy expression. The scene instantly fell into a heavy silence. Everyone's eyes were filled with despair. They knew that once Zhuo Wen died, they naturally wouldn't be able to live either. Overestimating yourself, brat. But it won't be easy to explain if you're dead. Looks like I can only bring your corpse back. General Fei Long shook his head and sneered. The power of this move isn't bad, but it's far from enough to finish me off. Chapter 333. Blood Dragon Prison, World Zhuo Wen slowly walked out of the dense explosion zone. The explosions around him actually produced ear-piercing sounds of metal clashing against metal when they hit his body. It was as if the explosions weren't hitting a frail body, but hard rock instead. At this moment, the surface of Zhuo Wen's body was flowing with a translucent, crystalline color. This was the effect of the 6th level of the Jadestone Body Tempering Manual. After all, Zhuo Wen's current physical strength was comparable to a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Even General Fei Long's draconic attacks couldn't do much damage to his body. This guy, how is his body so strong? Even the Dragon Rebel Slash is useless against him? General Fei Long's pupils shrank as he stared at the young man, slowly walking towards him in disbelief. Everyone below also stared at the completely unharmed Zhuowen with bulging eyes. At first, they were stunned, but then they revealed looks of pleasant surprise. So strong! He actually blocked the Dragon Rebel Slash. It looks like we're saved. Right now, Zhuowen was their only savior. The stronger Zhuowen was, the greater their chances of survival. Zhuowen tilted his head and stared coldly at the surprised General Fei Long. Are you tickling me? General Fei Long's expression gradually turned cold. He said icily, "It looks like you've cultivated a body tempering technique before. I'm truly surprised that you can temper your body to such a degree. However, the Dragon Rebel Slash was only one of my ordinary moves. I wonder if you can still receive my next move so easily?" General Fei Long snorted coldly. He wasn't the slightest bit worried about Zhuowen's powerful body. After all, Zhuowen had only just broken through to the half-step ultimate Emperor realm. Although Zhuowen's defensive strength had surprised him, he was certain that Zhuowen's offensive strength wouldn't be that high. General Fei Long's speed soared to the extreme as he slashed with the broadsword in his right hand. Along the way, he left behind a series of afterimages as he approached Zhuowen in an instant. Then he swung his broadsword from bottom to top, ruthlessly chopping at Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen didn't dare to be careless. He could feel that General Fei Long's strength was much stronger than He Hua's during the 9 Extreme Emperor Elemental Pawn competition. In particular, General Fei Long's speed was very fast. Even Zhuowen could only capture the guy's movement trajectory. It wasn't easy to see his figure clearly. He swung his spear downwards and blocked General Fei Long's broadsword. At the same time, Zhuowen's right knee was like a venomous snake as it instantly smashed towards General Fei Long's abdomen. This knee strike was so powerful that it almost caused the air to flow backwards. General Fei Long's figure shifted, and he actually dodged Zhuowen's tricky knee strike in an extremely slippery manner. Then he changed the direction of his saber and directly slashed horizontally at Zhuowen's waist. Humph! With a cold snort, Zhuowen's mind moved. The countless blood-colored maple leaves on the surface of his body immediately formed a blood-colored shield around his waist, instantly blocking the broadsword that was slashing horizontally at him. At the same time, the remaining blood-colored maple leaves turned into countless blood-colored spirals and swept towards General Fei Long's forehead with a whoosh. Damn it! General Fei Long was shocked. He hurriedly withdrew his saber to block the incoming blood-colored spirals. He was very clear that these blood-colored spirals were very corrosive. If they hit his body, he would be seriously injured, even if he didn't die. Good chance. A glint flashed across Zhuowen's eyes. Taking advantage of the fact that General Fei Long was blocking the blood-colored spirals, he tightened his grip and fiercely threw the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear at General Fei Long. The spear directly hit General Fei Long's chest. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Immediately after, General Fei Long's face turned red. He was actually sent flying by the force of the spear that was swinging towards him. He involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! When he was sent flying 30 meters away, the energy within General Fei Long's body surged out. He borrowed the force of the recoil to stabilize his body in midair. His right hand clutched his chest as he gloomily looked at the youth in front of him. What's wrong with this kid? He's clearly just advanced to the half-step ultimate Emperor realm. Not only does he have a physical body that even a half-step ultimate Emperor realm expert would find difficult to deal with, but his attack power is even stronger than mine? General Fei Long's heart was filled with fear as he looked at the youth in front of him. The youth in front of him gave him a feeling that he couldn't defeat him. This kid must be captured. Otherwise, the third prince won't let me go. It looks like I'll have to use that move to defeat this kid. General Fei Long's expression became extremely solemn. Then, He lightly wiped the blade with his right hand. Almost the entire surface of the blade was dyed a bright red with fresh blood. Then, the blade actually absorbed the blood drop by drop. A rather strange aura slowly emanated from the blade. Kid, there aren't many cultivators who can force me to use this move. In the past, I used this move to trap an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. That's how I managed to escape from that ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Although you're very strong, it's basically impossible for you to survive this move of mine. That's why I'm giving you one last chance. Bind your arms and follow me back to the house of Marquis Qin. Otherwise die. General Fei Long's face was filled with killing intent. He stared straight at Zhuowen, his eyes cold and merciless. You talk too much. Die. Zhuowen didn't even bother with General Fei Long. He took a step forward and charged at General Fei Long with his spear in hand. His spear pierced through the air and stabbed at General Fei Long. Since you want to die, don't blame me. Blood Dragon Prison Domain, bind. General Fei Long snorted coldly and stopped his blade in front of him. In an instant, his entire blade was covered in a dense, blood-red color. A thick stench of blood spread out. At the same time, numerous blood dragons appeared in an area of several dozen meters around General Fei Long. The blood dragons were several dozen meters long, and there were a total of 10 blood dragons around them. These 10 blood dragons enveloped an area of several dozen meters around them. For a moment, a bloody light filled the air, turning the surroundings into a world of blood. Within this world of blood, the gravity had increased by several dozen times. As soon as Zhuowen entered this world of blood, his body sank and his knees couldn't help but bend. However, after adapting to the gravity, Zhuowen stood up once more and stared at the world of blood around him with a grave expression. Kid, the Blood Dragon Prison Domain uses my essence blood as a primer to activate a powerful sealing formation. This formation can both attack and defend. It's so powerful that it can practically crush all half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm experts. It can even trap a first cycle Ultimate Emperor Realm expert for 15 minutes. So you're dead for sure. Savage laughter slowly rang out from above the world of blood. Zhuowen raised his head and saw General Fei Long floating in the air, coldly staring down at Zhuowen. 10 huge blood dragons circled around General Fei Long, making General Fei Long seem mysterious and powerful. Oh, did you use your blood essence for this move? Due to the powerful gravity within the world of blood, Zhuowen's body felt as heavy as a mountain. He couldn't fly at all. However, Zhuowen didn't show the slightest trace of worry on his face. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. General Fei Long was a little surprised when he saw that the kid was still smiling even though he was about to die. However, he quickly shook his head and said, "Looks like this kid's mind isn't clear anymore. But that's fine too. I'll just kill you now." With that, General Fei Long looked down from above and suddenly pressed down with his right hand. The 10 blood dragons in the sky behind him suddenly roared and directly flew down, pouncing toward Zhuowen's tiny figure. At this moment, there wasn't a trace of fear or worry on Zhuowen's face. Instead, the smile on his face grew even wider. Within the Zhuo mansion, everyone was looking at the blood-colored sphere that was several hundred feet in size in the sky. That blood-colored sphere was the Blood Dragon prison world that General Fei Long had unleashed. At this moment, the surface of the Blood Dragon prison world was covered in a blood-red color, and it was impossible to see what was happening inside. This Blood Dragon prison world is much stronger than the Dragon Rebel Slash at the beginning. Will Zhuowen be able to withstand it? Zhuo Xiangding said anxiously. "Zhuo family head, don't worry. Even if our young friend Zhuowen isn't a match for General Fei Long, he's still a grade 3 Arcana Master. He must have a lot of life-saving items on him. I think he should have some confidence in escaping from General Fei Long." Guyu Tian comforted him softly. "I hope so." With a sigh, Zhuo Xiangding once again focused his gaze on the blood-red sphere in the sky. However, in his heart, he was silently praying for Zhuowen's safety. Within the blood dragon prison world, 10 blood-red dragons opened their bloody mouths and flew towards Zhuowen. When they were within 10 feet of Zhuowen, Zhuowen raised his head slightly and raised the blood-red spear in his hand. He muttered softly, "Fifth style of the Moon Demon's secret manual, blood explosion style. General Fei Long, by using the blood dragon prison world, you're seeking your own death." The moment Zhuowen's voice rang out, a thick blood aura suddenly condensed around his body. The blood-red dragons that were about to descend suddenly stopped about 10 feet away from him. Then, the 10 blood-red dragons exploded and turned into a pool of blood. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions rang out. The 10 blood-red dragons around Zhuowen all exploded into pools of blood without exception. These pools of blood surrounded Zhuowen's body and formed palm-sized blood beads. Fifth style of the Moon Demon's secret manual, blood explosion style. Originally, it could absorb the opponent's blood and form a pool of blood that could explode at any time around the caster. However, the prerequisite for using the blood explosion style was the existence of the enemy's blood. Now that General Fei Long had sacrificed his blood essence, it just happened to meet the requirements for using the blood explosion style. What did this guy do? Why did my blood-red dragons explode, and all the blood from their explosions turn into blood beads that surround this guy's body? Looking at the 10 blood-red dragons that had exploded and died instantly, General Fei Long's pupil shrank, and he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. For this kind of question, you'd better ask the King of Hell when you reach the underworld. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. With a stomp of his foot, he charged towards General Fei Long with countless blood beads. The blood beads around his body were like countless grenades that blasted towards General Fei Long, who was in a daze in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 334. The Fall of General Fei Long. Boom. Boom. Inside the Zhuo mansion, everyone lifted their heads to look at the sky. Above their heads, the blood-colored ball that spanned over 100 feet had actually produced an extremely loud explosion, following which the blood-colored ball abruptly split into two like a watermelon, following which a figure was thrown out from the sky. Everyone's gazes were tightly fixed on the figure that was thrown out. Their hearts were already extremely nervous. This battle concerned the life and death of Rot 10 Armor City. If Zhuowen was defeated, their Rot 10 Armor City would really be annihilated. Swoosh! Another figure suddenly shot out from the blood-colored sphere that had already split apart. In an instant, they approached the figure that was flying backwards. Both of their hands tightened around the hilt of their spears, and they viciously smashed the figure's chest. Then the figure fell to the ground like a meteor, smashing a huge crater in the ground. Dust filled one's vision like rain. At this moment, everyone's gazes were gathered on the figure that was still floating in the sky. When they saw the figure's face clearly, everyone cheered, and their faces were filled with joy. It's Zhuowen! In the end, Zhuowen won. I never thought that General Fei Long, who was so powerful that he made us feel suffocated, would actually be defeated by Zhuowen. Gazing at the figure that was floating in the sky with a spear in his hand, everyone in the Zhuo mansion's eyes were filled with respect. Even the city lord of Rot 10 Armor City, Guyu Tian, was no exception. Swoosh! In the air, Zhuowen's feet lightly stepped, and he gracefully landed on the ground like a swallow. He slowly walked towards the crater, and his gaze coldly stared at General Fei Long, who was so heavily injured that he could barely move. At this moment, General Fei Long's body was covered with wounds. The originally sturdy black armor had been shattered into countless pieces, revealing the wounds that were riddled with wounds. Earlier, you said that you would bring me back to the house of Marquis Qin. Could it be that you were sent by that fellow, Lu Yuanhua? The tip of the spear was pointed at General Fei Long's neck. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes, and they were filled with coldness. The General Fei Long in front of him was vicious and merciless. He had almost massacred the members of the Zhuo family. If it wasn't for the doubts in his heart, Zhuo would have already killed this General Fei Long. Why would he waste his breath? As for Muqin Marquis Estate, he had some grudges with the third prince, Lu Yuanhua. Kid, since you know that this general is from the house of Marquis Qin, then you'd better let this general go. Otherwise, the wrath of the house of Marquis Qin isn't something that you can bear. At this moment, General Fei Long also knew that the youth in front of him was terrifying. His face no longer had the slightest trace of arrogance and disdain. Instead, it became extremely serious. However, he was still confident in the prestige of the house of Marquis Qin. He believed that since the youth in front of him knew his identity, he naturally wouldn't dare to kill him. Crack! He raised his right foot and fiercely stomped down on General Fei Long's right arm. The crisp sound of bones breaking abruptly rang out. I'm asking you, were you sent by Lu Yuanhua? Zhuowen's gaze was filled with coldness. Ah, you. General Fei Long held his right arm and glared at the youth in front of him with hatred in his eyes. Crack! Raising his right leg again, Zhuo stomped down on General Fei Long's other arm. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out again. My patience isn't very good. If you still don't speak, I don't mind taking care of you immediately. Tightening his right hand, the moon demon dragon's pine spear suddenly shot out. It stopped a few feet away from General Fei Long's neck. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with thick killing intent. Gulp! General Fei Long couldn't help but gulp. He didn't think that the youth in front of him would be so daring. Even though he knew that he was a general of the house of Marquis Qin, he still didn't give him any face. He could feel the deep killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes. He knew that if he really didn't answer Zhuowen's question, he really would be killed. I'll speak. I am a general under the second prince's command. At the same time, I'm also his right-hand man. He was the one who sent me on this mission to destroy Rot 10 Armor City. However, from the second prince's words, I can tell that this mission is related to the third prince. General Fei Long secretly glanced at Zhuo, who had a cold expression on his face. He didn't dare to hide anything and told Zhuo everything he knew. Hearing General Fei Long's story, Zhuowen's expression became more and more serious. He didn't think that Lu Yuanhua's second brother would also make a move. It seems that the conflict between Lu Yuanhua and I will be very difficult to resolve. Frowning slightly, Zhuowen's expression also became more and more serious. After all, Lu Yuanhua was the third prince of the house of Marquis Qin. Whether it was in terms of status or influence, he was much stronger than Zhuo. If Lu Yuanhua really wanted to use the house of Marquis Qin's influence to deal with Zhuo, even 100 Rot 10 armor cities wouldn't be enough to destroy him. General Fei Long had also mentioned that the second prince of the house of Marquis Qin was also a powerhouse on the Qing Huang leaderboard. It was said that he had already reached the ultimate emperor stage. Even Lu Yuanhua, who had lost to him before, had broken through to the ultimate emperor stage. The house of Marquis Qin is indeed rich and imposing. Lu Yuanhua was actually able to ascend to the ultimate emperor stage in such a short period of time. I'm afraid that they must have spent an enormous amount of resources to do so. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. His heart was filled with helplessness. The house of Marquis Qin was simply too powerful. In the entire Muqin prefecture, it was like an insurmountable mountain. Zhuo looked at General Fei Long and asked, I heard that if a cultivator can enter the top 100 in the Vitality Tower battle, they will become a distinguished guest of the house of Marquis Qin and enjoy the same treatment as the crown prince. Is that true? Indeed. After all, the Vitality Tower battle is a selection of geniuses in a prefecture. The true purpose of the Vitality Tower battle is the battle of the 9 counties that the entire Qing Xian Empire wants to hold. The top 100 geniuses selected from the Vitality Tower battle are all qualified to participate in the battle of the 9 counties. that is already a contest between the geniuses of each prefecture. Therefore, as long as a genius can enter the top 100 in the Vitality Tower battle, the Marquis of Muchin will definitely do his best to nurture him in the hopes of achieving good results in the battle of the 9 counties. It is only natural that such a genius can receive the same treatment as the Crown Prince. At this point, General Fei Long looked at Zhuowen strangely and sneered. Don't tell me you're planning to enter the top 100 in the Vitality Tower battle? With your strength, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. I think you should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Also, you have offended the 2nd Crown Prince and the 3rd Crown Prince. If you participate in the Vitality Tower battle, you will undoubtedly die. Pissed, coldly looking down at General Fei Long in the deep pit, Zhuowen suddenly reached out with his right hand. The tip of the spear that was only a few inches away from General Fei Long directly pierced his neck, causing blood to spurt out. I've already said so much. You actually went back on your word. General Fei Long glared at Zhuowen with resentment before slowly falling to the ground, lifeless. I never said I would let you go. You misunderstood me. Pulling out the spear, Zhuowen glanced at General Fei Long's corpse one last time before walking back to the Zhuo residence. At this moment, many people from the Zhuo residence were already running towards Zhuowen. Among them, Zhuo Xiangding and Gu Yutian were the fastest. They quickly arrived in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen, are you all right? Zhuo Xiangding looked at Zhuowen with a somewhat anxious gaze as he asked. Looking at the anxious Zhuo Xiangding, Zhuowen felt warmth in his heart. However, he slightly shook his head and said, I'm fine. Zhuowen, where's General Fei Long? Gu Yutian seemed to be looking for something as he asked cautiously. Gu Cheng, don't worry. General Fei Long has already been taken care of by me. With a faint smile, Zhuowen pointed behind him. There was a deep pit, and General Fei Long's corpse was lying in it. He died with his eyes wide open. Seeing General Fei Long's corpse in the deep pit, Gu Yutian finally relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. Following which, he looked at Zhuowen with reverence. General Fei Long, who was almost invincible in their eyes, had actually been taken care of by Zhuowen in the end. Brother Zhuowen. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Gu Yutian. When Zhuowen heard the voice, he turned around and saw Gu Exan with a smile on his face. So it's Brother Gu Exan. I heard from Gu Qing that you were in seclusion. It seems that you've come out now. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen was a little surprised that Gu Exan had reached the Earth Monarch stage. One had to know that Gu Exan was only at the peak of the corporeal yang stage 2 years ago. Gu Cheng, let's set off for the provincial capital tomorrow, Zhuowen suddenly said to Gu Yutian with a serious expression. Gu Yutian was startled and hesitated. He was also aware of the conflict between Zhuowen and Lu Yuanhua. With Lu Yuanhua's vengeful personality, he would probably cause trouble for Zhuowen once the battle for the Vitality Tower began. All right, tomorrow I will inform the Huban sect and have Hu Wuying come to Rot 10 Armor City. I will bring the 3 of you there then. Although he was worried about Lu Yuanhua's revenge, Gu Yutian knew that General Fei Long had died in their Rot 10 Armor City. Even if they didn't participate in the Vitality Tower battle, Lu Yuanhua would have more time to take revenge after it ended. Gu Qing, are you afraid of Lu Yuanhua's revenge? Zhuowen also saw the hesitation on Gu Yutian's face. Gu Yutian revealed a wry smile. He couldn't help but look at General Fei Long's corpse and nod with a sigh. The Vitality Tower battle will begin in 3 months. Lu Yuanhua won't have time to take care of us. If he wants to take revenge, he will have to wait until after the Vitality Tower battle. If I can make it into the top 100, then I will become an honored guest of the House of Marquis Qin. My status will be on par with Lu Yuanhua's. At that time, he won't dare to do anything, Zhuowen said with confidence. Top 100 in the Essence Tower battle? Upon hearing this, the bitter smile on Gu Yutian's face grew even more intense. It was not that he did not believe in Zhuo Wen's strength, but the difficulty of ranking in the top 100 of the Vitality Tower battle was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. One had to fight for the only 100 spots among hundreds of thousands of geniuses, and the competition was extremely cruel. Even though Zhuo Wen was a quasi-ultimate Emperor realm cultivator at such a young age, there were quite a few people in Muqin County who were stronger than him. Chapter 335. Ready-to-Goth Heavenly Armor Continent was vast, spanning hundreds of billions of miles. Even a saint would find it difficult to search the entire Heavenly Armor Continent. The vast Heavenly Armor Continent was divided into 5 major regions, namely the Eastern Land, the Western region, the Southern Barbarian, the North Pole, and the Central Plains. These 5 regions were extremely vast, and there were countless forces of various sizes living in them. In the Eastern Lands, one of the 5 great regions, the strongest power was the famous Blue Dragon Hall. Ranked second in the Blue Dragon Hall was the Blue Dragon Hall. Although the Blue Dragon Hall was ranked second, its influence was much deeper than the Blue Dragon Hall. Moreover, the Divine Academy's overall strength was only slightly weaker than the Blue Dragon Hall. Even the Blue Dragon Hall was extremely wary of a power like the Divine Academy. Excellent God Institute was located in an extremely mysterious area in the far north of the Eastern Lands. As for its exact location, even the Blue Dragon Hall had not been able to detect it. It could be said that Excellent God Institute was extremely mysterious. In the northernmost part of the Eastern Lands, numerous snowy peaks towered between the heavens and the earth. No one dared to pass through the area, and even birds and ferocious beasts were rarely seen in this place. A graceful figure stood quietly on top of the snowy mountain peak. Her gem-like eyes were looking at the distant horizon. If anyone was here, they would know that she was in the direction of the Qingxian Empire. This graceful figure was a young woman around the age of 18. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyes were like pools of clear water. As she looked around, she possessed an elegant and noble bearing that caused others to feel ashamed of their inferiority and not dare profane her. However, that arrogance and quick-wittedness of hers had a captivating aura that made one unable to help but be captivated. The young girl's jade-like feet were bare, and beneath her sparkling and translucent feet, a verdant red lotus floated. The fiery red lotus and the young girl's snow-white skin contrasted with each other in an extremely holy and pure manner. This young girl was none other than Mu Qinxue, the one who had a connection with Zhuo Wen in the ancient cave. However, at this moment, the girl's eyes were no longer as cold and arrogant as before. Instead, there was a trace of melancholy and some fluctuations. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure landed behind Mu Qinxue and knelt on one knee. He said respectfully, "Miss." Mu Qinxue gracefully turned around and looked at the old man in front of her. Her originally cold eyes had a trace of gentleness. She bit her lower lip and said with some hesitation, "Elder Qiu, I wonder how Zhuo Wen is doing lately?" Old Qiu glanced at Mu Qinxue and said in a low voice, "That little fellow has been living quite comfortably recently. In 3 months, the Muqin County of the Qingxian Empire will hold the Battle of the Vitality Pagoda. That little fellow should be participating in the Battle of the Vitality Pagoda." At this point, Elder Qiu suddenly looked deeply at Mu Qinxue and frowned. "Miss, ever since we left the ancient Era's cave, you've been paying so much attention to that little fellow called Zhuo Wen. Elder Qiu, this has nothing to do with you. It's just that I'm interested in that fellow. If there's nothing else, you can leave." Mu Qinxue's eyes regained their coldness as she said indifferently. Elder Qiu nodded helplessly. He then cupped his hands and disappeared from the snowy peak. After Elder Qiu left, Mu Qinxue's cold eyes once again looked towards the horizon of the Qingxian Empire. Her cherry lips slightly opened as she muttered to herself, "Is the Battle of the Vitality Pagoda about to begin? Zhuo Wen, if you want to enter the Jiaxin Academy, you must stand out in the Qingxian Empire. If you can't do it, then it only proves that we are not fated to be together. Early in the morning, when the first ray of warm sunlight shone down, the Godstone Plaza of Rot-Tan Armor City was already packed with people. Most of these people were from the Jua Mansion and the City Lord's Mansion. There was also a portion of people from other factions who had come to watch the show. These spectators all cast their gazes towards the center of the Godstone Plaza. In the center, there were 3 figures that were the most dazzling. These 3 figures were the representatives of Rot-Tan Armor City to participate in the Battle of the Vitality Pagoda, Zhuowen, Guexayan, and Huwuying. The Huban Gate that Huwuying was from was rather far from Rot-Tan Armor City. Fortunately, Guyu Tian had already warned the person in charge of the Huban Gate. Therefore, Huwuying and his master, Hu Shao, had made it to Rot-Tan Armor City in time. Huwuying's talent was not bad. After 2 years, he had also advanced to the Earth King stage. His strength was slightly weaker than Guexayan's. However, when Huwuying and Hu Shao found out that Zhuowen had actually reached the ultimate Emperor stage, they both revealed looks of disbelief. They knew that although Zhuowen's performance during the Battle of the Quotas was very stunning, it wasn't as abnormal as this. Especially after hearing about some of Zhuowen's past achievements, their disbelief quickly turned into disbelief. However, Huwuying was a free and easy person. He didn't show any signs of comparison. Instead, he admired Zhuowen even more. This made Zhuowen have a rather good impression of Huwuying. In the center of the plaza, Zhuowen was standing with Zhua, Xiangding, and the other members of the Zhua family who had come to send him off. He swept his gaze across his clansmen, and a trace of emotion flashed through his eyes. He knew that the Zhua family had completely regarded him as their backbone. Zhuowen, we won't be able to accompany you to the provincial capital this time. Moreover, with this old man's weak strength, accompanying you will only be a burden. Therefore, you must be careful this time. It's fine as long as you can stay alive. Zhua Xiangding patted Zhuowen's shoulder and said rather apologetically, after all, Zhua Xiangding was the head of the Zhua family. He couldn't leave the family at will. Otherwise, the Zhua family would inevitably fall into a situation where they would be leaderless. Grandfather, don't worry. I understand. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said rather cautiously. At the same time, Zhuowen's eldest uncle, Zhuo Baitian, second uncle, Zhuo Dingtian, and other high-ranking members of the Zhua family also bid farewell to Zhuowen. Naturally, they were rather reluctant to see him leave. Zhuowen, be careful on the road. You are now the pillar of our family. You can't die like this. That's right, brother Zhuowen. You must think more about the Zhua family. Without you, the Zhua family won't be able to rise. Therefore, nothing must happen in this Vitality Tower battle. 2 crisp voices suddenly sounded in his ears. Then, 2 graceful figures walked out from the Zhua family. One of them was elegant and charming, with skin whiter than snow. However, there was a trace of craftiness in her watery eyes. It was Zhua Xiang, who was younger than Zhuowen. The other was tall, dignified, and elegant. Her rosy cheeks revealed a trace of charm. It was Zhua Meishue, who was once an inner court disciple of the Zhua family. As soon as the 2 women appeared, they attracted the attention of many people present. Although Zhua Xiang and Zhua Meishue's beauty couldn't be compared to Mu Qinshue's, they were still considered first-class beauties. Now that they walked together, they naturally formed a beautiful scene. Looking at the 2 beauties leisurely walking in front of him, Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. After all, when the family participated in the market battle, he had fought side by side with these 2 women. Among the 2 women, Zhui Xiang's talent was much higher. Now, she had advanced to the half-step Heavenly King stage, only half a step away from the Heavenly King stage. Zhua Meishue's talent was relatively worse, only at the Corporeal Yang stage. In just a few years, the few young people in the family had grown sufficiently. Zhua Xiang, and Zhua Meishue were now holding important positions in the family. Thank you. I won't die so easily. Looking at the two women in front of him, Zhuowen's heart was filled with emotion. As time passed and his strength continued to increase, he found that some things were getting farther and farther away from him. Although Zhuowen could see the concern in the eyes of the two women in front of him, the powerful aura on his body couldn't help but faintly separate the two women in front of him. The two women just looked at Zhuowen, but didn't approach him like before. It's getting late, we should set off. Now that you are the backbone of the family, I hope you can help grandfather carry the family forward. The next time I come back, I hope to see an even stronger Zhuo family. Zhuowen had never been a sloppy person. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and prepared to leave. At this moment, a somewhat shaky voice suddenly called out to Zhuowen. Zhuowen! Zhuowen's figure paused as he turned his head to look. A sliver of confusion appeared in his eyes as he saw a rather sturdy figure slowly walking out from behind Zhuoxiang, and Zhuomeshua. This figure was dressed in a long black robe, and there was a trace of stubble at the corner of his mouth. He appeared somewhat taciturn. Zhuotian, looking at the black-clothed man slowly walking over, Zhuowen recognized him at a glance. It was Zhuotian, who had a conflict with Zhuowen in the past. After being defeated by Zhuowen in the family competition, Zhuotian appeared to be very taciturn and was no longer as insolent as before. Originally, Zhuowen didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill toward Zhuotian. However, Zhuowen's tenacity and unwillingness to submit during the market battle had changed Zhuowen's opinion of him. The current Zhuowen appeared to be more reserved and steady, and was no longer as impetuous as before. Zhuotian arrived in front of Zhuowen, and a complicated look flashed across his eyes. In the end, he gave a faint smile and extended his hand to Zhuowen, saying, "Have a safe journey. Our Zhuo family can't do without you." Zhuowen was startled and also shook hands with Zhuotian. However, the moment their hands touched, Zhuowen's face changed, and his eyes lit up as he said, "Ha ha! Brother Zhuotian, congratulations! You are actually the third powerhouse in our Zhuo family to reach the Heavenly King stage." As soon as Zhuowen's words came out, it immediately caused an uproar in the Zhuo family. Everyone looked at Zhuotian's back with a hint of surprise in their eyes. What? Tian has also reached the Heavenly King stage? Why didn't this kid tell me all this time? Zhuoxiangding, who was standing beside Zhuoxiangding, was stunned at first, but then he said in ecstasy, "Zhuo, Baitian, Zhuoxiangding," and the others were also startled at first, but then their faces lit up with joy. After all, the more powerhouses there were in the Zhuo family, the better. This would be beneficial to the continuous development of the Zhuo family. Zhuowen scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Actually, it's all thanks to the elixirs that you brought back. That's why I was able to break through to the Heavenly King stage yesterday." Nodding slightly, Zhuowen could sense that Zhuotian's mentality had undergone a huge change after the market battle. In addition to Zhuotian's talent, which was originally not weak, and the support of a considerable amount of elixirs, it was reasonable for him to reach the Heavenly King stage. After glancing at Zhuotian, Zhuowen suddenly took out a jade token from his bosom and handed it to Zhuotian. This is Chapter 336. Towards the prefecture capital. Is this the Patriarch's identity token? Zhuowen this. Looking at the jade token in Zhuowen's hand, Zhuotian was suddenly at a loss for what to do. An indescribable look of surprise appeared on his face. He had never thought that Zhuowen would actually give him such an important thing. When the many members of the Zhuo family saw the Patriarch's token in Zhuowen's hand, they could not help but be stunned. Their eyes were filled with doubt. "Brother Zhuotian, since you were able to advance to the Heavenly King stage on your own, that means that you have the qualifications to receive this Patriarch's token. Grandfather is getting on in years and needs someone to help him share the burden of the family. However, I can't always stay in the family, so I'll have to rely on you for the family's matters. Patting Zhuo Tian's shoulder lightly, a trace of gentleness appeared in Zhuo Wen's eyes. With the resources he left in the family, Zhuo Tian's achievements would definitely not stop at the Heavenly King stage. It was very likely that he would reach the Earth King stage or even the Heavenly King stage. At that time, Zhuo Tian would definitely become the pillar of the Zhuo family. However, Zhuo Wen was very clear that it was impossible for him to stay in the family. After all, he still had to go to Jiaxin Academy, leave Muqing County, and leave the Qingxian Empire. The only thing he could do was to leave more resources for the family. Grandfather, you won't object to my decision, right? After handing the patriarch's token to Zhuo Xiangding, Zhuo Wen suddenly turned to Zhuo Xiangding and smiled. Haha, you little brat, do you think your grandfather doesn't understand you? With your talent, the small Rot-Tan armor city will not be able to restrain you at all. You are destined to enter the vast outside world in the future. Since you have already made your decision, grandfather will naturally not object. Furthermore, I have observed Zhuo Tian for a long time. If he can assist this old man, it will be much easier for this old man. Zhuo Xiangding stroked his beard and laughed. His wrinkled old face was filled with gratification and joy. Thank you, Grandpa and Cousin Zhuo Wen. At this moment, Zhuo Tian's eyes were filled with excitement. He respectfully bowed to Zhuo Wen and Zhuo Xiangding. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind to bring the Zhuo family to greater heights. He could not disappoint Zhuo Xiangding and Zhuo Wen, who trusted him. Nodding slightly, Zhuo Wen greeted the members of the Zhuo family and patted his Qinquan bag. A green flying boat that was 10 feet wide immediately floated in the air above the plaza. The surface of the flying boat was overflowing with colorful lights. Green light filled the air and it looked quite dazzling. This boat was called Qingfan boat. It was a rather ordinary high-rank spiritual treasure. Back then, Zhuo Wen had considered the long journey from Rot-Tan Armor City to the provincial capital. It would take at least half a year to get there by horse carriage. Thus, he had spent tens of thousands of emperor pills to buy this boat. Qingfan boat was only a low-rank spiritual treasure. This flying boat's ability was only fast. Its defense was not amazing at all. Originally, Zhuo Wen had wanted to buy a better flying boat. However, because he had bought puppet materials and spiritual treasures and spiritual herbs for the family, he did not have many emperor pills left. Thus, he had no choice but to buy the cheapest Qingfan boat. Although Qingfan boat was only a low-rank spiritual treasure, in the eyes of many warriors in Rot-Tan Armor City, it was already a priceless treasure. After all, Rot-Tan Armor City was only a low-level city. Even middle-rank spiritual treasures were extremely rare, let alone high-rank spiritual treasures. Furthermore, Qingfan boat was a rare mount spiritual treasure. It's actually a high-rank spiritual treasure, and it's a rare mount spiritual treasure? Zhuo Wen is really amazing. He can take out such a precious spiritual treasure so casually. I've only seen one high-rank spiritual treasure in my life. Many warriors around the square exclaimed in amazement. Some of them were even looking at him with envy. Brother Gu, Brother Hu, and Lord Gu, let's use this Qingfan boat to travel to the capital. Although this boat is only a high-rank, low-rank spirit treasure, it is extremely fast. It will probably take less than a month to reach the provincial capital. After taking out the Qingfan boat, Zhuo Wen cupped his hands and smiled at Gu Exan, Hu Wuying, and the others. Gu Exan and Hu Wuying looked at each other. There was a trace of bitterness at the corners of their mouths. The two of them increasingly felt that Zhuo Wen was far too mysterious. It was fine that he had cultivated for a shorter period of time than them, but his level of cultivation was much higher than theirs. However, he had casually taken out a high-grade soul treasure. This somewhat extravagant method was something that they could not see through. The two of you don't have to be surprised. Zhuo Wen is now a complete grade 3 Arcana Master. His personal wealth is far more than our Castellan mansion. All right, don't think too much. Let's go. Guyu Tian was not too surprised. After all, Zhuowen had brought him too many surprises. Now he was not that surprised. He patted Guexayan and Huwuying's shoulders and entered the Qing fan boat first. Brother Zhua is actually a complete grade 3 Arcana Master. That's really amazing, Huwuying whispered in surprise. It was also the first time he heard that Zhuowen's mental strength was so terrifying. Brother Zhua is really talented. In this Origin Qi Tower battle with Brother Zhua, our Rot-10 Armor City has a high chance of entering the top 1,000. When the time comes, we must follow Brother Zhua's lead and cooperate with him. When the time comes, the forces behind us will be greatly benefited. After seeing Zhuowen kill General Fei Long, Guexayan was already convinced by Zhuowen. She even had a trace of admiration for Zhuowen. This was a natural trace of respect for the strong. After all, the entire Heavenly Armor continent was a world where the strong were respected. Huwuying nodded slightly and entered the Qing fan boat with Guexayan. The interior of the Qing fan boat was extremely spacious. It was divided into many rooms. Each room was fully equipped with furniture and clothes. The conditions were much better than an ordinary inn. This was an eye-opener for Guyu Tian and the other two. They were constantly amazed and full of praise. Standing at the bow of the Qing fan boat, Zhuowen gazed deeply at the location of the Zhuo family. He gently waved his hand and directly activated the Qing fan boat. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Qing fan boat was like a fish in water. It suddenly shot towards the sky at an extremely fast speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhuowen, you must return safely. In the square, Zhuo Xiangding silently looked at the Qing fan boat in the distance and could not help but mutter in a low voice. On the deck of the Qing fan boat, Zhuowen, Guexayan, Huwuying, and Guyu Tian sat together in a circle. Zhuowen looked at Guyu Tian with a grave expression and asked, Lord Gu, now is the time to tell us about the Vitality Tower? Zhuowen's question had also piqued the interest of Guexayan and Huwuying. The two of them were also very curious about the struggle for the Yuanqi Tower. They all knew that the Yuanqi Tower was an opportunity that all geniuses yearned for even in their dreams. There were even rumors of some unknown warriors who had used the Yuanqi Tower as an opportunity to soar to the heavens. Now that the three of them were about to participate in such a grand event, they were naturally very curious about it. Guyu Tian smiled faintly, but his expression turned solemn. He said, It's time to tell you about the Vitality Tower. However, I don't know much about it. I only know that the battle for the Vitality Tower is very cruel. You all know that there was a catastrophe 10,000 years ago that ended the extremely glorious ancient era. Our heavenly armor continent also ushered in a somewhat sluggish modern era, which is the era we are in now. Legend has it that the Vitality Tower suddenly appeared after the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. As for the reason, I don't know. Hearing this, Zhuowen couldn't help but frown slightly as he muttered in a low voice. It actually appeared after the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Could it be related to that catastrophe? The catastrophe 10,000 years ago was a secret of the entire continent. Basically, only a few people knew what had happened 10,000 years ago. Xiao He, who was hidden in Zhuowen's knowledge sea, was an existence that had survived from the ancient era. However, Xiao He was always secretive about the catastrophe, so Zhuowen couldn't get any clues from him. I won't say much about the origin of the Vitality Tower. I will now solemnly warn you that once you enter the Vitality Tower, you must be very careful. It is said that there are many dangers inside, and if you are not careful, you may lose your life. At this time, Guyu Tian cautioned cautiously. Moreover, there seems to be a great world inside, and there are also creatures living inside. As for what exactly they are, I am not very clear. Oh, it's a great world, and there's actually a great world in this tiny tower. This is truly shocking. Zhuowen was really surprised when he heard this. Guexayan and Huwuying beside him also revealed a strange expression. They knew that the Vitality Tower was located in the center of the county. Although it occupied a large area, it was unlikely to be so big that it contained a great world. It was likely that there was another world inside the Vitality Tower. And there are many restrictions in the Vitality Tower. These restrictions are said to have been set up by the ancient era. It is because of these incredible restrictions that a great world can be derived from the Vitality Tower. Moreover, it is said that there are also humans living inside. The people outside call them the ancient era survivors. As for what these ancient era survivors look like, I have never seen them. Gu Yu Tian continued. After you enter the Vitality Tower, you have to be extra careful. Inside, even killing each other is allowed. That's why many geniuses will fall in every Vitality Tower battle. Of course, in return, many monstrous geniuses will be nurtured. Therefore, after entering the Vitality Tower, you must put your life first. Zhuowen and the other two nodded solemnly. It seemed that the Vitality Tower battle was far crueler than they had imagined. Moreover, the ancient era survivors that Gu Tian mentioned also aroused Zhuowen's interest. What kind of existence is the Vitality Tower? What does it have to do with the ancient era's catastrophe? Chapter 337. Azure Dragon City in the depths of the house of Marquis Qin. In an extremely luxurious loft, LV Yongxing stared the shattered jade tablet in his hand with a dark look in his eyes. He muttered to himself, General Fei Chang's life tablet has shattered? Someone actually managed to kill him in this mission. Could it be that there's an expert hidden in Rot-Tan Armor City? Crack! His right hand clenched, crushing the jade tablet in his hand. LV Yongxing sneered. No matter what kind of expert he is, if he provokes me, he will die all the same. I will deal with Rot-Tan Armor City after this battle for the Vitality Tower is over. Whoosh! A green flying ship flashed across the sky. 4 figures stood on the deck of the flying ship. It was Zhuowen's group of 4. We've been flying for almost a month. Looks like we'll be arriving at the provincial capital soon. A slender figure stood quietly at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance as he muttered to himself. This figure was Zhuowen. It had been almost a month since they set off from Rot-Tan Armor City. There weren't many obstacles along the way, and they practically braved the wind and waves as they advanced. Some of the bandits along the way tactfully retreated when they saw the high-grade soul treasure flying ship. Those bandits weren't stupid. A faction that possessed a high-grade soul treasure flying ship wasn't one that they could rob. This also saved Zhuowen's group a lot of trouble. After flying for another 2 hours, the silhouette of a huge city appeared in the distance. This city was like a huge, slumbering dragon. Just looking at it from afar, it gave off a heart-shaking feeling. Moreover, it was impossible to see the borders of the city from afar. The first impression it gave was that it was so vast that there was no end to it. Is that the provincial capital? I didn't expect it to be so big. Gu Xian and Hu Ying were also shocked by the dragon-like city in the distance. The size of the provincial capital had greatly exceeded their expectations. It could no longer be called a city. It could be called a national capital. The county capital is the most powerful city in the entire Muqing County. At the same time, it's also the largest city. Even if all the super cities in the entire Muqing County were added together, they would not be able to compare to it. Gu Tian was not surprised at all. He had been here with Master Kuraki before, so he was not surprised. Of course, when he first arrived, his reaction was not much better than Gu Xian and Hu Ying. Zhuowen was the calmest among the 3 of them. However, his heart was still moved by the size of the county. This county was much larger than the super city, Broken Rock City. If Broken Rock City was a river, then this county was an entire ocean. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As they got closer to the county capital, Zhuowen and the others also discovered that there were many black figures in the sky around the county capital. Those who entered the county capital were basically representatives from other cities who had come to participate in the Vitality Tower battle. Many of these representatives rode on flying boat, soul treasures. Of course, there were also some who rode on tamed flying meta beasts. There were even people who rode on huge gourds that broke through the sky. There were many different kinds of flying methods. However, the representatives of these cities had one thing in common, and that was that on their respective flying mounts, there was a flag with the symbol of their respective city. The patterns on these flags were all strange, and each of them represented a different city. In Muqing County, the cities that were qualified to use flags to symbolize their cities were basically high-grade cities and above. However, mid-grade and low-grade cities did not have the qualifications to have flags. It should be known that flying soul treasures and flying meta beasts were extremely rare treasures. With the pitiful foundation of mid-grade and low-grade cities, it was unlikely that they would possess such treasures. Therefore, Zhou Wen and the others discovered that the representatives of the various large cities who flew over from the sky all had a flag that represented the status of their city. It also invisibly separated the middle-grade cities from the low-grade cities. In addition to the numerous flying soul treasures and meta beasts in the sky around the county capital, there were also numerous carriages that advanced on the land below the county capital. These carriages basically represented mid-grade and low-grade cities. At this moment, among these carriages that were constantly entering the county capital, there were warriors who would occasionally poke their heads out and look enviously at the representatives of the various cities that were constantly flying into the county capital. They knew that the flying soul treasures were all geniuses from high-grade cities and even super-grade cities. These were the group of people who were most likely to stand out in the Vitality Tower battle. We're almost at the county capital. We should prepare to disembark later. Looking at the approaching county capital, Zhou eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Just as Zhou was about to land at the entrance of the county capital for inspection, a white flying boat suddenly approached Zhou side. Zhou, someone is deliberately approaching us. Guyu Tian suddenly frowned and said. Nodding slightly, Zhou could not help but look at the white flying boat that was approaching their Qing Fan boat with a trace of doubt on his face. From the flag on the white flying boat, they could tell that it was a high-level city, and from the aura of the flying boat, they could tell that it was a middle-level flying spirit treasure, which was a level lower than their green boat. At this moment, there were 9 figures standing on the deck of the white flying boat. The most eye-catching one was a middle-aged man standing at the front of the boat. Zhou could faintly feel a powerful aura from the middle-aged man. Although it was slightly weaker than General Fei Cheng's aura, the difference was not huge. Clearly, this middle-aged man should be a half-step Ultimate King Realm expert. Other than this middle-aged man, the other 8 were rather young. There were 6 men and 2 women. Their auras varied, but the weakest among them was at the advanced Earth King realm. The strongest among them was a man in green, who actually had the strength of a complete Heavenly King realm expert. Zhou could tell at a glance that the middle-aged man was the city lord of this high-grade city. After all, high-grade cities were not comparable to super cities. There were very few Ultimate King realm experts among the city lords. Only a few extremely heaven-defying high-grade cities had an Ultimate King Realm expert. Otherwise, it was extremely difficult for an Ultimate King Realm expert to appear. The high-grade city in front of them should be a relatively ordinary high-grade city. The middle-aged man on the white, flying boat looked at the 4 people on the Qing Fan boat with some doubt. He then cupped his hands and smiled. I am Fan Yi, the city lord of Qingjiao City, a high-grade city. May I ask which city you are from? Hearing the other party say that they were from a high-grade city, Guyu Tian and the rest were a little nervous. After all, they were only from a low-grade city, and high-grade cities were a distant existence to them. Zhou walked forward lightly and said calmly, We are from Rotan Armor City. May I ask why City Lord Fan is looking for us? Rotan Armor City? Fan, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't seem to have heard of a high-grade city or a super city called Rotan Armor City. Fan, he naturally had his own plans for approaching the Qing Fan boat where Zhou and the others were. The Qing Fan boat itself was a high-grade spirit treasure. Such a high-grade flying spirit treasure was very rare in high-grade cities. After all, Qingjiao City only had a mid-grade flying spirit treasure. Because of the Qing Fan boat, Fan Yi thought that Zhuowen and the others might be from a super city. Even if they weren't, they should be from a powerful high-grade city. Therefore, he wanted to establish a good relationship with them. After all, one more friend meant one more path, especially in a cruel battle like the Essence Qi Tower. If he met someone he knew, perhaps he would let him go because of their previous relationship. However, Fan Yi found the wrong target. Zhuowen and the others weren't from a high-grade city. They were only from a low-grade city. However, Zhuowen's current strength wasn't weaker than ordinary high-grade cities. Therefore, in front of Fan Yi and the others, Zhuowen was very calm. Fan Yi looked at the young man in front of him in surprise. The doubt on his face deepened. Could it be that the city's representative was this brat? However, this surprise was quickly replaced by a touch of horror because he found that he couldn't see through the young man in front of him. Especially when he looked at the young man in front of him, he could feel a faint sense of threat from the young man. This sense of threat was very strong. It was as if the young man had met a natural predator. Fan Yi couldn't help but frown. "Father, what's wrong?" The green-clothed man beside him looked at Fan Yi with some doubt. He found that Fan Yi had stiffened in place after meeting Zhuowen's gaze. Nothing. After regaining his senses, Fan Yi looked at the young man in front of him with some fear. He quickly said with a smile, "Young friend, why don't we enter the prefecture capital together? We're not familiar with the prefecture capital, so we can travel together. That way, we can take care of each other." After feeling the faint sense of threat from Zhuowen, Fan increasingly felt that the people in front of him were most likely from a super city. Otherwise, how could a young man give him such a feeling? However, Fan Yi's humble attitude immediately stunned the other young men on the white airship. They didn't expect their governor to be so polite to the young man in front of them. It was Fan Yi's abnormal behavior that caused the 8 young men behind him to stare at Zhuowen strangely. After looking deeply at Fan Yi, Zhuowen smiled and said, "Okay, we are indeed not familiar with the prefecture capital. Let Senior Fan lead the way." Of course. Fan Yi's face lit up with joy when he saw that Zhuowen had agreed. He urged the white airship to fly towards the prefecture capital. Zhuowen naturally followed behind leisurely. Since someone had taken the initiative to show him the way, Zhuowen was more than happy to oblige. "Father, why are you so polite to that young man?" The man in green beside Fan Yi on the white airship in front of them asked curiously. As soon as the man in green said this, the other 7 young men gathered their gazes on Fan Yi. They also had the same puzzled look on their faces. That young man is not simple. I can actually feel a trace of threat from him. I suspect that he is a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Fan Yi said with a serious expression. What? A half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert? How can he reach the half-step ultimate Emperor Realm at such a young age? Chapter 338. Old Friend Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 airships, one white and one green, flew into the capital one after the other. After entering the capital, Zhuowen and the others discovered that the capital was much larger than they had imagined. The streets were packed with people, and not a single one of them was an ordinary person. All of them were powerful cultivators, and there was no lack of ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators who were deliberately releasing their auras. The auras of Zhuowen and the others had been concealed by a secret technique on the way to the capital. This was the main reason why Fan Yi and the others could not see through Zhuowen and the others. After all, Zhuowen was a perfected grade 3 Arcana Master, so he naturally had many secret techniques to conceal his aura. The capital lives up to its name. Just on the street we're on, there are 3 powerful auras that are unique to ultimate Emperor Realm experts. Gu Wetian couldn't help but sigh as he felt the undisguised powerful auras on the street. Zhuowen nodded in agreement. After all, the capital was the largest city in Muqing County, and the number of ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators there was extremely terrifying. Of course, this was only a relative term. That's right. The capital is a treasure trove of outstanding people. Because the Origin Qi Tower is located in the capital, the concentration of Origin Qi in the capital is hundreds of times higher than in other places. This is also the reason why there are so many more experts in the capital than in other places. Fan, who was on the white airship, also sighed with emotion, feeling the baptism of the rich Origin Qi around him. Zhuowen could not help but comfortably stretch his waist. Fan, he was right. The Origin Qi in the capital was indeed very rich. Even if Zhuowen did not deliberately circulate his meridians to cultivate, the Origin Qi in the surroundings would still continuously enter his body and strengthen the Origin Qi in his meridians. Little friend Zhuowen, look over there. That's the pillar of the capital, the Origin Qi Tower. It is precisely because of this Vitality Tower that the Commandery capital can stand above all other cities and become the well-deserved #1 city in Muqing Commandery. Fan, he pointed to the distance and introduced with a rather solemn expression. Following the direction that Fan Yi pointed, Zhuowen and the others also saw that, at the center of the county, there was a huge tower that looked like a pillar that supported the heavens. The base of the tower covered an extremely vast area, at least several thousand feet in area. Outside the tower, there was a layer of transparent barrier that was faintly discernible. Obviously, there was an extremely powerful restrictive spell set up around the tower. That's the Essence Tower. It's truly spectacular. I never expected that the hundreds of thousands of geniuses in Muqing County would be competing in such a giant tower. I wonder what kind of spectacular sight it will be when the battle for the Yuan Qi Tower begins. Gazing at the giant tower in the distance, Zhuowen could not help but exclaim in awe. It will inevitably be a grand spectacle, but it will also be an extremely tragic life and death competition. The Yuan Qi Tower competition itself is an extremely cruel competition for geniuses. Fan, he shook his head and sighed with emotion. Senior Fan, I wonder how the host, the House of Marquichin, will arrange the representatives of the cities? Zhuowen suddenly turned his head and asked Fan Yi. Fan, he was slightly startled, but then he smiled and said, "Ha ha! The representatives of our cities have already been arranged. You see, isn't there a layer of restrictive spell within a few thousand feet of the Origin Qi Tower? Inside the restrictive spell, there are countless pavilions and pagodas. Those pavilions and pagodas are specially designed for the representatives of our cities to live in. As long as you take the invitation letter issued by the House of Marquichin and hand it to the gatekeeper of the restrictive spell, the gatekeeper will naturally assign you to your respective areas. Invitation letter." Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned and looked at Guyu Tian behind him. He had never heard of this so-called invitation letter. Seeing Zhuowen looking at him, Guyu Tian gently came behind Zhuowen and explained in a low voice, "Zhuowen, you don't have to worry. The invitation letter is with me. Last time, I went to the prefecture capital with Master Karaki because of this invitation letter." Zhuowen heard this and nodded slightly. Since Guyu Tian had the invitation letter, he was not worried. "We're almost at the entrance of the restrictive spell. Let's go down quickly." Fan, he suddenly opened his mouth and said. He steered the flying boat under his feet and slowly landed on a spacious square below. At the end of the square, there was a huge stone door that was dozens of feet wide. 2 heavily armored soldiers were standing in front of the stone door. Zhuowen also followed Fan Yi and controlled the Qing Fan boat to land on an open space in the square. After the 4 of them alighted, Zhuowen waved his right hand and put the Qing Fan boat into his Qinkuan bag. Zhuowen's behavior also attracted the attention of Fan Yi and the others. They did not expect that the precious advanced flying spiritual treasure was not controlled by Guyu Tian, but by Zhuowen, the youngest of the 4 of them. Fan Yi and the others could not help but think highly of him. At this time, there were not many people in the square. Obviously, Zhuowen and Fan Yi had arrived much earlier than the others. Little friend Zhuowen, let's also enter the restrictive spell. For the remaining 2 months, we basically have to live in the attics within the restrictive spell. This is the rule issued by the House of Marquis Qin. Fan Yi smiled at Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded slightly. When he was about to go to the stone gate at the end of the square with Fan Yi, a clear voice suddenly sounded from behind. Zhuowen, is it really you? A clear and somewhat charming voice rang out, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people in the square. Zhuowen and the others also stopped because of this shout, and then they abruptly turned around. At the entrance of the square, a dozen figures were slowly walking over. The most conspicuous one among them was the sack-clothed old man who was walking at the front. Although the old man had a head of silver hair, his face was extremely rosy, like a baby's face. He was extremely energetic. What attracted Zhuowen's attention was not the old man's appearance, but the powerful aura that was faintly emitted from the old man's body. This aura even caused the surrounding air to boil. Heavens! It's actually an ultimate Emperor stage expert. Behind Zhuowen, Fan Yi's eyes suddenly widened as he involuntarily exclaimed. The other 8 juniors from Green Dragon City also looked at the old man who was slowly walking over with astonishment. Fan Yi's pupils shrank as he looked at Zhuowen in front of him. He could not understand this young man in front of him. He did not expect this young man to be acquainted with an ultimate Emperor stage expert in the province. Behind this old man, there were 3 beautiful figures that were rather eye-catching. As he looked at these 3 beautiful figures, the corners of Zhuowen's mouth involuntarily revealed a smile. These 3 people were actually the 3 Lin sisters that Zhuowen had met before heading to the ancient cave mansion. They were Lin Meiyu, Lin Chaiyu, and Lin Xiaoyu. The 3 women were extremely beautiful. Many people in the square were stunned when they saw the 3 sisters. At this moment, the 3 women were staring straight at Zhuowen with a look of pleasant surprise on their faces. Zhuowen had saved their lives, and they naturally remembered this kindness. Now that they saw Zhuowen in the square, they were naturally wild with joy. Very quickly, the old man in the lead brought the 3 sisters over to Zhuowen and the others. You are Zhuowen? The leading elder arrived in front of Zhuowen. His eyes stared straight at Zhuowen as he spoke with a faint smile. This junior is indeed Zhuowen. Greetings, senior. The old man in front of him was an ultimate Emperor stage expert. Zhuowen did not dare to slight him in the slightest. No need to be so polite. I've heard Lin Meiyu and the other 2 girls often talk about you, so this old man has some impression of you. 2 years ago, you were able to save Lin Meiyu and the other 2 from the hands of the Huang family. Therefore, you are a friend of our Lin family. The old man patted Zhuowen's shoulder rather straightforwardly and said with a hearty laugh, Zhuowen, he is the head of our Lin family and also our grandfather. His name is Lin Yi. He's old and frivolous, so you don't have to pay too much attention to him. I believe that you are also participating in the Yuan Qi Tower battle this time. However, you have to be careful. The participants are all powerful geniuses. The rather steady Lin Meiyu suddenly said to Zhuowen, Oh, that's right. Can you give me the teleportation token that Wastrel Lin Xuanzhong gave me back then? Of course, I won't take it back by force, but I'll trade for it. I'll use a high-grade spirit treasure to exchange for that teleportation token. How about that? Lin Yi suddenly rubbed his hands together and laughed dryly at Zhuowen. Grandfather, how could you? The originally silent Lin Chaiyu suddenly stamped her foot and said somewhat angrily to Lin Yi, Second girl, don't be angry. I have a great use for the teleportation token. Didn't I say that I will use a high-grade soul treasure to exchange for it? After all, the teleportation token is not very useful to this little fellow. Moreover, it is only a middle-grade soul treasure. Exchanging it for a high-grade soul treasure is actually a profit for this little fellow. Lin Yi suddenly said with a glare. Zhuowen was startled and immediately smiled. Since Senior wants the teleportation token, This junior will naturally take it out. As he spoke, Zhuowen took out a jade token from his Qingquan bag. It was the teleportation token that Lin Xuanzhong had given him back then. This teleportation token was only a middle-grade soul treasure. To the current Zhuowen, it was indeed not very useful. It would be better to exchange it for a high-grade soul treasure with Lin Yi. Kid, this old man likes your straightforward personality. Seeing that Zhuowen took out the teleportation token so straightforwardly, Lin Yi immediately smiled and took the token. He then took out a blue longsword from his Qingquan bag and said, "This longsword is called the Mystic Water Sword. It is a high-grade, low-grade soul treasure. Its attack is quite extraordinary. Use this to exchange for your teleportation token." After receiving the Mystic Water Sword and feeling the power from the sword, Zhuowen nodded slightly and asked Gu Exayan and Hu Wuying behind him, "Which one of you is good at using swords?" "Gu Exayan is better. My attack style is bare-handed close combat." Hu Wuying shook his head slightly and said to Gu Exayan, "In that case, this Mystic Water Sword will be given to Gu Exayan." Nodding slightly, Zhuowen decisively handed the Mystic Water Sword to Gu Exayan. After all, he already had a suitable high-grade soul treasure. This Mystic Water Sword was not very useful to him. After receiving the Mystic Water Sword, Gu Exayan could not help but be stunned. Feeling the cold touch from the sword hilt, he asked in disbelief, "Zhuowen, you really intend to give this Mystic Water Sword to me?" "Yes." Zhuowen nodded as a matter of course. Chapter 339. VIP Area. Gu Exayan's handsome face was filled with excitement as he held the Blackwater Sword in his hand. He bowed deeply to Zhuowen and said, "Brother Zhuowen, I, Gu Exayan, owe you a big favor this time." Gu Yutian, who was beside Gu Exayan, also looked at Zhuowen with gratitude. Although he didn't say anything, he bowed along with Gu Exayan. "Brother Gu Exayan, you don't have to be so polite. After all, we are all representatives of Rot 10 Armor City. If your strength increases, our chances of winning the battle for the Tower of Vitality will increase." Zhuowen waved his hand and smiled. Lin Yi was also surprised by Zhuowen's actions. Although the Blackwater Sword was only a high-rank, low-rank spirit treasure, it was still a high-rank spirit treasure. Its value was quite precious. Giving it away like this made Lin Yi quite surprised. Looks like this little guy doesn't care about the Blackwater Sword at all. I'm afraid that Zhuowen has even more powerful spirit treasures on him. Lin Yi looked deeply at Zhuowen as he muttered to himself, "Little friend Zhuowen, I'm sure you guys are also planning to enter the VIP area. Why don't we go in together?" Lin Yi suddenly laughed and pointed at the thousands of miles of restriction around the Tower of Vitality. "So that area is called the VIP area, and that's fine too." Nodding slightly, Zhuowen planned to follow Lin Yi and the others through the stone door at the end of the square. However, just as Zhuowen was about to take a step, his brows furrowed as he looked at the distant horizon. "Zhuowen, what's wrong?" Zhuowen's sudden stop attracted the attention of Gu Exayan and the others. Gu Yutian couldn't help but ask, "Wait a moment, I've met an acquaintance." Zhuowen shook his head. His eyes were still staring at the sky as he spoke with a slight smile. He could sense a couple of extremely familiar auras rushing over from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, they landed in the middle of the square. This was a team of more than 10 people, and at the front of the team were 2 middle-aged men with extraordinary bearings. One of them was sturdy and wore a purple robe, and there was a trace of dominance between his brows. The other was wearing a gray robe and was slightly shorter, but the aura on his body was much more terrifying than that of the purple-robed man. As soon as the team landed in the center of the square, it immediately attracted the attention of many people in the square. Everyone looked at the flag on the flying boat in awe. The pattern on the flag was a broken rock which looked quite lifelike. Of course, it wasn't the flag that made everyone look at them in awe, but the meaning behind the flag. This team was the representative of a super city. It's actually the super city of Broken Rock City. Broken Rock City's strength is one of the best among all the super cities. Moreover, the two people leading the group in front of us, one of them is the city lord, Oyenyantu. He's a genuine second-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm expert. The other person is the current strongest person in Broken Rock City, Chiu Cho. It is said that he has already reached the fourth wheel ultimate Emperor Realm. Fan Yi, who was standing at the side, looked at the group of people from Broken Rock City in the center of the square and couldn't help but whisper in awe. Lin Yi, who was leading a large group of people, also frowned slightly. He didn't expect Broken Rock City to be so powerful. Moreover, Chiu Cho, who was standing beside Oyenyantu, gave him an unfathomable feeling. It was likely that Chiu Cho was just as the rumors said. He was already a fourth wheel ultimate Emperor Realm expert. I really didn't expect that Chiu Cho, who had disappeared for 10 years, would actually reappear. Moreover, his strength has soared to the fourth wheel ultimate Emperor Realm. It seems that Broken Rock City's strength has increased again. Although it can't be compared to the real super cities, it's not too far off. Lin Yi sighed slightly. The strength of Broken Rock City was no weaker than the Lin family. In fact, its high-end strength was even stronger than the Lin family's. This made Lin Yi quite wary of the people from Broken Rock City. Just as the crowd was discussing the people from Broken Rock City who had just appeared, a young man suddenly walked slowly towards the team from Broken Rock City. His face was filled with a casual and undisciplined expression. "Brother Zhuowen, what are you doing? Why are you walking towards the team from Broken Rock City?" Fan Yi suddenly asked in a low voice, somewhat puzzled. Hearing this, even Lin Yi and the rest of the Lin family members were filled with doubts. Could it be that Zhuowen was going to find trouble with them? While everyone was filled with doubts, Gu Yutian, Gu Xan, and the rest appeared to be rather calm. Zhuowen had already told them about his relationship with the governor of Broken Rock City. At this moment, they weren't worried about Zhuowen at all. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, after the ordinary-looking young man walked into the team from Broken Rock City, the governor of Broken Rock City, Oyenyantu, and the unfathomable Chiu Cho actually revealed excited expressions. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they gave Zhuowen a rather intimate bear hug. This Brother Zhuowen actually knows the governor of Broken Rock City and the extremely powerful Chiu Cho. When he saw Zhuowen, Oyenyantu, and Chiu Cho hug, Fan Yi's mind went blank and he exclaimed in disbelief. What was the identity of this young man in front of him? First, he had some connections with the Lin family, one of the 5 great families in the prefecture capital. Now, even the governor of Broken Rock City and the #1 expert, Chiu Cho, had such a warm attitude towards him. Could it be that this young man's identity was really extraordinary? Fan Yi looked at Zhuowen's figure not far away. His eyes suddenly filled with reverence. In his heart, he had already secretly regarded Zhuowen as an extremely extraordinary person. Lin Yi, Lin Meiyu, and the rest were also somewhat surprised as they looked at the young man who was mingling with the team from Broken Rock City. Among them, Lin Yi couldn't help but whisper, "It seems that this young man's connections are quite good. The governor of Broken Rock City, Oyenyantu, and Chiu Cho are actually so warm towards him." The Lin Meiyu and her sister's gazes were also rather complicated as they stared blankly at the young man in the distance. They didn't expect that in just 2 years, Zhuowen had become more and more unfathomable. The governor of a super city had such a different attitude towards the young man. It was obvious that Zhuowen was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. What a coincidence! We actually met Brother Zhuowen on our way to the prefecture capital today. It seems that Brother Zhuowen and our Broken Rock City are quite fated. In the team from Broken Rock City, Ouyang Hanxian smiled as he looked at Zhuowen in front of him. Brother Hanxian, it seems that the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool has a significant effect on you. You have actually broken through to the ultimate Emperor stage. Let me congratulate you in advance. Looking at the young man in white in front of him and feeling the powerful aura on his body, Zhuowen couldn't help but smile. This is all thanks to Brother Zhuowen's help. Otherwise, the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool might not belong to our Broken Rock City. Moreover, it would be impossible for me to break through to the ultimate Emperor stage in such a short time. Ouyang Hanxian waved his hand slightly. After catching up with the people from Broken Rock City, Zhuowen led the people from Broken Rock City to Lin Yi Gutian and the others who were waiting for him in front. When the few teams gathered, it was naturally inevitable for them to exchange greetings and greetings. Among them, Fan Yi and the others who represented Green Dragon City were particularly reserved. After all, whether it was Broken Rock City or the Lin family of the prefecture capital, they were not forces on the same level as their small high-class city. Moreover, Rot Tan Armor City, represented by Zhuowen, gave Fan a sense of mystery. Therefore, he naturally thought that his team was the weakest among the 4 teams. Therefore, his behavior became rather timid. The 4 teams came together in front of the stone door at the end of the square and handed over their invitation letters. The guards on both sides of the stone door naturally recognized the representatives of the 2 rather powerful forces, Broken Rock City and the Lin family. When they checked the invitation letters, they were naturally very polite and careful, afraid that they would make the lords in front of them unhappy. Broken Rock City, a super city. Lords, please take this token and go to the Heaven Stage loft to choose a room. The guard politely took out a pitch-black token with the word Heaven carved on it. Fan Yi had also mentioned the distribution of the VIP area to Zhuowen. It was divided into 4 major areas: the Heaven Stage, the Earth Stage, the Human Stage, and the Mortal Stage. Each area had a corresponding loft. Among them, the Heaven Stage loft was the most luxurious and comfortable loft. Its area was the most spacious and comfortable. It was specially used to receive the upper-class forces of the super cities and the prefecture capital. The Earth Stage loft was second and was specially provided for the high-class cities. The Human Stage loft was for the middle-class cities. The Mortal Stage loft had the worst living conditions and was naturally allocated to the low-class cities. The Lin family was one of the 5 great families in the prefecture capital. Its influence was also quite powerful. Naturally, it also received a Heaven Stage token. Green Dragon City, a high-class city. Take this Earth Stage token, and you can go to the Earth Stage loft area to choose a room. The guard looked at Fan Yi and the rest in surprise. In his opinion, the super cities and the Lin family were much more powerful than the high-class cities. This small high-class city was actually able to follow behind the 2 great forces. It seemed that the Green Dragon City was not weak. Therefore, the guard was very polite to them. Of course, this kind of politeness could not be compared to the treatment given to the Broken Rock City and the Lin family. Fan Yi and the rest naturally noticed the expression on the guard's face. However, they did not feel anything strange in their hearts. They also admitted that their influence was naturally not comparable to the 2 great forces of the Broken Rock City and the Lin family. After receiving the token, Fan Yi stared at Zhuowen and the rest who took out the invitation letter. In his opinion, Zhuowen was really too mysterious. He was afraid that there must be an extremely powerful super city behind him. That super city might even be more powerful than Broken Rock City. Otherwise, the governor of Broken Rock City would not be so polite to Zhuowen. After taking out the invitation letter, Guyu Tian handed it to the guard. The guard was very polite. After all, Zhuowen and the rest were talking and laughing with the Broken Rock City and the Lin family. The guard naturally thought that Zhuowen and the rest had a powerful background. However, when the guard looked at the invitation letter, he was suddenly stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked at it again. Finally, he looked at Zhuowen and the rest with a strange expression and said, "Rot Tan Armor City, a low-class city. Take this Mortal Stage token, and you can go to the Mortal Stage loft to choose a room." Chapter 340. The people of Green Dragon City watched as Zhuowen and the others calmly accepted the mortal level token. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Zhuowen and the others, who had always been mysterious and powerful in their eyes, were only from a low-level city. Their minds went blank. "Little friend Zhuowen, are you really from a low-level city?" Fan Yi laughed dryly as he looked at Zhuowen. He couldn't believe that the young man in front of him, who was on good terms with Broken Rock City's mayor, Ouyang-Yuntu, and the powerful Qiu, was only from a low-level city. Fan Yi had also sensed that Zhuowen was a great threat to him. It was obvious that the young man in front of him was also very powerful. With such terrifying connections and powerful strength, and at such a young age, Fan Yi found it hard to imagine that a low-level city could cultivate such a monstrous character. Looking at the indescribably shocked crowd from Green Dragon City, Zhuowen knew that they had misunderstood. He nodded slightly and said, "Senior Fan, our Rot 10 Armor City is indeed a low-grade city. Mayor Ouyang and Master Lin, you both know this." Ouyang-Yuntu and the others naturally knew Zhuowen's identity very well. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had heard it from the three sisters. Therefore, when Zhuowen admitted that he was from a low-level city, the two of them weren't surprised at all. Fan Yi cautiously glanced at the expressions of Ouyang-Yuntu and Lin Yi behind him. Naturally, he found that the two of them didn't seem surprised at all. Obviously, they already knew about Zhuowen's identity. However, because of this, Fan Yi was even more surprised. If Zhuowen was a genius from a great power, then it was normal for Ouyang-Yuntu to be so friendly towards him. However, Zhuowen just so happened to come from a low-level city. For such a youth without any background to be able to make Ouyang-Yuntu and the others so courteous and enthusiastic was truly too unusual. In other words, this seemingly ordinary youth in front of them very likely had a side that made Ouyang-Yuntu and the others extremely fearful. "Zhuowen, why don't you move Rot 10 Armor City to the Sky Pavilion? I, Ouyang-Yuntu, still have some faith in the house of Marquis Qin. The living conditions in the Mortal Pavilion are extremely bad. I'm afraid you won't be able to get used to it." Ouyang-Yuntu suddenly smiled and invited Zhuowen. "Ouyang is right. The conditions of the Mortal Pavilion are indeed very poor. Moving to the Heaven Pavilion is a wise choice. With Ouyang and this old man's face, the house of Marquis Qin will agree." Qiu nodded and said. Lin Yi looked at Ouyang-Yuntu and Qiu with some surprise. He felt that these two were overly friendly towards Zhuowen. After all, these two were above the ultimate Emperor realm, and ultimate Emperor realm cultivators were very proud and aloof. It was the first time he had seen them treat a junior so warmly. However, Zhuowen shook his head slightly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, seniors. After all, our Rot 10 Armor City is only a low-level city. If we rashly move to the Heaven Pavilion, I'm afraid it will be used against us. Moreover, I don't want to cause trouble for you two seniors, so we've decided to move to the Mortal Pavilion." Zhuowen still had quite a bit of conflict with Lu Yuanhua. If he moved to the Heaven Pavilion in such a high-profile manner, wouldn't it quickly attract Lu Yuanhua's attention? At that time, he would really be in trouble. It was better to stay in the Mortal Pavilion. It would be more hidden. Since you've decided, we won't force you. However, you have to do your best in the Origin Qi Tower battle. This old man believes that with your skills, you will definitely perform well in the Origin Qi Tower. Seeing Zhuowen refuse, Ouyang-Yuntu and Qiu didn't force him. They chatted with Zhuowen for a while longer before leading the group through the stone door and towards the Heaven Pavilion. After the group from Broken Rock City left, the Lin family didn't stay for long. They bid farewell to Zhuowen and hurriedly entered the stone door. "Senior Fan, we're also going in. We'll take our leave first." Looking at Fan Yi and the others in front of him with complicated expressions, Zhuowen cupped his hands and led Gu Tian and the others through the stone door. Fan Yi sighed softly as he watched the four figures disappear behind the stone door. He said, "It is really unexpected that young friend Zhuowen is only from a low-grade city. It seems that I have misjudged him back then. When we were on the flying boat, I saw that there were only 4 of them. I already suspected that they didn't have a high background. After all, the more powerful a faction is, the more spots it should have. Since there were only 4 of them, they obviously met the quota of a low-level city. These 4 lowly guys have been deceiving us from the beginning. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The green-clothed man beside Fan, he looked at Zhuo-Wen's group of 4 with contempt. He was in a bad mood. After all, they had overestimated the status of Zhuo-Wen's group from the beginning. It was to the extent that they were respectful and timid in front of Zhuo-Wen's group. Now that they thought that the people they were respectful to were only lowly commoners from a low-level city, the other 8 people, including the green-clothed man, were in a bad mood. They couldn't help but curse and ridicule. "Shut up, Fan!" he shouted in a low voice. He looked coldly at the 8 people who were cursing in front of him. "Do you think that Zhuo-Wen is an ordinary warrior to be able to obtain the appreciation and concern of the city, lord of a super city? Before you curse, use your brains. Zhuo-Wen is very strong. So strong that even existences like Ouyang-Yintu and Cho want to rope him in. So this old man warns you not to cause trouble for Zhuo-Wen. If I find out, this old man will clean up the house." Fan Yi's shout suddenly suppressed the 8 people in front of him. The 8 people, led by the green-clothed man, lowered their heads and didn't dare to say a word. As soon as they entered the stone door, Zhuo-Wen and the others discovered that the yuan qi within the restriction was much denser than the outside world. Every breath they took in here was as comfortable as if they had been reborn. The yuan qi inside the restriction is much denser than the other places in the province. It seems that the yuan qi tower is worthy of its reputation. It can actually gather so much yuan qi. Gently inhaling the yuan qi around him, Zhuo-Wen couldn't help but laugh. The yuan qi tower was built by an ancient almighty. It is naturally extraordinary. The closer you get to the yuan qi tower, the more terrifying the yuan qi is. The yuan qi inside the yuan qi tower is even more terrifying. It is said that the yuan qi inside the tower is so dense that it is almost liquid. You only need to wave your hand in the air and the surrounding yuan qi will turn into liquid. That is truly terrifying. Guyu Tian nodded slightly and said with a smile. When he heard this, Zhuo-Wen's gaze grew even more expectant. No wonder so many geniuses who had participated in the Yuan Energy Tower battle were able to advance by leaps and bounds. It was likely that the environment within the Yuan Energy Tower was inseparable from the reason why so many geniuses were able to survive. Let's go. The Mundane Pavilion is located in the outermost area of the Yuan Qi Tower. It is the place where the Yuan Qi is the thinnest. Guyu Tian pointed at the somewhat uneven and even dilapidated buildings in front of them and slowly walked in that direction. The mundane stage loft was located on a rather vast flat ground. It occupied the narrowest area of the 4 areas, and the yuan qi concentration was also the thinnest. What made Zhuo-Wen and the others even more speechless was that the buildings in the mundane stage loft area were basically dilapidated. From afar, it looked like a sloppy slum. Seeing the dilapidated state of the mundane pavilion, Zhuo-Wen and the others couldn't help but frown. This so-called mundane pavilion was even worse than they had imagined. AI, the treatment in a low-level city is really bad. Could it be that other mid-level and high-level cities are considered cities, but our low-level city isn't a city? Is this kind of dilapidated pavilion used to send away beggars? Gu Exen coldly snorted and said with a little displeasure, "No matter where it is, low-level cities are at the bottom of the hierarchy. The fact that the House of Marquichin can separate an area for us low-level city representatives is already not bad. Xin Air, you don't have to complain. We are only temporarily staying for 2 months." Guyu Tian shook his head and laughed involuntarily. "I'm just complaining a little." Gu Xian scratched his head and laughed dryly. As they spoke, the 4 of them also entered the mundane pavilion area. At this time, there were already many cultivators coming in and out of this area. These cultivators were basically gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. Obviously, like Zhuo-Wen and the others, They were all representatives of low-level cities. There were basically no more than 4 people in each area. In this mundane pavilion area, Zhuowen and the others quickly chose a room that looked quite good. Of course, this was only relatively good. Every room in the pavilion had restrictions. These restrictions weren't strong, but they were comparable to the peak of the Heavenly King realm. Generally, cultivators in low-level cities who could reach the Heavenly King realm were so rare that they could be counted on one hand, let alone those who were at the peak of the Heavenly King realm. Of course, abnormal monsters like Zhuowen were naturally an exception. After choosing their rooms, the 4 of them quietly stayed in their respective rooms and began to silently absorb the rich yuan qi in this area, hoping to make a breakthrough in the remaining 2 months. While Zhuowen and the others stayed in the mundane pavilion, silently cultivating and waiting for the yuan qi tower battle in 2 months, LV Yongsheng and Lu Yuanhua were sitting opposite each other in a luxurious pavilion in the house of Marquis Qin, not far from the yuan qi tower. Second brother. General Fei Long is dead. He died in Rotan Armor City. LV Yongsheng looked at Lu Yuanhua and said with a calm expression, "What? General Fei Long is dead? Who killed him? Could it be that Zhuowen?" Lu Yuanhua's eyes narrowed as he said with a solemn expression. He was well aware of General Fei Long's strength. Although the former was only at the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm, his strength could be considered to be at the peak of the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Even an Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator wouldn't be able to kill him, but now he was dead. Moreover, he died in Rotan Armor City. Whether or not it was Zhuowen who killed him, I'm not sure. However, it should be related to that Zhuowen. LV Yongsheng's eyes darkened slightly as he said, "Now that the yuan qi tower battle is about to begin, Rotan Armor City will definitely send Zhuowen. It seems that I need to find out where Rotan Armor City's residence is. I want to see just how much that Zhuowen has improved in 2 years." Lu Yuanhua suddenly slapped the armrest of his chair as he coldly snorted. "Third brother, you can't casually attack in the VIP area. If the old guys in the mansion find out, I'm afraid that even father won't be able to protect you." LV Yongsheng frowned as he said, "Second brother, don't worry, I'm not a reckless person. I'm only going to probe. If there's no chance, I naturally won't attack. There will be plenty of opportunities after we enter the yuan qi tower. However, if there's a chance, I won't let it go." Celestial Spirit, Chapter 341. In the north of the provincial capital, there was an enormous palace on top of a towering mountain. This palace was the residence of one of the 5 major factions in the provincial capital, the Jade Lady Astral Court. In a pavilion in the palace, which was filled with starlight, a beautiful woman in a veil held a small piece of paper in her hand and muttered, "It seems that Zhuowen has also come to the provincial capital. I wonder how strong he will be in 2 years." Senior Sister Qing Lian. At this moment, a fiery red figure suddenly entered the pavilion. It was a young girl in a fiery red dress. At this moment, the young girl's face was full of liveliness. She skipped over to the veiled woman's side and very naturally held the veiled woman's arm. "Junior Sister Qing Lian, what brings you here today?" The veiled woman was Qing Lian, who had some friendship with Zhuowen in the ancient cavern. She was also a genius of the Jade Lady Astral Court. "Hee. I heard that you broke through to the Ultimate Emperor stage yesterday, so I came here to congratulate you. I originally thought that I would break through before you, but it seems that I am still far behind you." The veiled woman curled her lips and teased. Qing Lian looked at the pretty face of the veiled woman in front of her and smiled gently. She patted the girl's head and said, "Junior Sister Qing Lian, are you still not satisfied? You are only 19 years old this year. It is already very impressive that you have reached the Ultimate Emperor stage at such a young age. Your senior sister is far from being able to compare to you at your age." The corner of the red lotus young lady's mouth curled when she heard Qing Lian's praise. A joyous smile blossomed on her pretty face. However, When the Red Lotus saw that Qing Lian was packing her things, she asked uncertainly, "Senior, are you going out?" "Yes, I am going to the VIP area." Qing Lian smiled and said, "VIP area? Our Jade Lady Astral Court is one of the 5 major factions in the provincial capital. We don't have to stay in the VIP area. Even the House of Marquis Qin does not have the power to force us to stay in the Jade Lady Astral Court. Senior sister, why are you going there?" Qing Lian's pretty face was filled with doubt. "I am not going to stay in the VIP area. I am going there to find someone." After packing, Qing Lian walked out of the pavilion. Looking at Qing Lian's departing figure, Qing Lian's eyes flashed. She followed Qing Lian and said, "Our pure senior sister Qing Lian is also looking for a man. Hee, junior sister, I also want to see who has made you go there personally." Qing Lian's pretty face blushed when she heard Qing's words. Qing Lian rolled her eyes and said, "Junior sister, don't say that. The person I'm looking for is just an ordinary friend of mine. Moreover, you should have heard of him before. He's the Zhua one that I mentioned before." It's that guy. I heard that he's just a child of a small family from a low-level city." "Senior sister, are you really going there to ask him to help our Jade Lady Star Court? He is just a nobody in a low-level city. Does he really have the ability to help us?" Qing Lian frowned. "Don't underestimate that guy. Lu Yuanhua also suffered a great loss at his hands. Moreover, he has an Earth-rank spirit treasure in the ancient Cavern Mansion. That Earth-rank spirit treasure alone is enough for us to rope him in." Qing Lian said seriously, "What a lucky guy. He has an Earth-rank spirit treasure. But if his strength is too weak, even if he has an Earth-rank spirit treasure, it will be a waste." Qing Lian curled her lips and muttered to herself. In her heart, she disapproved of Zhuowen, whom Qing Lian admired so much. In an inconspicuous room in the dilapidated mortal pavilion, Lu Yuanhua sat on the main seat. He looked around at the dilapidated environment and frowned. "Third Prince, I am the manager of the mortal pavilion, Du Yan. Do you need something from me?" A middle-aged man knelt in front of Lu Yuanhua. He looked at Lu Yuanhua with reverence. Du Yan was a man with gloomy eyes. He wore gray linen robes, and judging from his aura, he was roughly a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. However, his aura was much weaker than an ordinary half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. He had probably relied on external items to forcefully raise his cultivation to the half-step ultimate Emperor Realm. A weak half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, like Du Yan, could be easily defeated by a slightly stronger half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. As for General Fei Long, who was at the peak of the half-step ultimate Emperor Realm, he could even escape from a first-will ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. He only needed one move to annihilate Du Yan. "Help me check if there are any representatives from Tanjia City in the mortal level loft. If there are, give me the location." LV Yuanhua glanced at Du Yan below with some disdain as he coldly ordered. Many cultivators looked down on cultivators like Du Yan, who had relied on external help to reach the half-step ultimate Emperor Realm. Lu Yuanhua naturally looked down on Du Yan as well. If it weren't for the fact that Du Yan was the manager of the mortal pavilion, he wouldn't even bother with a servant like him. Du Yan was startled when he heard this. Seeing Lu Yuanhua's unfriendly expression, Du Yan guessed that there were some grievances between Vine Armor City and the Third Prince. Without the slightest hesitation, Du Yan hurriedly took out a golden page from his Qinkuan bag. On the surface of this page, there were densely packed words. Moreover, these words would constantly roll and flow with the passage of time. Clearly, this was a kind of spirit treasure that specialized in recording information. Du Yan's face lit up with joy after he checked the page. Found it. Vine Armor City is in room 586 on the 5th floor of the Mortal Pavilion. Lu Yuanhua's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, "Take me to room 586 immediately." Although Du Yan was extremely weak, his ability to read people's expressions was extremely powerful. Previously, he saw that LV Yuanhua's expression was unfriendly and gloomy. Now, after hearing the news about Tangjia City, his expression became much more hurried. It was very obvious that Tangjia City and LV Yuanhua had an unusual grudge. The Mortal Pavilion only housed the representatives of low-level cities. These low-level cities were extremely low in status and were extremely weak. He didn't think that a noble heir like Lu Yuanhua would travel thousands of miles to find Vine Armor City for any good reason. When he thought of this, Du Yan's eyes lit up. He knew that his chance had come. He knew very well that his talent wasn't enough. Even his ascension to the half-step ultimate emperor realm was forced by medicine. If he didn't encounter a fortuitous encounter, he would never be able to reach the ultimate emperor realm in his lifetime. However, if he could rely on Lu Yuanhua and receive his attention, his status in the house of Marquis Qin would definitely rise, even if he couldn't reach the ultimate emperor realm. As he planned in his heart, Du Yan carefully asked Lu Yuanhua, "Sir, do you have any grudges against Vine Armor City? If you do, I can give you some advice and help you deal with any future problems." Lu Yuanhua was originally a bit impatient, but after hearing Du Yan's words, he calmed down. He had come this time to test Zhuowen. Of course, if he could get rid of Zhuowen first, he would be more than happy to do so. However, there were many restrictions in the VIP area. Even as the heir of the house of Marquis Qin, he couldn't casually make a move in the VIP area. If he violated the rules, he was afraid that some of the old fellows in the house of Marquis Qin would target him. Du Yan was the manager of the Mortal Pavilion. Perhaps he had a way to get rid of Zhuowen from Vine Armor City. After thinking for a while, Lu Yuanhua said indifferently, "As the manager of the Mortal Pavilion, you should know many rules. If I want to get rid of the representative of Vine Armor City without anyone knowing, is there any way to do so? If you can give me a good suggestion, I don't mind giving you a promotion." When Du Yan heard this, a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. He knew that his chance had come. He immediately smiled and said, "It is almost impossible to get rid of Vine Armor City without anyone knowing. However, if you change the method, I can still get rid of all the representatives of Vine Armor City legitimately." "Oh, what good method do you have?" When Lu Yuanhua heard that there was hope, a trace of joy appeared on his face, and he quickly asked, "Although killing is not allowed in the VIP area, there are always exceptions. In the past, the representatives of the cities who didn't follow the rules in the VIP area were basically handed over to the managers of the respective areas to deal with. If Sir wants to deal with the representative of Vine Armor City, you only need to make the representative break the rules here first. When the time comes, we will have sufficient reason and authority to arrest him. When the time comes, won't it be up to Sir to deal with him?" Du Yan laughed coldly. When Lu Yuanhua heard this, his eyes lit up and he continued to say, "That makes sense. However, how can we make Vine Armor City break the rules? Now that the battle for the Vitality Tower is approaching, I'm afraid that many of the city representatives are busy training in seclusion. If they don't take the initiative to break the rules, we can naturally create a trap and make them obediently step into it. The specific method is like this." As he spoke, Du Yan cautiously transmitted his voice to Lu Yuanhua and described the plan he had thought of. The more Lu Yuanhua heard, the more joy on his face became. He laughed and said, "Good plan. Du Yan, if you can really help me capture the representative of Vine Armor City, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." When Du Yan heard this, he quickly knelt on the ground and said with a face full of joy, "Thank you, sir. I will definitely do this well. When the time comes, just wait for my good news. I will go and arrange it now." Go, but do it secretly. Don't let anyone discover any loopholes, understood?" Nodding slightly, Lu Yuanhua coldly warned. Du Yan's heart trembled, and he quickly said, "Rest assured, sir. I will definitely do it flawlessly." Chapter 342. Conflict in a room within the mundane pavilion. A youth was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat, silently absorbing the rich yuan qi around him. The yuan qi in the air was like a whirlpool as it rapidly entered the youth's body. Huff! The youth exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. However, he shook his head and muttered to himself, "Looks like I'm still too greedy. I've just broken through to the half-step ultimate emperor realm, and I'm already trying to break through to the ultimate emperor realm. Kid, the ultimate emperor realm isn't that easy to break through. Although your body contains the power of the world within the 9 extreme emperor origin pool, you've only been in the half-step ultimate emperor realm for a short period of time. I'm afraid it's not very possible for you to break through again." Xiao He suddenly emerged from between Zhuowen's brows and rolled his eyes at Zhuowen. Slightly nodding his head, Zhuowen said, "It looks like there's a bottleneck after reaching the half-step ultimate emperor realm. If there aren't any opportunities, I'm afraid it'll take a long time to break through to the ultimate emperor realm. Yes, this Yuan Qi Tower is your opportunity. This Dragon Lord can sense that there are many ancient ruins within the tower. There are probably many good things in those ruins." Xiao He nodded his head lightly. Hearing Xiao He mention the Yuan Qi Tower, Zhuowen suddenly asked, "Xiao He, you're also an existence that has lived since the ancient times. How much do you know about this Yuan Qi Tower?" The ancient city lord said that this Yuan Qi Tower appeared after the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Could it be that this Yuan Qi Tower is related to the catastrophe 10,000 years ago? Xiao He's expression instantly changed when he heard this. He said coldly, "Kid, didn't this Dragon Lord tell you? If your strength hasn't reached a certain level, it's best that you don't try to find out about the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. If you really do find out the truth, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive. In any case, there are many opportunities within the Yuan Qi Tower. You should grasp them yourself." After saying that, Xiao He did not give Zhuowen a chance to speak. With a swoosh, she turned into a ray of black light and entered between Zhuowen's eyebrows. There was not the slightest sound after that. Zhuowen felt a little helpless when he saw that Xiao He was no longer speaking. It seemed that the calamity 10,000 years ago really had some unspeakable secrets. Otherwise, Xiao He would not even dare to speak about it, as if she was extremely afraid of it. "I really don't know what happened 10,000 years ago. Xiao He doesn't even dare to mention it." Zhuowen shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Dong, dong, dong." Suddenly, a hurried knocking sound rang out in the room, causing Zhuowen to furrow his brows. He got up and opened the door, only to see a young man standing outside with a somewhat hurried breathing. Wasn't this young man their Rot-Tan armor city's Hu Wuying? However, at this moment, Hu Wuying was in a rather sorry state, and his face was somewhat bruised. "Wuying, what's wrong?" Zhuowen asked with a frown when he saw the sorry state Hu Wuying was in. "Zhuowen, someone is targeting our Rot-Tan armor city. Just now, Guexan, the city lord, and I wanted to go out for a stroll and see the other places in the VIP area. However, we were suddenly stopped for no reason. When those people saw us, they attacked us without saying anything." Hu Wuying said in a low voice with hatred as he covered his bruised face. "Someone actually dared to attack us in the VIP area? Don't they know that fighting is not allowed in the VIP area? If the administrator finds out, I'm afraid that we will be directly arrested and disqualified from participating in the Origin Qi Tower battle." Zhuowen said with a slightly changed expression. Hu Wuying also said with a bitter smile, "We also warned them, but those people didn't listen and directly attacked us. I heard that it was Tianguang City that attacked us. Although Tianguang City is also a low-level city, its strength is indeed infinitely close to that of a mid-level city. Its city lord is also a heavenly king realm expert. We were no match for them. Brother Gu and the city lord risked their lives to get me to come back and report." Tianguang City? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He felt that something was wrong. There were less than 2 months until the Origin Qi Tower battle. The representatives of every city should be busy preparing for the Origin Qi Tower battle. Why was it that the strongest low-level city, Tianguang City, had acted out of the norm and attacked them directly? Moreover, their target was their Rotan Armor City. Rotan Armor City and Tianguang City had never come into contact before. This kind of action for no reason was truly inconceivable. Let's go take a look. Thinking of this, Zhuowen strode out of the loft. Under Hu Wuying's lead, he directly rushed towards the scene of the incident. In an open space a few dozen feet away from the mortal stage loft, many cultivators had already gathered. They all stopped and looked towards the center of the open space. In the center of the open space, there were 7 figures. 5 of them were gathered together and surrounded the other 2. If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the 2 figures who were surrounded were Gu Xian and Gu Yutian. At this moment, the 2 of them were glaring at the 5 people who had surrounded them. Those 5 people seemed to be the representatives of Tianguang City. I didn't expect them to dare to attack in the VIP area. Aren't they afraid of being directly arrested by the administrator and being disqualified? Can't you see? It's been so long, but the administrator and the guards haven't come. Obviously, they plan to turn a blind eye to this. I'm afraid that Tianguang City has a good relationship with the administrator. If that's the case, I'm afraid that Rotan Armor City is in trouble. The city lord of Tianguang City is a heavenly king realm cultivator, and the strength of Tianguang City is extremely close to that of an intermediate city. I'm afraid that this unknown Rotan Armor City is in trouble. The surrounding cultivators who had gathered to watch pointed and discussed animatedly. They all looked at Gu Xian and Gu Yutian with pity. Although fighting was not allowed in the VIP area, there were exceptions to everything. This was because the VIP area was under the charge of the administrator. If the administrator turned a blind eye, even if the city representative made a move, they would not be held accountable. Who are you? Why are you looking for trouble with us? Rotan Armor City doesn't seem to have any enmity with you. Gu Yutian looked coldly at the 5 people around him and said angrily. Among the 5 people who had gathered, one of them was about the same age as Gu Yutian. He looked to be about 30 years old and had a full beard. The other 4 were much younger. The middle-aged man with a full beard was the city lord of Tianguang City, Lu Ruofeng. His strength had reached the initial heavenly king realm. This kind of strength was considered a top expert in a low-level city. After all, Gu Yutian, as the city lord of Rotan Armor City, was only at the complete Earth King realm. He was only slightly stronger than Gu Xian. The 4 youths sent by Tianguang City this time were all quite strong. They were all above the Earth King realm, and the strongest among them had reached the complete Earth King realm. What? Can't I look for trouble with you? Can't I look at you with disdain? Lu Ruofeng glanced at Gu Yutian contemptuously and sneered. You! Hearing those words, Gu Xian was so furious that his body trembled. The people in front of him were really too detestable. The 3 of them had originally been strolling around this place, yet these 5 people had suddenly appeared in front of them and attacked them without any explanation. Want to fight? Come. Let's exchange blows with your grandfather. A black-clothed youth with a gloomy face behind Lu Ruofeng clenched his fists and sneered at Gu Xian. This black-clothed youth was the strongest among the younger generation in Tianguang City. He was also Lu Ruofeng's son. His name was Lu Feng, and he was quite talented. His age was similar to Gu Xian's, but his strength had already reached the complete Earth King realm. Are you sure you said that? If you are killed by me later, don't blame me. Gu Xian looked coldly at Lu Feng in front of her. Kill me? You are just a guy at the complete Earth King realm, and you are weaker than me. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Hearing this, Lu Feng's face suddenly revealed a trace of anger. He took a step forward and directly rushed towards Gu Xian. Yuan power burst out from his body and tore the surrounding air apart. looking at Lu Feng rushing towards her. Guexan's face did not show the slightest trace of fear. She also took a step forward, and Yuan power burst out. Her right hand's 5 fingers formed a fist and directly punched towards Lu Feng. Boom! Fist against fist, instantly colliding with each other. An explosive shockwave suddenly swept out from the point of contact, causing the dust on the ground to fill the air. Dang, dang, dang. With a muffled groan, Guexan directly retreated dozens of steps. She coldly looked at Lu Feng, who was not far away. Lu Feng had also retreated in the previous exchange. However, he only retreated 3 steps. The gap between the two could be seen at a glance. You have some ability. However, the gap between us is already very obvious. Do you still want to struggle? If you kneel down and kowtow 10 times and lick my shoes, I will consider not killing you. I will only beat you half to death. Looking at Guexan, who had an ugly expression on her face, Lu Feng coldly laughed. I should be the one saying that. Guexan coldly snorted. She once again took a step forward and fearlessly rushed towards Lu Feng. You overestimate yourself. See if I don't cripple you. Lu Feng's expression was somewhat ugly. He patted his chinquan bag and took out a blue long spear. From the aura emitted from the surface of the long spear, it was obvious that it was a powerful, mid-grade soul treasure. Yuan power suddenly poured into the long spear. Lu Feng's feet suddenly stomped on the ground. His hands suddenly shot out, and the long spear in his hands directly left his hands. Wave-breaking spear technique. The long spear broke through the air, and an endless amount of waves surged into the surroundings. It was as if the surroundings had turned into a vast ocean and directly pressed towards Guexan. Looking at the powerful long spear in front of her, Guexan was not the slightest bit afraid. She also patted her chinquan bag and took out a long sword that flickered with a blue light. A suffocating aura suddenly burst out from the long sword. Black water sword, ice dragon in the sky. Her hands formed a sword seal, and the ground in front of Guexan suddenly shattered. A huge ice dragon that was dozens of feet long suddenly rushed out from the ground. It roared towards the sky and directly flew towards the long spear in front of it. Chapter 343. Run amok. It's actually a high-grade soul treasure. Rattan Armor City is only a low-grade city. How can it have a high-grade soul treasure? It's so powerful. This is the first time I've seen the power of a high-grade soul treasure. Looks like Rattan Armor City is not ordinary. It actually has a high-grade soul treasure, which is such a rare treasure. When Guexan displayed the power of the Blackwater sword, it immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding crowd. The mundane pavilion was the representative of a low-grade city, so it was pitiful to have a middle-grade soul treasure, let alone a high-grade soul treasure. Rattan Armor City did not have a high-grade soul treasure back then. If it were not for Zhuowen, Guexan would not have a high-grade soul treasure. This was also why the surrounding crowd was so shocked when Guexan took out the black ice sword. Many people even revealed a trace of greed in their eyes. In a low-grade city, a high-grade soul treasure was definitely a treasure that people would fight over. Awoo! In midair, the huge ice dragon swept towards the long spear like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, it violently collided with the long spear. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Under the impact of the ice dragon, the long spear in midair suddenly shattered inch by inch. The ice dragon's momentum did not decrease as it swept towards the stunned Lu Feng in front of it. Its huge dragon mouth directly bit towards Lu Feng's head. Bastard, how dare you? A loud shout suddenly rang out, following which a burly figure appeared on the ice dragon's head. He directly smashed the ice dragon's head with a 1,000-pound fall. Powerful Yuan power suddenly surged out, and the surrounding air was torn apart, forming a vacuum area. Awoo! The ice dragon raised its head and let out a sorrowful cry. Under the power of the 1,000-pound fall, it actually shattered inch by inch from head to tail. Pucci! Gu Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and could not help but continuously retreat. Finally, with the help of Gu Tian, she stopped her body. Xian, are you all right? Leaning against Gu Xian's back, Gu Tian asked worriedly. At this time, Gu Xian's face was extremely pale, and she forced a smile to Gu Tian beside her. Father, don't worry. I'm fine. After he finished speaking, his gaze was filled with fear as he looked at the sturdy figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him. This figure was Lu Feng's father, Lu Ruofeng. Father, this bastard almost killed me. You can't let that bastard off. Lu Feng, who was hiding behind Lu Ruofeng, patted his chest with lingering fear. He glared venomously at Gu Xian and said viciously, "The power of Gu Xian's ice dragon in the sky was simply too terrifying." Lu Feng knew that if Lu Ruofeng hadn't come to his rescue in time, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed. "Feng, or don't worry. Even if you didn't say it, this old man wouldn't have let these two guys off." Lu Ruofeng smiled faintly as he stared at the profound ice sword in Gu Xian's hand. He didn't expect that Gu Xian and Gu Tian, who came from a low-grade city, would actually possess a high-grade soul treasure. It should be known that even their Tianguang city didn't possess such a soul treasure. "Kid, hand over the high-grade soul treasure in your hands. Kneel on the ground and count out 10 times, and this old man will consider leaving your corpses intact." Lu Ruofeng slowly walked towards Gu Xian and Gu Tian, his eyes filled with undisguised greed. "Aren't you afraid that the administrator of this area will appear for committing such atrocities? If the administrator knows that you attacked us, you won't be able to live either." Gu Tian angrily said as he looked at Lu Ruofeng, who was slowly walking towards them. "Administrator?" Lu Ruofeng shook his head. "If the administrator really wanted to interfere, he would have already appeared when we started fighting. However, he still hasn't appeared, which means that he has already tacitly approved of our Tianguang city's actions." Lu Ruofeng's eyes were filled with ridicule. The reason why Tianguang city targeted Tengjiao city was not without reason. It was because the administrator of the mundane loft, Duyan, was manipulating them from behind the scenes. That was why they dared to act so unscrupulously. Damn it! Gu Xian cursed bitterly. He knew that Lu Ruofeng was right. They had been in a deadlock for so long, but there was no movement from the administrator's side. He probably didn't intend to interfere. "So, you'd better obediently accept your deaths. This old man will gladly accept the high-grade soul treasure in your hands." With a sneer, Lu Ruofeng stomped his foot on the ground. Powerful Yuan power formed a violent gale around his body, enveloping his entire body. Like an arrow, he abruptly closed in on Gu Xian and Gu Tian. His 5 fingers clenched and crackled as he directly smashed towards the two. Boom! Boom! The powerful force caused a series of violent explosions in the air, as if countless bombs had exploded at the same time. It was extremely ear-piercing. Many of the surrounding cultivators retreated in awe. A heavenly king realm cultivator was no longer a level they could come into contact with. Gu Xian's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly raised the Blackwater sword in his hand and blocked in front of him. Gu Tian beside him also took out a defensive mid-grade soul treasure from his Qinquan bag and blocked in front of him. Both of them displayed their most powerful defensive techniques, hoping to block Lu Ruofeng's attack. Boom! Just one punch directly hit the defense that Gu Xian and Gu Tian had carefully arranged. With a clear cracking sound, the two's defense crumbled inch by inch like clay chickens and pottery dogs. Chapter 344. Administrator Duyana shrill scream resounded in the air. It was ear-piercing and deafening. The onlookers were shocked to find that the one who screamed wasn't the young man who had just appeared as they had expected. Instead, it was the extremely powerful Lu Ruofeng. "Is that all you've got?" A cold smile appeared on Zhuo Wen's face as he stared coldly at Lu Ruofeng, whose right hand was fractured. Bastard! The veins on Lu Ruofeng's forehead bulged as he roared angrily. The black water sword in his left hand stabbed towards Zhuo Wen's chest. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out in the open space. Lu Ruofeng was shocked to find that the black water sword in his hand stabbed into the young man's chest as if it had stabbed into a rock. It could not break through the young man's physical defense at all. How is this possible? How can your physical body be so tough? Even a high-grade soul treasure can't break through it? Lu Ruofeng's pupils shrank as he exclaimed. At the same time, the surrounding onlookers also saw the scene. Everyone's eyes suddenly bulged at this moment, and the depths of their eyes were filled with thick disbelief. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. The black water sword was a high-grade soul treasure, but it could not pierce through the young man's physical body. At this moment, Lu Ruofeng was truly terrified. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. He could even withstand a high-grade soul treasure. Furthermore, he could feel the powerful energy contained in the young man's body. It could be said that the young man in front of him could crush him like an ant if he wanted to. Little brother, we failed to recognize you just now. Please forgive us. You don't have to waste your time with us. We'll return this black water sword to you. Lu Ruofeng saw that something was wrong and knelt on the ground. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. Seeing Lu Ruofeng kneel down so straightforwardly, many people around were stunned. Lu Ruofeng, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, was now kneeling on the ground so humbly. The contrast between before and after was really too big. Is this young man really from a low-grade city? To be able to defeat Lu Ruofeng so easily, he must be at least at the advanced Heavenly King stage, or even at the complete Heavenly King stage. What is the origin of this wrought tan armor city? To think that such a terrifying genius could appear. Everyone's gazes converged on the young man in the middle of the open space. Discussions broke out everywhere, causing an uproar. Taking the Blackwater sword, Zhuo Wen stared coldly at the kneeling Lu Ruofeng. His eyes were filled with coldness as he asked coldly, "Who sent you here?" At this moment, Zhuo Wen's mind was exceptionally clear. Qingguang City was very far away from Wrought Tan Armor City. Under normal circumstances, the two cities would not have much interaction, let alone any grievances. But today, Lu Ruofeng had taken the initiative to bring people to cause trouble for Wrought Tan Armor City for no reason. Furthermore, it was in the VIP area where private fights were not allowed. All of this was too strange in Zhuo Wen's eyes. When Lu Ruofeng heard this, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He did not expect that the young man in front of him was not only powerful, but his senses were also so sharp that he could instantly sense that something was wrong. "Little brother, you might have misunderstood. We didn't have anyone behind us. We just mistook you for someone else. This old man mistook your people for my former enemies, so I—" Lu Ruofeng's lips trembled slightly as he laughed awkwardly. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt an intense pain coming from his left arm, following which the crisp sound of bones cracking rang out once again. It was exceptionally loud in the open space. "Ah!" With a blood-curdling scream, Lu Ruofeng was shocked to find that the young man in front of him had unceremoniously stepped on his left arm. Powerful Yuan power invaded his arm, causing the bones within to shatter. Zhuo Wen's face was filled with indifference. He coldly stared at Lu Ruofeng, who was sweating profusely, and said, "You won't speak? Then you're completely useless. You can die now." A murderous intent burst forth from Zhuo Wen's eyes, following which Zhuo Wen waved his right hand. The Blackwater sword in his hand cut through the air and directly pierced towards Lu Ruofeng's forehead. "Wait. I'll speak. Don't kill me." Looking at the Blackwater sword that was getting closer and closer, Lu Ruofing felt an extremely cold, murderous intent and hurriedly shouted, "Chi!" The Blackwater sword suddenly stopped an inch away from Lu Ruofing's forehead. The cold light emitted by the blade faintly shot into Lu Ruofing's eyes, causing him to involuntarily shiver. "Speak. If you dare to lie, this Blackwater sword will directly pierce through your forehead," Zhuowen expressionlessly said as he pointed the Blackwater sword at Lu Ruofing's forehead. Lu Ruofing bitterly laughed and said, "Actually, this matter is—" Just as Lu Ruofing was about to reveal the mastermind behind this, his gaze suddenly changed, following which a destructive energy abruptly came crashing down from above Lu Ruofing's head. This energy suddenly transformed into a huge golden palm several dozen feet from the ground. With Lu Ruofing as the center, it directly enveloped an area of several dozen feet. Zhuowen and Lu Ruofing were both enveloped by this huge palm. Rumble! An earth-shaking rumble resounded throughout the entire open space, following which an endless wave of qi swept through the air along with a cloud of dust, causing the spectating cultivators to retreat more than 10 meters in the face of this huge wave of qi. Zhuowen, Gu Xan, Gu Yutian, and Hu Wuying, who were originally at the edge of the open space, couldn't help but retreat continuously because of this powerful wave of qi. After they stopped moving, their gazes converged on the center of the open space. They couldn't help but shout out loud, their voices filled with fear and worry. What a powerful origin energy palm. This power is almost at the level of an ultimate half-step Emperor Realm expert. Lu Ruofing and the youth are dead for sure. In the mundane pavilion, only one person has the strength of an ultimate half-step Emperor Realm expert. That person is the manager of the mundane pavilion. Could it really be the manager who made a move? How ruthless! He didn't even ask for the reason and actually killed Lu Ruofing and that youth. Fearful discussions resounded throughout the entire empty ground. Everyone's gazes were filled with respect as they stared at the five-finger mountain like giant yuan power palm that stood firmly in the middle of the empty ground. They knew that Lu Ruofing and the youth who had suddenly appeared would be crushed into meat patties under the pressure of this mountain-like origin energy palm. Not even their bones would be left behind. Two figures stood on a high ground not far from the open space. One of them was a middle-aged man dressed in gray, while the other was dressed in a luxurious purple robe. His entire body exuded a noble aura. At this moment, the middle-aged man dressed in gray stood respectfully behind the purple-robed youth. A fawning smile appeared on his face as he said, "Third Prince, aren't you being too cautious? Although Zhuowen's strength isn't bad, he's not that strong. This lowly one only needs to make a slight move to kill him." These two people were the manager of the Mortal Stage Pavilion, Du Yan, and the third prince of the House of Marquis Qin, Lu Yuanhua, who had schemed against Zhuowen. At this moment, Lu Yuanhua had his hands behind his back. His brows were slightly furrowed as he recalled the various powerful performances of Zhuowen in the ancient cave mansion. He didn't believe that Zhuowen would be so easily dealt with. If Zhuowen really hadn't made any progress in these 2 years, then it was obviously unnecessary for him to mobilize so many people to plot against Zhuowen. Yes, if that Zhuowen is really dead, that would be the best. As for the remaining people from Rot 10 Armor City, don't let them go either. Go capture all of them and secretly deal with them," Lu Yuanhua said with a cold expression as he nodded slightly. When Du Yan heard this, a trace of a smile immediately appeared on his face. He said, "Third Prince, don't worry. This lowly one will take care of these small matters." As he spoke, Du Yan slightly bowed and slowly retreated. Not long after, Du Yan brought more than 10 heavily armored guards and rushed towards the open space at lightning speed. These guards were all his subordinates who were the administrators. "The manager is here. Everyone be careful." The manager really came. It seems like the one who acted just now was the manager. Lu Ruofing and that youth are really too unlucky. They provoked the manager to act. They deserved to die. Looking at Du Yan, who was leading a group of people from not far away, the expressions of the people around the open space changed slightly as they started to discuss spiritedly. As soon as Du Yan arrived at the center of the open space, his viper-like gaze stared directly at the edge of the open space. He stared at Gu Xan, Gu Yutian, and Hu Wuying, who were in a daze. He waved his hand and coldly said, "Capture the three of them." When Gu Yutian and the other two heard this, their expressions changed greatly. Gu Yutian hurriedly said, "Manager, why do you want to capture us? In the beginning, it was clearly Tianguang City that caused trouble for our people from Rot 10 Armor City. Also, was the one who acted just now you, manager? Why are you attacking our people from Rot 10 Armor City? Our House of Marquis Qin has long since set a rule. In this VIP area, all representatives of the cities are not allowed to fight privately. However, your people from Rot 10 Armor City and Tianguang City are audacious. You actually knowingly broke the law. You should all be killed. Take them all away." Dian coldly snorted. The corners of his mouth were filled with a sinister smile. With a wave of his hand, the numerous guards behind him immediately surrounded Gu Yutian and the other two. As Gu Yutian and the other two were seriously injured, they were quickly unable to withstand the attacks of the numerous guards and were captured one after another. What a bunch of ants that don't know death. They actually want to resist me. Looking at Gu Yutian and the other two, who were captured in an instant, Dian's gaze was filled with arrogance and disdain. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, a clear sound of footsteps suddenly came slowly from the center of the open space and reverberated around the open space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 345. Defeating Du Yan, someone is still alive after taking this old man's all-out attack? Du Yan frowned and muttered to himself as he stared at the vague figure emerging from the rolling dust. Although his strength had been forcibly raised to the half-step ultimate emperor realm through the use of pills, a full-powered attack was not something a heavenly king stage cultivator could withstand. Lu Ruofeng was only at the initial heavenly king stage, so he would definitely die under Du Yan's attack. As for Zhuowen, his aura was even weaker than Lu Ruofeng's because he had deliberately concealed his aura. Therefore, Du Yan did not think much of Zhuowen at all. Whoosh! A cool breeze blew past, blowing away all the dust in the center of the open space. Then, the originally faintly discernible figure finally appeared before everyone's eyes. It's that young man? How is this possible? The administrator is a half-step ultimate emperor realm expert. How could he not be killed by a full-powered attack? Is this young man really from a low-grade city? When the slender young figure finally appeared before everyone's eyes, it immediately caused an uproar in the open space. Everyone stared in disbelief at the spotless figure in the center of the open space. The person who had appeared before everyone was Zhuowen. At this moment, long swords were flying around Zhuowen. There were a total of 108 sword-shaped soul treasures. It was the boundless sword aura, a grade 4 yuan array. The yuan chi palm that had suddenly descended from the sky had been completely blocked by the boundless sword aura that surrounded Zhuowen's body. Just now, the person who attacked was you? Zhuowen raised his head slightly and stared coldly at Du Yan, who was not far away. He spoke word by word, his voice filled with a cold, killing intent. A killing intent that seemed to have materialized surged out from Zhuowen's eyes. When Du Yan felt this cold, killing intent, his heart clenched and his body trembled involuntarily. Damn it! This brat is just a lowly commoner from a low-level city. This old man was actually frightened by him just now. After coming back to his senses, Du Yan's face immediately flushed red. He glared at Zhuowen in front of him and said, "Looks like you have some ability. You actually didn't die after taking this old man's one move head-on. However, this old man can clearly tell you that your Vine Armor City is having a private fight in the VIP area, so immediately surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." When Du Yan's words left his mouth, Quite a number of people in the surroundings gathered their gazes on Zhuowen. One by one, they involuntarily shook their heads, although they were quite surprised that Zhuowen was able to survive Du Yan's attack, now that the manager Du Yan had personally come. The young man in front of them was really finished. To be able to survive Sir Manager's attack, this brat is definitely hiding his strength. It's a pity that he offended Sir Manager. Now everything is over. Sighs immediately sounded from the surroundings. They could feel that Zhuowen's strength was much stronger than the geniuses from low-level cities like them. They were afraid that he would perform well in this Vitality Tower battle. Unfortunately, he had violated the rules of the VIP area. Surrender without a fight? I'm really sorry. Even if you are the manager of the Mundane Pavilion, you are not qualified to arrest me. Zhuowen shook his head and then stomped his foot on the ground. His entire body turned into a bolt of blue lightning and instantly arrived above Du Yan. His gaze was extremely cold. Du Yan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that the young man in front of him would actually make a move. He simply did not put the rules of the VIP area in his eyes. Damn brat, you actually know the rules and break them. In that case, I will immediately execute you on the spot. Du Yan coldly snorted as a strong killing intent emerged in his eyes. He patted his Qingquan bag and directly took out a huge double-edged axe. Yuan power poured into the double-edged axe like a tide. With his left foot as the axis, he stomped his right foot and his entire body spun half a circle. The huge double-edged axe carried the power to tear through the air and fiercely smashed towards Zhuowen. Looking at the incoming axe, there was not the slightest trace of fear in Zhuowen's eyes. With a thought, endless mental energy gushed out like a tide and directly formed a transparent mental energy wall in front of him. Boom! The huge axe fiercely slammed into the mental energy wall. The aftermath of the powerful force was like ripples in water, spreading across the entire open space. Some of the weaker warriors were frightened and quickly retreated. Mental energy? You are actually an Arcanist, and a grade 3 Arcanist at that? Looking at the mental energy wall that blocked his huge axe, Du Yan's pupils shrank slightly. He could not help but exclaim, his face full of shock. In the entire Heavenly Armor continent, the status of an Arcanist was very respected. A grade 3 Arcanist was comparable to the governor of an ordinary high-grade city. The status of a grade 4 Arcanist was incomparably noble. Even some nobles did not dare to slight them in the slightest. Du Yan could feel that the mental energy displayed by the young man in front of him was at least at the perfect grade 3 realm. This was an existence that was only one step away from becoming a grade 4 Arcanist. Moreover, what made Du Yan even more frightened was that the young man in front of him looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. For such a young man to possess mental energy at the perfect grade 3 realm, it was likely that he had an extremely terrifying grade 4 Arcanist master behind him. A grade 4 Arcanist was an existence that even Muqin Marquis would not dare to casually offend. How is this possible? How can such a young grade 3 Arcanist appear in a small, low-grade city? This is simply impossible. Du Yan panicked. Even though he was a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert and the manager of the VIP area, such a lowly position could not compare to a grade 3 Arcanist. While Du Yan's thoughts were in a mess, Zhuowen's gaze focused. With a thought, the boundless sword force around him moved at the same time. Long swords that flowed with brilliant light cut through the void, rumbling as they swept towards Du Yan below. Feeling the biting cold light above him, Du Yan came to his senses. He raised his right hand, and the huge double-edged axe immediately blocked in front of him. Clang! 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 Countless sword force bombarded the double-edged axe like rain. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly. Thud! 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 The powerful force immediately caused Du Yan to involuntarily retreat. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could stop himself. He stared in shock at Zhuowen, who was surrounded by countless sword force in the distance. "Oh, you're just a lowly manager of the mundane attic. You actually possess a high-grade spirit treasure? That's quite rare, isn't it?" Seeing that Du Yan was actually barely able to block the bombardment of the boundless sword force, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of interest. His boundless sword force was a powerful origin formation formed by 36 high-grade spirit treasures and 72 mid-grade spirit treasures. Even an ordinary attack could unleash the power of a high-grade spirit treasure. Ordinary high-grade spirit treasures would not be able to escape the fate of shattering under the bombardment of the boundless sword force. However, the double-edged axe in Du Yan's hand was so sturdy. It was obvious that this spirit treasure was not ordinary. "Wait, sir." At this time, Du Yan was really complaining incessantly. He finally knew why Lu Yuanhua had mobilized so many people to deal with this young man, called Zhuowen. It turned out that this young man was not simple. He had the mental strength of a grade 3 perfection. It was very likely that this young man's master was a high-ranking member of the Arcane Guild. He could not afford to offend such a person. "It's too late now. Go to hell." The first form of the boundless sword force, flying sword slash everything that can be slashed. Ignoring Du Yan's words, Zhuowen stomped his foot and a powerful mental strength surged out. The countless sword force around Zhuowen flew into the air with Zhuowen as the center. Then the 108 long swords instantly gathered and turned into a huge long sword that was dozens of feet long. The core formation of the boundless sword force contained 3 major sword moves. These 3 major sword moves were each more powerful than the previous one. When Zhuowen first obtained the boundless sword force, he did not fully comprehend these 3 major sword moves, so he could not unleash the true power of the boundless sword force. However, after a full year or so, Zhuowen had finally comprehended the boundless sword force. Naturally, he could unleash the 3 major sword moves contained in it. Whoosh! The huge long sword broke through the void with a dazzling speed. In an instant, it swept towards Du Yan. Wherever it passed, the surrounding space collapsed inch by inch, creating countless whirlpool-like black holes. Looking at the huge long sword that was rushing towards him, Du Yan's face became extremely solemn. He knew that if he could not block this move, he would really die here. Splitting axe space, Du Yan also used a desperate move. His right hand, which was holding the huge axe, suddenly threw it into the void. Then, a huge axe shadow descended from the sky. This axe shadow was dozens of feet in size and was almost the same size as the huge sword. Boom! In an instant, the huge sword and the axe shadow collided fiercely in the void. A huge roar exploded out of nowhere, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Then, the space where the huge sword and the axe shadow collided directly collapsed, forming a huge black hole that was constantly devouring. "Break for me." Zhuowen's gaze was extremely cold. 81 streams of valiant mental energy gushed out from his Naiwan palace and fused into the giant sword hovering in the air. An extremely clear buzzing sound suddenly erupted from the giant sword, and it actually increased in size by a few notches. Crack! Looking at the axe shadow that was almost torn to shreds, Du Yan's pupils shrunk to the size of needles at this moment, while a thick fear surfaced in the depths of his eyes, after which he felt an extremely powerful force heavily smashing against his chest. Puchi! A mouthful of blood suddenly spat out from his mouth. Du Yan's body was like a withered leaf as he flew out powerlessly. Chapter 346. Inconceivable. The manager is a half-step into the ultimate emperor realm, but he was actually defeated? Isn't this too inconceivable? Is this youth called Zhuowen really from a low-level city? Judging from the battle just now, he's actually a grade 3 Arcana Master. Grade 3 Arcana Master? How is that possible? Such a young grade 3 Arcana Master is rarely seen even in super cities. How can such a monstrous genius appear in a low-level city? As they stared at Du Yan, who was on the verge of suffering a crushing defeat, an uproar erupted from the surroundings of the empty ground. The gazes that everyone used to look at Zhuo Wen had become extremely respectful. Why aren't you releasing the people from Rot-Tan Armor City? Ignoring the half-dead Du Yan, Zhuo Wen's cold gaze suddenly locked onto the nearby guards who were still holding on to Gu Tian and the other two. After meeting Zhuo Wen's cold gaze, the guards no longer had the slightest will to fight. The youth in front of them was too terrifying. Even the manager wasn't his match. Such a person wasn't someone they could deal with. Let's go. The guards glanced at Zhuo Wen with extreme fear, then obediently released Gu Tian and the others. Like monkeys scattering when the tree falls, they all fled the area. Zhuo Wen only relaxed when he arrived beside Gu Tian and the others and confirmed that they were fine. Zhuo Wen, Du Yan is the manager of the mundane level loft. You killed him just like that? Gu Tian said with a worried expression. Don't worry. I knew what I was doing. Du Yan isn't dead. Shaking his head slightly, Zhuo Wen walked towards the deep pit not far from the clearing. His gaze was cold as he stared at Du Yan's twitching body. He said indifferently, You were the one who sent those people from Skylight City to deal with us, right? Why did you do this? At this moment, a strange smile appeared on Du Yan's face. He said, Haha, I really didn't expect you to be so bold, Zhuo Wen. You even dared to hit me, the manager. Your strength is truly shocking, but so what? With your audacious behavior just now, the third prince already has enough reason to take action. Haha, you're dead meat. Third prince? Are you talking about Lu Yuanhua? Looks like it's really that cowardly tortoise behind the scenes. Murmuring, Zhuo Wen suddenly reached out with his right hand and grabbed Du Yan's neck in his palm. He lifted Du Yan up in the air and shouted, Lu Yuanhua, I know you are nearby. Since you want to deal with me, Zhuo Wen, then don't be a coward. Now I'll count to 3. If he doesn't appear, I'll crush this Du Yan to death. After Zhuo Wen's voice was amplified by Yuan power, it was incomparably loud and clear in the entire open space. Good. We haven't seen each other for 2 years, but Zhuo Wen, you're still so arrogant. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The moment Zhuo Wen finished speaking, a slender figure suddenly appeared in the sky from nearby. An aura as strong as a mountain came crashing down from the sky. What a powerful aura. It's an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Isn't Lu Yuanhua the third prince of the house of Marquis Qin? That Zhuo Wen is actually acquainted with such a noble person. From the looks of it, that Zhuo Wen has some enmity with the third prince, but as expected of the third prince of the house of Marquis Qin. He looks to be around 20 years old, but he's already reached the ultimate Emperor Realm. That Zhuo Wen is finished. When this aura as strong as a mountain suddenly descended upon the open space, all the cultivators felt a suffocating pressure. Many of the weaker cultivators retreated far away from the open space. Most of the pressure from Lu Yuanhua's body was concentrated on Zhuo Wen. However, Zhuo Wen's figure was still as tall and straight as a pine tree. The terrifying aura from Lu Yuanhua's body didn't affect him in the slightest. Lu Yuanhua narrowed his eyes as he looked at the unmoving figure below. He then looked down at Zhuo Wen from above and said, Let go of Du Yan, and I'll consider leaving your corpse intact. At this moment, Du Yan, whose neck was being held by Zhuo Wen, stared at Zhuo Wen with some mockery. He chuckled and said, Kid, the third prince has spoken. Hurry up and let this old man go. Otherwise, all of Rot-Tan Armor City will die. You're really noisy. You're meat on my chopping block now, and you still dare to be so arrogant in front of me? I really don't know where you get your courage from. As he spoke, Zhuo Wen smiled coldly at LV Yuanhua, who was in the air, following which his right hand suddenly exerted force, and a powerful origin energy fiercely invaded Du Yan's neck. A clear cracking sound reverberated throughout the entire open space. Du Yan died with his eyes wide open as he glared at Zhuo Wen. He hadn't expected that Zhuowen would be so audacious as to kill him even after Lu Yuanhua had appeared. Lu Yuanhua, as someone who once lost to me, do you think you have the right to order me around? With a light flick of his right hand, Zhuowen unceremoniously tossed Du Yan's corpse to the side. He then raised his head slightly and looked at Lu Yuanhua with a mocking gaze. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground slowly rang out. The surrounding fighters all stared blankly at the corpse of manager Du Yan. They hadn't expected that Zhuowen would be so audacious as to kill Du Yan in front of Lu Yuanhua. He didn't give Lu Yuanhua any face at all. Lu Yuanhua's expression became extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent as he said, coldly, "Good, very good. I originally planned to deal with you after entering the Tower of Vitality. Since you don't know the difference between life and death, then you don't need to participate in the battle for the Tower of Vitality. Die now." As he spoke, Lu Yuanhua took a step in the air. His entire body was as light as a bird as he suddenly chased after Zhuowen at an extremely fast speed. Zhuowen's expression turned serious as he looked at Lu Yuanhua rushing towards him. He patted his Qinkuan bag with his right hand and took out a large blood-red spear. It was the Moon Demon Dragon's Pine spear that had evolved into a high-grade soul treasure. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly surged out from Zhuowen's body. Although this aura was much weaker than Lu Yuanhua's, it still caused the surrounding fighters' expressions to change. No wonder he was able to defeat manager Du Yan so easily. It turns out that Zhuowen is actually a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. His mental energy is at the perfect 3rd grade, and his martial cultivation is at the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm. This Zhuowen is truly a freak. But so what if he's at the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm? The 3rd prince is a true Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Even if he's only at the 1st wheel, a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator can't compare to him. This Zhuowen is probably going to die here. Everyone around the clearing could sense the powerful aura coming from the fearless youth standing in the middle of the clearing. It immediately caused quite a commotion. "Oh, you've actually advanced to the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm? Looks like your cultivation speed is pretty good. But if that's all you've got, then you should just die." In the sky, Lu Yuanhua could also sense the powerful aura erupting from Zhuowen's body. The smile on his face grew even wider. He knew that Zhuowen, who was only at the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm, was definitely going to die this time. At the top of a pavilion not too far away from the clearing, 2 beautiful figures were gazing at the clearing from afar. One of them was dressed in a light blue muslin dress. Her snow-white skin was faintly discernible, and she exuded a fresh and elegant aura. The other figure was slightly smaller. Her fiery red muslin dress was draped over her body, making her seem like a wisp of inexhaustible flame. These 2 figures were Qing Lian and Hong Lian, who'd come out of the Jade Maiden Star Court to search for Zhuowen. They'd originally planned to head directly to the Mortal Pavilion to look for Zhuowen, but they hadn't expected to see this scene in the clearing. Lu Yuanhua is a true Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Zhuowen is only at the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm. Senior sister, if you don't act, then Zhuowen will definitely die. Hong Lian's watery eyes turned slightly as she glanced at Qing Lian beside her and giggled. Qing Lian smiled faintly and said, "Junior sister, you're underestimating Zhuowen too much." Back then, he was able to rely on his own strength to make Lu Yuanhua suffer a great loss. This proves that he's not ordinary. Let's wait and see. AI, senior sister, why do you think so highly of Zhuowen? The difference between a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert and an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert is like the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how heaven-defying Zhuowen is, it's not very likely that he'll be a match for an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Perhaps Lu Yuanhua will only need one move to completely eliminate Zhuowen. The corners of Hong Lian's mouth twitched. She shrugged and muttered somewhat disapprovingly. In her opinion, Zhuo Wen definitely wouldn't be able to last a single round against Lu Yuanhua. Zhuo Wen was dead for sure. Zhuo Wen and Lu Yuanhua have started fighting. Let's see how many moves Zhuo Wen can last before he dies from Lu Yuanhua. Han Lian immediately noticed that Lu Yuanhua couldn't help but charge towards Zhuo Wen. A trace of interest suddenly appeared on her pretty face. Qing Lian didn't say a word. Her beautiful eyes were tightly fixed on the young man's figure in the open space. She believed in her intuition. Zhuo Wen, who came from a low-grade city, was definitely not simple. This was also the reason why she had taken the initiative to befriend Zhuo Wen back in the ancient cave dwelling. In the sky above the open space, Lu Yuanhua's right hand grabbed at the air. The surrounding yuan qi immediately condensed and finally transformed into a long golden spear that was several feet long. Whoosh! The golden spear fiercely streaked through the air and directly shot towards Zhuo Wen. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by the spear and actually collapsed inch by inch. This was the strength of an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. They could communicate with the energy of the world at any time and use it to unleash powerful energy at will. Chapter 347. Challenging a cultivator of a higher realm. Zhuo Wen's expression was extremely serious as he stared at the golden spear shooting towards him. At the same time, a trace of excitement flickered in his eyes. This was the first time he was going to fight against an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Zhuo Wen's strength could be considered at the peak of the half-step Emperor Realm. Back then, even General Fei Long, an expert who could escape from an ultimate Emperor Realm expert, had died at Zhuo Wen's hands. Zhuo Wen really wanted to test just how big the gap was between him and a true ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Looks like I'll have to go all out. It's been a long time since I felt the excitement of using my full strength. Licking his lips, the boundless sword qi around Zhuo Wen's body suddenly shrank, forming a steel-like defensive barrier around Zhuo Wen's body. At the same time, Zhuo Wen rapidly formed several seals with his hands. Lightning surged out from his back and transformed into 2 pairs of lightning wings. One pair was 10 meters long with countless lightning snakes coiling around its surface. It was the lightning serpent wings. The other pair was 15 meters long with a flood dragon on its surface. It was the lightning serpent wings. Although the thunder serpent wings and thunder serpent wings were sacred talismans that focused on speed, the 2 pairs of thunder wings also had a defensive effect. As long as the thunder wings were closed, they could wrap around the caster and protect them like an eggshell. At the same time, Zhuo Wen's right hand, which was holding the spear, suddenly moved his fingers. The blood-red spear immediately began to spin rapidly. Following that, waves of dense blood energy gushed out from the spear and blossomed into blood-red maple leaves around Zhuo Wen's body. The leaves revolved around Zhuo Wen's body, forming a blood-red barrier. After completing the 3 layers of defense, Zhuo Wen raised his head and looked at the golden spear that was tearing through the void. He was not afraid at all. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a bolt of lightning and arrived above the golden spear in an instant. He clenched his right hand, and the blood-colored great spear suddenly shot out. He actually wanted to meet force with force. Has Zhuo Wen gone mad? He actually dares to meet an ultimate Emperor Realm expert's attack head-on? He's simply courting death. The surrounding cultivators had strange looks in their eyes as they stared at the youth who didn't even try to dodge. They all shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, Zhuo Wen was simply courting death. Even Qing Lian, who was standing at the top of a nearby pavilion, couldn't help but frown. She hadn't expected Zhuo Wen to be so unwise. It was obvious that Lu Yuanhua's cultivation level was much higher than his own, but he still dared to meet force with force. Senior sister, is the Zhuo when you think highly of someone like this? Qing Lian's Luo Luo, Luo Luo Luo, Luo Luo Luo's Luos, Luo 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 Luo, Luo 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 Luo, Luo Luo's Luo originally. Luo Luo was a little interested in Zhuo Wen because of Qing Lian. However, Zhuowen's actions, which seemed like he was courting death, made her feel ridiculed in her heart. A beast without any intelligence would know to retreat when facing a strong enemy. However, Zhuowen was simply brainless. Luo was clearly much stronger than him, but he still dared to meet force with force. In Luo's heart, this wasn't a courageous act. Instead, it was an extremely stupid act. The blood-red long spear and the huge golden great spear collided violently. Endless astral winds immediately tore through the air like blades. The surrounding air seemed to be boiling. Stupid fellow, do you think it's still 2 years ago? You actually dared to meet my attack head-on. You're simply courting death. Lu Yuanhua's eyes were gloomy as he sneered mockingly. Boom! In an instant, the golden spear blasted away the blood-red spear and slammed into Zhuowen's body. The enormous force caused Zhuowen to groan and fall like a meteor. Rumble! He smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater that was several meters wide. For a moment, the entire area was filled with dust and obscured the view. He lost! At the edge of the clearing, Guyu Tian and the other two stared helplessly at the falling figure. They couldn't help but sigh as their eyes flickered with grief and indignation. Lu Yuanhua was just too strong. He was a genuine ultimate Emperor Realm expert. The difference between Zhuowen and the former was just too great. Although Zhuowen was a monstrous genius, the difference between the two was just too great. He wasn't a match for Lu Yuanhua at all. Many cultivators around the open space also shook their heads and sighed. After all, this was a mundane stage loft, and the surrounding cultivators were basically from low-level cities, so they naturally felt a sense of familiarity towards Zhuowen, who was also from a low-level city. Now that Zhuowen had been personally killed by Lu Yuanhua, many cultivators couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. At the top of a nearby pavilion, Hong Lian, who was standing beside Qing Lian, shook her head. She looked at Qing Lian with waning interest and said, "Senior sister, let's go." That Zhuowen really overestimated himself. He actually wanted to fight an ultimate Emperor Realm expert with the strength of a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert. He was simply courting death. Now that that fellow is dead, there's no need for us to waste any more time on Zhuowen. At this moment, Qing Lian frowned slightly and sighed softly. Her beautiful eyes, which were originally filled with anticipation, were now filled with disappointment. Perhaps she really had misjudged him. After all, Zhuowen was only from a low-level city. Without the support of a deep foundation, how could he possibly compare to the superpowers of their provincial capital? Although Zhuowen had defeated Lu Yuanhua 2 years ago, that was already in the past. The house of Marquis Qin's foundation was even more terrifying than their jade maiden star courts. With the support of numerous resources, that Lu Yuanhua could surpass Zhuowen in a short period of time. Perhaps I was too naive back then. Let's go, junior sister. Since Zhuowen is dead, there's no need for us to stay here any longer. Qing Lian glanced indifferently at the deep pit in the clearing in the distance and shook her head as she spoke to Hong Lian. I told you, how could a fellow from a low-level city possibly have the potential to help our Jade Maiden Star Court? Even if his talent was not bad, how could his resources and foundation be compared to our provincial capital's superpowers? It's good that Zhuowen is dead. Sister Qing Lian, you don't have to worry about that fellow all day long. Seeing the gloomy expression on Qing Lian's pretty face, Hong Lian hurriedly pushed all the blame onto Zhuowen and comforted her with soft words. Just as the two women were about to leave, an uproar suddenly rang out in the clearing not far away. Then a clear and familiar voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire clearing. Lu Yuanhua, even if you've advanced to the ultimate Emperor realm, it doesn't seem like you've made much progress. Your attack power is like scratching an itch for me. A clear and melodious voice slowly sounded, reverberating in the ears of the two women who were about to leave. Then, the two women who were about to leave suddenly stopped. Their pupils suddenly shrank, and they turned their heads to look in the direction of the open space. They saw a figure slowly walk out of the huge pit in the middle of the clearing. He fearlessly stared at Lu Yuanhua in the sky. This fellow, he's not dead? How is this possible? A half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator shouldn't be able to withstand an all-out attack from an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. How did this fellow do it? A trace of shock finally appeared on Hong Lian's pretty face. She would have believed it if some heaven-defying, half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator had managed to escape from an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. After all, some half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators were quite good at preserving their lives. It was still possible for them to escape from an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. But if it was said that a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator had fought an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator head-on, then it was truly inconceivable. The gap between a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator and a true Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator was just too great. Even the most heaven-defying half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator shouldn't be able to withstand an all-out attack from an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Even Qing Lian's jade-like hands were trembling slightly. She didn't conceal the shock on her face at all. But after her initial shock, she was pleasantly surprised. She knew that Zhuowen wouldn't be defeated so easily. In the open space, Zhuowen did not seem to be injured at all. After all, he had 3 layers of defense: the blood-red maple leaf, the limitless sword aura, the lightning serpent wings, and the lightning serpent wings. So, although the golden spear's attack had smashed Zhuowen to the ground, most of the power of the golden spear had been weakened by the 3 layers of defense. Zhuowen's powerful physical body was completely capable of withstanding the remaining bit of power. This was also why Zhuowen was still as lively as a tiger even after taking an all-out attack from Lu Yuanhua. He actually seems to be unharmed. What's wrong with Zhuowen? How did he manage to withstand an all-out attack from an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator so easily? Is Zhuowen really a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator? How can he be so abnormal? An uproar suddenly broke out in the open space. All the cultivators focused their gazes on the center of the open space. Although the young man seemed to be in a sorry state, he didn't seem to be injured at all. Looks of shock appeared on their faces. In the air, L.V. Yuanhua, whose face was originally filled with a sneer, stiffened at this moment. His gaze stared straight at Zhuowen, who was below him. His pupils had shrunk to the size of needles as he muttered in a low voice, "How could this guy withstand my attack? There's clearly such a huge gap between us. Humph. It looks like I've underestimated Zhuowen. It looks like his defensive techniques are pretty good. But even if you can withstand one of my attacks, I don't believe that you can withstand the next one." With a cold snort, Lu Yuanhua stomped his foot in the air and shot toward Zhuowen like a meteor. At the same time, he gently pinched the air with his hands. 2 large golden blades instantly condensed between his hands. Chapter 348. The Great Battle. It's just an insignificant trick. L.V. Yuanhua coldly snorted as he looked at the blood-colored great spear that was thrusting towards him. He waved the large blade in his right hand, and a clear ding sound rang out as he directly intercepted the blood-colored great spear. At the same time, Lu Yuanhua's left hand didn't remain idle. He swung it down viciously at Zhuowen's head, and the powerful force behind it created an endless vortex in the surrounding air. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly as the heavy blade came crashing down. The lightning serpent wings and lightning serpent wings on Zhuowen's back flapped fiercely, and his entire body turned into a streak of afterimages as he disappeared from the spot like a bolt of lightning. Lu Yuanhua's blade struck empty air. Lu Yuanhua's pupils shrank as he stared at the afterimages in front of him. He muttered hatefully, "How can this guy be so fast?" Whoosh! Zhuowen's speed had practically reached the limit. With the assistance of the lightning serpent wings and lightning serpent wings, Zhouwen's speed was so fast that even an ordinary ultimate Emperor Realm expert would have a hard time catching up to him. After dodging Lu Yuanhua's blade, Zhouwen instantly appeared several meters behind Lu Yuanhua. Killing intent burst forth from his eyes as he gently moved his fingers. The blood-red spear suddenly spiraled and stabbed towards Lu Yuanhua's back. Clang! Just as the tip of the blood-red spear was about an inch away from Lu Yuanhua's back, an invisible barrier appeared behind Lu Yuanhua's back, blocking the blood-red spear. This invisible barrier was LV Yuanhua's ability to draw upon the power of the world. This was the most fundamental characteristic that distinguished the ultimate Emperor realm from other realms. It allowed one to draw upon the power of the world at any time and place for one's own use. The power of the world was illusory and ethereal, but it truly existed. This strange energy contained the principles of the world, and only those who had reached the ultimate Emperor realm or above could sense and use this powerful ability. It was precisely because ultimate Emperor realm experts were able to mobilize the energy of heaven and earth at any time that they had such a high status in the entire Qingxian Empire and were revered by thousands of cultivators. Because the term ultimate Emperor realm represented an expert. Zhouwen, although your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations, so what if your strength is heaven-defying? After all, you're just a half-step ultimate Emperor realm expert. You can't sense the power of the world's power. However, I have the assistance of the power of heaven and earth. You are no match for me. LV Yuanhua slowly turned around and stared coldly at Zhouwen. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Humph! Didn't you say that you could kill me? How many moves have you exchanged with me now? You're an ultimate Emperor Realm expert, yet you can't even deal with a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Don't you feel ashamed? Zhouwen sneered as he retorted. Lu Yuanhua's face darkened when he heard this. He stared at the two pairs of lightning wings on Zhouwen's back as a trace of greed appeared in the depths of his eyes. You're quite sharp-tongued. If it weren't for those lightning wings, do you think you'd be able to escape from me? However, the secret technique of your lightning wings is quite rare. It can actually increase your speed by so much. Even an ultimate Emperor Realm expert like me can't compare to you. After I kill you, your secret technique will belong to me. With that, Lu Yuanhua took a step forward and charged towards Zhouwen once more. With a single thought, boundless power of the world surged towards him. Zhouwen wasn't afraid. He had 3 layers of defense and an extremely tough body. Although his offensive power couldn't compare to Lu Yuanhua's, his speed and endurance weren't inferior to Lu Yuanhua's. Boom! 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 In an instant, the two of them collided fiercely in the air. In the blink of an eye, they'd exchanged dozens of blows. Every time they clashed, the surrounding space would explode and countless black holes would appear in the void. Waves of air would spread out like a tide. After all, Zhouwen was only a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert. His strength was slightly inferior to Lu Yuanhua's. Therefore, he was at an absolute disadvantage when the two of them clashed in the air. Fortunately, Zhouwen had the assistance of the lightning serpent wings and lightning serpent wings. Even if he wasn't a match for Lu Yuanhua, he could rely on his speed to dodge in time. Sometimes, when Lu Yuanhua's attacks couldn't be avoided, the power of those attacks would be weakened by the 3 layers of defense. Therefore, the damage they could cause to Zhouwen was negligible. Therefore, even though Zhouwen was at a disadvantage, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Even Lu Yuanhua, who had the upper hand, couldn't do anything to Zhouwen. This made Lu Yuanhua gnash his teeth in anger. Intense collisions that shook the earth and mountains continued to erupt in the air. Moreover, the collisions grew more and more intense. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. All the cultivators on the ground were stunned by the earth-shattering battle in the sky. Some of them even couldn't help but gape. They weren't surprised by the intensity of the battle, but by the fact that Zhuowen, who was clearly only a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert, was actually able to fight a true ultimate Emperor Realm expert without being defeated. Is Zhuowen even human? He actually dares to fight an ultimate Emperor Realm expert alone with the strength of a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert? And he's even fighting for so long without being defeated? That's completely unheard of. Ultimate Emperor Realm experts are supreme experts who have grasped the power of heaven and earth. Even a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert is like an ant in front of such an expert. But this Zhuowen is simply a freak. If a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert can fight an Ultimate Emperor Realm expert without being defeated, then just how terrifying will Zhuowen be when he reaches the Ultimate Emperor Realm? On the empty ground, countless uproars exploded out of nowhere like lightning and thunder. Everyone's faces were filled with reverence as they looked at the two people who were continuously fighting in the sky. A battle of this level had already far exceeded their imagination. Even Guyu Tian and the others who were standing at the edge of the field were staring blankly at the intense battle in the sky. After a long period of absent-mindedness, Hu Ying couldn't help but gulp. He smiled bitterly and said, "Is this Brother Zhuowen's true strength?" Perhaps. Guyu Tian and Gu Xian couldn't help but murmur in reply. However, their somewhat lifeless gazes had already completely betrayed their current feelings. At this moment, at the top of a pavilion not too far away from the open space, Qing Lian and Hong Lian were already dumbstruck. As they looked at the two figures that were fighting intensely not too far away, their eyes were already filled with shock. A half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert can fight a true Ultimate Emperor Realm expert head-on. Just where did this freak come from? The ridicule on Hong Lian's pretty face had completely vanished. It was replaced by deep disbelief. Originally, when Zhuowen recklessly fought Lu Yuanhua head-on, she had even mocked Zhuowen for being crazy. However, she no longer had such thoughts because not only was Zhuowen still alive, he was even fighting Lu Yuanhua without losing. He was only at a disadvantage. Hong Lian was also a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. But if she were to face a first-cycle Ultimate Emperor Realm expert like Lu Yuanhua, perhaps she would be able to take a few blows from him. However, she definitely wouldn't be like Zhuowen, who remained undefeated after exchanging several hundred blows with Lu Yuanhua. A ripple also surfaced on Qing Lian's pretty face. She was also deeply shocked by Zhuo Wen's somewhat heaven-defying performance. She really did not expect that within a short 2 years, the young man in front of her would actually be able to develop to such an extent by relying on himself. This really caused Qing Lian's heart to be extremely shocked. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the battle between Zhuowen and Lu Yuanhua had reached its climax. The two of them fought until the sky darkened and the earth darkened. They fought from the sky to the ground, from the east to the west, and from the south to the north. The ripples created by the repeated collisions were like the sharpest blades in the world. They constantly sliced through the surrounding space, causing vortex-like black holes to appear in the surrounding space. Such an intense battle finally attracted the attention of the numerous city representatives in the other districts. Many figures flew out from the Man Step, Earth Step, and the most luxurious Heaven Step pavilions that were scattered near the Yuan Energy Tower. They hovered in the air and gazed at the two figures crazily fighting in the air above the Mortal Step pavilions. What powerful ripples! Someone actually dares to fight in the VIP area. Don't tell me they don't care about the people from the house of Marquis Qin? These ripples contain traces of the energy of heaven and earth. Are those two figures both Ultimate Emperor Realm experts? Since they are Ultimate Emperor Realm experts, why are they in the Mortal Step Pavilion? Isn't that man in purple the third prince of the house of Marquis Qin, Lu Yuanhua? I've even met him before. Many of the cultivators who flew out from the other pavilions were half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm and Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. These powerful cultivators were basically all from super cities. Of course, there were also some from high-rank cities, but the chances of such young experts appearing in high-rank cities were quite low. Among these cultivators, someone immediately recognized Lu Yuanhua, who was fighting in the sky above. It really is the third prince of the house of Marquis Qin, Lu Yuanhua. But who is he fighting with? I think that kid is only around 18 years old. How can he fight with the third prince of the house of Marquis Qin at such a young age? No, the youth fighting with Lu Yuanhua seems to only be a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Suddenly, another person with sharp eyes recognized the aura on Zhuowen, who was fighting with Lu Yuanhua. After all, Zhuowen was fighting with his full strength and had no intention of hiding his aura. Thus, it only took a little bit of probing to detect that Zhuowen was a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Half-step ultimate Emperor Realm? How is that possible? That Lu Yuanhua is a true ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. How can a mere half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator fight with Lu Yuanhua to such an extent? Isn't this a little too unbelievable? Chapter 349. LV Yongsheng, he's actually just a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Who is that young man? A half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator can fight an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator head-on. Isn't this guy a little too abnormal? The cultivators hovering in the air involuntarily began to discuss among themselves. If it was a battle between two ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators, they wouldn't have made such a big fuss. However, the current situation was that a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator was actually fighting an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. He was merely at a disadvantage and showed no signs of defeat at all. The difference between a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator and an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator was obvious to all. If an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator met a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, it would be a one-sided battle. It wouldn't be a draw like this at all. Ouyang Yuntu, Qiu Chou, and Ouyang Hanxian stood side by side among the many cultivators in the sky above the heaven stage pavilion. Their gazes were fixed on the fierce battle between Zhuowen and Lu Yuanhua in the distance. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. Brother Zhuowen is indeed a peerless genius, although he's only a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. His strength is actually so strong. He's only at a slight disadvantage in a head-on clash with Lu Yuanhua. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it at all. Ouyang Hanxuan's fair face was slightly stiff. The corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he muttered to himself. Ouyang Yuntu and Chou looked at each other. They weren't as shocked as Ouyang Hanxian. Back in Broken Rock City, they'd seen Zhuowen destroy the entire blood swamp by himself. They knew that Zhuowen's true trump card was the extremely terrifying Ice Fire Lotus. If Zhuowen had used the Ice Fire Lotus, then Lu Yuanhua would have been defeated in an instant. It was even possible that Lu Yuanhua would have died. That Lu Yuanhua is the third prince of the house of Marquis Qin. Why would he find trouble with Zhuowen? Could it be that Zhuowen and that Lu Yuanhua have some sort of grudge to begin with? Ouyang Yuntu asked with a slight frown. Perhaps. Let's take a look again. That little guy, Zhuowen, doesn't seem to be having a hard time against that Lu Yuanhua. It's very likely that the little guy wants to use the battle against Lu Yuanhua to feel the power of the world. Chou nodded slightly and said with praise. In addition to the cultivators in the heaven stage loft, who had rushed out because of the huge commotion, many cultivators had also gathered in the earth stage loft area adjacent to the heaven stage loft area. These cultivators were all representatives of high-grade cities. Among the numerous cultivators in the earth stage loft, there was a very inconspicuous group that was looking at the battle in the distance with complicated gazes. If Zhuowen were here, he would have definitely recognized this group as the representatives of Green Dragon City that had entered the VIP area with them last time. Fan Yi, who was standing at the front of the group, had a complicated expression on his face as he watched Lu Yuanhua continuously fight. He sighed deeply and said, I really didn't expect little friend Zhuowen to be so strong. He's only a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, yet he's able to fight a true ultimate Emperor Realm expert to such an extent. The expressions of the 8 youths behind Fan Yi became even more dazed. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced in their hearts. When they had found out that Zhuo Wen and the others had come from a low-level city, they had been extremely angry. Moreover, they had planned to take revenge. Fortunately, Fan Yi had stopped them. If they had really taken revenge back then, it was very likely that not even their bones would be left. That Zhuo Wen was really too frightening. Boom! Boom! In the open space, strong astral winds, accompanied by countless strength chi, flew out, forming wave after wave of waves in the surrounding space, filling the entire space. The martial warriors who were originally in the open space all hid far away, because the aftermath of the battle between the two was not something they could withstand. In the air, Lu Yuanhua's expression was extremely gloomy as he looked at the young man in front of him who had blocked his attacks time and time again. He was actually extremely shocked. His opponent was only a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, yet he could actually fight him to such an extent. This was simply beyond his imagination. Zhuowen, you bastard, die! 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 Lu Yuanhua roared angrily towards the sky. His hands immediately formed a series of seals. Powerful Yuan power condensed between his hands to an extremely terrifying degree. Then, the void behind Lu Yuanhua suddenly split open, revealing a huge black hole that was hundreds of meters wide. A huge palm that was hundreds of meters wide suddenly stretched out from the black hole. The palm was extremely lifelike, as if it was the palm of a real person. Zhuowen could even see extremely clear palm lines on the surface of the palm. A formidable aura suddenly overflowed from the huge palm. What a powerful aura! What kind of armor technique is Lu Yuanhua using? How can the aura it exudes be so terrifying? Even Zhuowen's heart trembled as he stared at the huge palm that had ripped open space. His eyes were filled with shock. Lu Yuanhua's face was pale, but madness flashed through his eyes. He stared coldly at Zhuowen and said coldly, "I never thought that you would actually be able to force me to use this move. This is our house of Marquis Qin's extremely precious low Emperor tier armor technique, the mountain-splitting steel palm. It's a powerful armor technique that I only managed to cultivate after reaching the ultimate Emperor realm. Zhuowen, you're dead. It's actually a royal tier armor technique." Zhuowen's face became extremely ugly when he heard that. Armor techniques were divided into 4 ranks: mortal, human, earth, and heaven. The chaotic dragon cry fist that Zhuowen had cultivated before was a heaven tier armor technique. But it was rumored that there were even more powerful armor techniques above the heaven tier. They were called royal tier armor techniques. Only ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators were qualified to cultivate the royal tier armor skill. If cultivators below the ultimate Emperor Realm tried to forcefully comprehend it, they would probably be devoured by the royal tier armor skill and die from the backlash. LV Yuanhua had only started cultivating the royal tier armor skill after advancing to the ultimate Emperor Realm. However, royal tier armor techniques were extremely powerful, almost to the point where the world would darken and the sun and moon would dim. Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators possessed the powerful ability to control the energy of the world as they wished, but when combined with a royal tier armor technique, the power was enough to shatter mountains. Destroying an entire city would be no problem. However, royal tier armor techniques were just far too rare. Even Zhuowen had only heard about them from Ouyangyantu and Qiuqiu. It was said that even the house of Marquis Qin, the number of royal tier armor techniques in Muqin province, was pitifully few. They could be counted with a single hand. Heavens! Lu Yuanhua has been forced into a corner. He's actually used the royal tier armor technique, the mountain-splitting steel palm. As expected of the heir of the house of Marquis Qin, He's able to come into contact with a royal tier armor technique as soon as he reaches the ultimate Emperor realm. How envious! Sigh. This royal tier armor technique is just too powerful. I wonder if it'll destroy the restrictions in the VIP area. Countless warriors raised their heads and stared at the huge palm that had emerged from the black hole in the void. Their eyes were filled with intense shock. Rumble! A thunderous rumble suddenly resounded through the entire area. Then, the giant palm that had emerged from the void was like a falling meteor, smashing towards Zhuowen. The huge palm overflowed with a powerful aura. It was like a towering mountain pressing down on Zhuowen's body. It actually caused Zhuowen to be unable to move at all. He could only watch as the huge palm approached him. Damn it! This royal tier armor technique isn't something that I can resist. It looks like only the power of the Ice Fire Lotus can resist this mountain-splitting steel palm. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were suddenly filled with calmness. At the same time, the 2 ice and fire runes on the back of his hands slowly lit up. 2 waves of ice and fire energy gradually lingered in Zhuowen's hands. At this moment, Zhuowen was ready to create the Ice Fire Lotus at any time. Boom! Just as Zhuowen was about to summon the Ice Fire Lotus, a handsome young man in a purple gold robe suddenly appeared in the void above Lu Yuanhua. This handsome youth's appearance was somewhat similar to LV Yuanhua's, but at this moment his complexion was extremely unsightly. With a wave of his right hand, an extremely powerful force burst forth, and the terrifying giant palm in the air actually collapsed inch by inch. When the giant palm disappeared, the pressure on Zhuowen's body receded like the tide. He then looked at the young man in the purple gold robe who had suddenly appeared beside Lu Yuanhua. Second brother, why did you stop me? That mountain-splitting steel palm just now could have directly killed Zhuowen. In the sky, Lu Yuanhua looked at the young man in front of him in a flustered and exasperated manner. Third brother, are you courting death? Use your brain and think about it. You actually dared to use a royal tier armor technique in the VIP area. Once the might of this armor technique is displayed, I'm afraid that all the restrictions around this mundane tier pavilion will collapse. At that time, some of the old fellows in the family will notice. At that time, even Lord Father won't be able to save you. This purple gold-robed young man was Lu Yuanhua's second brother, Lu Yongsheng. At this moment, Lu Yongsheng coldly snorted. When Lu Yuanhua heard this, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Their house of Marquis Qin wasn't managed by their father alone. There was also an elder council, whose authority wasn't inferior to their father's. Lu Yongsheng was right. If Lu Yuanhua had really used the mountain-splitting steel palm, Zhuowen might have been killed by him. However, the restrictions around the mundane tier pavilion would have collapsed. At that time, a group of elders wouldn't let Lu Yuanhua off. After all, this VIP area was an important place. Right now, those old fellows in the elder council haven't noticed me, right? Lu Yuanhua asked cautiously. Looking at the cautious third brother in front of him, Lu Yongsheng helplessly shrugged and said, Don't worry. I've already helped you cover up for the Elder Council. However, if you destroy the restrictions around this mundane tier pavilion, you'll really be in big trouble. Second brother's reminder is right. However, I really don't want to let this Zhuowen go. Lu Yuanhua stared at Zhuowen below and said fiercely. Following Lu Yuanhua's line of sight, Lu Yongsheng also stared coldly at Zhuowen below and said, I'll help you kill this kid so that you won't be distracted by this matter in the future. As he said this, Lu Yongsheng lightly stepped on the ground and instantly appeared behind Zhuowen. His right elbow gently pierced through the 3 layers of defense on Zhuowen's body and directly hit the middle of his back. Poochie! Zhuowen's eyes widened. He didn't know when Lu Yongsheng appeared behind him. Moreover, what made him even more shocked was that the 3 layers of defense on his body were like paper in front of Lu Yongsheng. You Turning his head to stare at Lu Yongsheng, Zhuo Wen couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and said in a trembling voice. The guy in front of him was so strong that he couldn't even muster up a shred of resistance. I'll also let you die with understanding. My name is Lu Yongsheng, and I'm Yuanhua's second brother. In order to not let Yuanhua be distracted by your matter, please die. Chapter 350. Danger Rumble. At this moment, LV Yongxing's elbow seemed to have turned into a rich golden color. Along the way, it formed a golden afterimage as it smashed towards the back of Zhuo Wen, whose wound was already wide open. An intense sense of impending death almost caused Zhuo Wen's pupils to shrink to the size of needles. LV Yongsheng was a famous young expert in the entire Qingxian Empire and was also a famous person on the Qinghuang ranking. Zhuo Wen knew that if he was hit by this elbow, he might really die. Damn it! How can I die in a place like this? At this moment, Zhuo Wen's heart was filled with unwillingness. However, he knew that LV Yongsheng was simply too strong. LV Yongsheng was a true ultimate Emperor Realm expert. No matter how heaven-defying Zhuo Wen was, the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. How could he be a match for LV Yongsheng? Looking at the elbow that was getting closer and closer, Zhuo Wen really wanted to dodge. However, the pressure emanating from LV Yongsheng's body was practically pressing Zhuo Wen to the ground, making it impossible for him to move. Boom! Just as the elbow smashed toward Zhuo Wen's back with irresistible force, an ink-black energy suddenly appeared at Zhuo Wen's back, instantly blocking the incoming elbow. Pucci! Spitting out another mouthful of blood, Zhuo Wen rolled a dozen meters on the ground in a somewhat sorry state. Then he knelt on one knee, looking at LV Yongsheng with an extremely gloomy gaze. He actually blocked it? LV Yongsheng frowned as he looked at the sorry figure of Zhuo Wen and muttered to himself. At this moment, Zhuo Wen was trembling with fear. His breathing was hurried as he thought to himself, Xiao Hei, were you the one who attacked just now? If this dragon lord didn't attack, would I have just watched you die? There are simply too many experts in this place, so this dragon lord didn't dare to casually attack. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a matter of life and death, this dragon lord wouldn't have been forced to help you. Xiao Hei's helpless voice suddenly rang out in his mind. That energy just now didn't seem to be yours, right? LV Yongxing's eyes narrowed as he stared coldly at Zhuo Wen. It seems like you have quite a big secret on you. No wonder you were able to force Yuanhua to use an Emperor Realm armor technique when you were only a half step to the ultimate Emperor Realm. However, it's a pity that a genius like you will soon fall today. As he spoke, LV Yongsheng suddenly took a step forward, and his gaze carried a trace of killing intent as he flashed toward Zhuo Wen. Rumble! A gentle punch was enough to cause the surrounding space to crumble. Looking at the incoming fist, Zhuo Wen's complexion turned extremely ugly. The blood-colored maple leaves on the surface of his body transformed into a blood-colored shield, blocking the attack. At the same time, the boundless sword aura transformed into an impenetrable wall, protecting Zhuo Wen. It's just a small trick. Do you think you can stop me with this little trick? Looking at Zhuo Wen's defensive means, LV Yongxing's eyes were filled with disdain. His fist directly blasted out. It was a simple punch without any technique at all. Boom! What made Zhuo Wen's pupils shrink was that the blood-colored shield formed by the blood-colored maple leaf was like paper instantly shattering, with a ding sound actually smashed into the iron wall of the infinite sword aura. Clang! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. The boundless sword aura only lasted for 2 breaths of time before it was shattered and turned back into 108 sword-shaped soul treasures. However, the luster on the surface of these sword-shaped soul treasures had dimmed. It was obvious that the previous punch had severely damaged the boundless sword aura. Lightning serpent wings, block it! With a loud shout, The two huge lightning wings on Zhuowen's back immediately wrapped around him. In an instant, Zhuowen had turned into a round egg covered in lightning. Boom! LV Yongxing was expressionless. After destroying the boundless sword energy and the maple leaf energy, he didn't stop at all. He once again poured all his strength into his fist and slammed it into the lightning defense formed by the lightning serpent wings and lightning serpent wings. Sizzle! Sizzle! An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. Then, countless bolts of lightning surged out, continuously blocking LV Yongxing's advancing fist. You have some skills. LV Yongxing also felt a trace of obstruction, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. However, this surprise only lasted for a moment. But it's still not enough. You're just a puny half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. This is not enough to stop me. Break! With a cold snort, the aura on LV Yongxing's body rose to the extreme. Then his right fist suddenly turned golden, and countless cyclones formed around his fist. Countless cyclones exploded in an instant, directly blowing the surrounding thunderbolts into nothingness. Boom! With a gentle shake of his right hand, the countless bolts of lightning covering Zhuowen's body were instantly shattered into nothingness. Pucci! After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Zhuowen's face turned incomparably pale. However, LV Yongxing was clearly not going to give up. His right hand coiled forward like a venomous snake and viciously slammed into Zhuowen's chest. However, what made LV Yongxing frown slightly was that when his right hand touched Zhuowen's chest, the strange ink-black energy from before actually blocked most of his attack. Pucci! Although Xiao Hei's power had neutralized most of LV Yongxing's power, LV Yongxing was still a genuine three-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Just a portion of his power was enough to make Zhuowen's chest feel stuffy. He tasted something sweet in his throat and couldn't help but spit out blood as he retreated. His face had become incomparably pale. Bastard! LV Yongxing, if I don't die this time, you can just wait for my bloody revenge. At this moment, Zhuowen's body was extremely weak. He glared at LV Yongxing in front of him with an extremely venomous gaze as he spoke unwillingly. Revenge? Do you think an ant like you has the right to take revenge on me? However, you won't have the chance to do so. Today is the day you die, so just obediently accept your death. LV Yongxing stared disdainfully at the unresigned youth below him as he spoke with a calm expression. In his eyes, a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator like Zhuowen was indeed an ant-like existence. If it wasn't for Lu Yuanhua, he wouldn't even have bothered to make a move. After saying that, LV Yongxing didn't give Zhuowen a chance to speak. With a light tap of his foot, he arrived in front of Zhuowen once again. His right hand gently swung out and directly struck Zhuowen's head. If this attack connected, Zhuowen would definitely die. Bang! Just as LV Yongxing's palm was about to strike Zhuowen's head, a somewhat coarse hand gently grasped LV Yongxing's palm. Then, as if time had stopped, the two hands stopped in midair and didn't move at all. LV Yongxing's pupils abruptly shrank because he realized that his hand was actually unable to move. It was as if there was an extremely strong resistance preventing his hand from moving forward. Who is it? How dare you obstruct me? LV Yongxing coldly shouted as he raised his head slightly and looked directly at the owner of this coarse hand. He saw a middle-aged man dressed in gray clothes, quietly looking at LV Yongxing with a mocking smile on his face. Senior Qiu. Zhuowen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as he looked at the gray-clothed man in front of him in astonishment. This middle-aged man was the #1 expert of Broken Rock City, Qiu. He was an ultimate Emperor Realm expert with 4 wheels and was much stronger than LV Yongxing. When he saw LV Yongxing trying to kill Zhuowen, he immediately rushed over to the mortal level loft area. Fortunately, he managed to make it in time. Bang! LV Yongxing twisted his right hand and easily broke free from Qiu Chao's grasp. He took a few steps back and looked at Chiao Cho with a somewhat serious expression. You're actually an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Which faction are you from? You actually helped a lowly commoner from a small, low-level city. I am Chiao Cho of Broken Rock City. Little friend Zhuowen has saved my life. This is the reason why I helped him. Chiao Cho said with an indifferent gaze. The #1 expert of Broken Rock City, Chiao Cho. When LV Yongxing heard this, his expression immediately became somewhat ugly. This Chiao Cho was famous for being a lunatic. He didn't give any face to other experts at all. Zhuowen, are you all right? At the same time, Guyu Tian and the other two came to Zhuowen's side and checked on Zhuowen's injuries with concern. Then, they glared angrily at LV Yongxing. In any case, LV Yongxing was an expert on the Azure Emperor leaderboard. He was actually willing to lower himself to deal with a disciple from a low-level city like Zhuowen. This made Guyu Tian and the other two extremely angry. After all, Zhuowen was the main force of their Rattan armor city. Is this Zhuowen really from a low-level city? Chiao Cho is the #1 expert of the super city, Broken Rock City. He actually stood up for this Zhuowen. This Zhuowen is really not simple. He was actually able to attract so many big shots. The onlookers suddenly burst into an uproar. They kept talking about it and became even more curious about Zhuowen's background. At the same time, in the sky not far away, 2 star-like clouds suddenly floated down and landed directly on the ground, revealing 2 graceful figures. They were Qing Lian and Hong Lian, who had been observing Zhuowen not far away. Mr. LV, this Zhuowen has some connections with our Jade Lady Star Court. I hope you can give our Jade Lady Star Court some face and let this young master Zhuo go. Qing Lian bowed politely and said in a clear voice, Jade Lady Astral Court? When LV Yongxing heard this, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. The Jade Lady Astral Court and the House of Marquis Qin were both super forces. Although they were weaker than the House of Marquis Qin, they weren't that much weaker. He didn't expect that even the Jade Lady Astral Court would stand on Zhuowen's side. You all intend to help this lowly city's lowly commoner? What does he have that is worthy of your help? LV Yongxing frowned and asked in confusion, Lowly commoner. Chiao Cho narrowed his eyes and continued, Second Prince, you haven't heard of him, have you? Although Zhuowen comes from a low-level city, he still has another identity, and that is the honorary guest of our Broken Rock City's Arcane Guild. He once led our Broken Rock City to become the champion of the Arcane Ceremony, and he's already a grade 3 Perfection Arcanist. Do you think such an Arcanist is a lowly commoner? The honorary guest of your Broken Rock City's Arcana Guild? And a 3rd grade Great Perfection Arcanist?